Yeah, I don't do those things on Sundays. It's a weird rule. It's not a rule. I mean, it is a rule. It's... How do I word this correctly? It's a non-religious religious day, if that makes sense. When you're in the military, even like when you're going through basic and stuff, because that's the day a lot of people go to church and things like that, so you got those days off. So it became just easy to plan around, okay, or to set up your life as Sundays are the days that I just do things that I want to do, or things like little minor things I need to do. So I don't do any major work on Sundays. Kind of like, you know, don't work on the Sabbath, except for it's what the military basically ended up like inadvertently, because of if a bunch of people are taking off, well, then everyone just kind of gets it off. So I don't know if that makes sense. It's a non-religious Sabbath. I purposely try to not schedule or do things on Sundays to refresh. It's like the one day out of everything that I ever did in the military that was just kind of sacrosanct, is like kind of being a day off. Hey, Mr. Tarvin. Yeah. Hold on. My light is on. I see an orange light behind me. Weekend days, or whatever the word is we're looking for, it means religiously honored. That's what's like sacrosanct. Is that the right word? I need to get a haircut. I need to trim all this down again. Damn it, I knew there was something. There was a little homework. There's probably one or two people who the thing will say they're alive that's not. But that would have been people not in the military. Mr. Tarvin, I think you're in the... Yeah, you're in the military, so you're good. Actually, are you even enlisted anymore? Hold on. Skills, combat. That's from your crutch. Yeah, I think you just use your crutch to kill people. Do you have a crutch right now? I think I've been making crutches. Have you broken your crutch? Do you need a new crutch? I'm not even seeing a crutch in your inventory. Do military people not get crutches? I don't know. John Doom. Oh, is this in the hospital? Yeah, they're still fighting in the hospital. There's not really much I can do about that. Been trying to fix that. If I remember correctly, I'm trying to remember, is someone having a mood? When we ended last time, did someone go into a mood? Because I gotta get him out of that cage. Yep. The Hoff 87 went into a mood. Has he begun? All right, he's complaining. He got bone, block, block. 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 Cut gem. All right, do we have a jeweler's? Workshop. Jeweler. Cut me. What do we want to cut? What sounds nice? Maybe rose quartz? Rose quartz sounds kind of nice for cutting. No, let's go with alexandrite. Oh, I can't. We don't have alexandrite. Damn it. Ooh, do we have emeralds? We don't have emeralds. If we don't have emeralds, I'll go with ruby. Oh, no, wait, I saw green. We'll go with green jade. I want to cut that twice. Cut gem. Cut gem. And both times, I want you to cut a green jade. I want whatever this man's doing to be green and jadey. And I'll say do now. There we go. I know onyx is pretty, but I like green. I'm a green sort of man. Brew drink has been whatever. John Doom is throwing a tantrum. Well, not much we can do about that. We have a ghost. I remember this. We have a ghost, and I don't know why. We have... Why is this open if it's set to dominate? Because we can't get their bodies out. Like, we killed... That's where we're getting the ghost from. We haven't buried him, probably, right? He's one of these dead people. The wear a pair. This is... Okay, if someone comes in chat whose name involves pair, someone let me know. This is the dwarf who lost his name. The pair gentleman. Actually, I just had a thought. Excuse me. If I go into users and type in pair, he would be in his name somewhere, right? Grow a pair 77. That's who that is. Grow a pair 77 the first. And his job title is where grow a pair 77 the first. There you go. Huzzah. I don't know why I thought that was going to be so much harder than it was. Should have just gotten that done last time. Switch this back to chat, then minimize that, and then see if I bring that up, I lose everything else. Dwarven Skills by Admiral Wiley. I have a mouse. Like, the little programs on these things drive me crazy. Just a quick aside to everyone. There is a button here. Some lights will show up. There is a button to go through different profiles. And then in each of these profiles, there's 2 more buttons to choose the sensitivity of the mouse. And I determined that I like 2 lights on the back, 2 lights on the back. Click, lock it in. We got good sensitivity. There's 3 buttons. There are 3 buttons that my derpy fingers, particularly the 2 buttons on the left of the left mouse click that I can click. And if you do it, you throw off the sensitivity. If I switch from one computer to the back, it throws off the sensitivity because it's not programmed in. Now, they come with a fantastic program to store a stockpile. To store a, it's not stockpile, a S-word. Something. Profile, yeah, macro, just regular profile. There was another word for it. I think it belonged with S, but to store a profile where you could say, I want it to only do this, and that's all it can do, and ignore the buttons. I swear to God, like 2 days after I install that program, every time the computer boots up, it goes, Logitech.dll failed to initialize. Something was wrong with it, and it just goes away. Stop making programs that require stop making hardware that requires stupid extra programs that don't fucking work. Fuck. Just make it be hardware. Give me a button on the bottom I can say to turn this off. We have forbidden things again. For there is always forbidden things.
Mr. Man is here. It is time for Puyuwoosh.
Puyuwoosh? The one, the only, I forgot what I was doing. Puyuwoosh. Admiral Wiley. I read it aloud and then forgot what I was doing. Admiral Wiley, where are you? Oh, everyone came backwards into the well? What are you doing? Why are you back here, Admiral Wiley? Why are you resting? Oh, are you injured? Oh, because the hospital's unavailable. Fuck, I didn't even think about that. The one kid in here is gonna screw me. Because you can't kick him out while he's a kid. We gotta like find a way to go in there and kill him. I could try to do what I did last time, set up a bunch of military to fight him during one of his rages, and then use that to kill him during another one of his rages. You know? It's the only thing I can think of. Where was I getting rid of beds? I think up here. Were people getting assigned correctly into their regular bedrooms? Ish. I think we're just gonna need like an excess of beds that I just get rid of at the end. Bed. Make 30 beds. These beds we made out of alder because it's light and fluffy and I say so. So otherwise we're going to have a bunch of injured people that aren't going to get taken care of. Jet's going to take a minute. You said the stream was at 4, but it's 2. Are you screwing with me? It's 4. The stream's always at the same time. What are you talking about? But I can set the cycle between the same sensitivity because raisins. Trying to make a new hospital in the castle. Then you can drown people in. He was working on that last time, but it was easier to let them kill each other so he had less to deal with. Then the wall raged him. It's 2 p.m. my time, but I'm in a different time zone. Yeah, whenever I say the time, I think I've made it very, like, there's a thing below the channel that's supposed to translate the time to your local time. When I say 4, I mean Eastern. All right, so they're trying to get taken care of. Boy, do I want to kill this kid. I need a way to kill this kid. I got to get water up to here, though. If I were to do that. If I were to be the kind of evil person who would try to murder a kid. I could... If I hadn't dug through here, I could have done a side channel. Oh, I could have caused a like an even chunkier cave. Oh, wait, no, right. So I can't do the cave-in method because it'll punch a hole through. If I were to try to cave in right where he is, it wouldn't go through too many, but it would cause an issue. Also, the part I'm caving in wouldn't even affect him. I could maybe cause a cave-in when he's a lichen, but then we're hoping he never hops up. Because if he hopped up, we'd be screwed. If we do this from even higher up, we could just do a turbo cave-in and see if that destroys him. Maybe. Kimmy 420, the elf poet, has been found dead. Didn't we get rid of you? Wasn't Kimmy 420 one of the people doing things? Kimmy 420. You've made it very clear you have no sense of time. I have very clear sense of time. Time has no sense of me. That's the problem. Play Battletoads. No! Battletoads is not a good game. Nobody wants to do Battletoads. Battletoads is like E.T. the extraterrestrial. It's one of those mythological games that everyone's aware of, particularly for it being shit. How fucking dare you? I don't know what you want from me. There are like 5 different versions of the early thing of Battletoads, and of those 5 versions, 3 of them are like just damn near unplayable. Of all the 5 versions, you can't do multiplayer, because if you do multiplayer, you hit each other. So you can't play with friends. First of all, I don't know what you want from me. Battletoads is not known for great gameplay. I'm going to blind stream. What do you want from me? What are you talking about? What Battletoads game? You made me do like 20 chess. I found you. It was me, Jeremiah Godwell. What? I don't understand. You're acting like this is a surprise. Defend your case, then. Defend your case that Battletoads is a fantastic game that more people should be playing. Defend your case. Bedroom, multi. 4, lock. Paint. Delete, delete, accept, 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 and then cancel the doors. And now I'm getting a weird little lag when I click cancel. The Trader Dwarf still in jail. Vorpalum, I never fixed that last time. So if you're one of the, we'll say, permanently imprisoned ones, then yeah, there's a good chance you're still permanently imprisoned. Yeah. I've no clue why they're not letting you out. Please leave a message when you have good tasting games. First of all, I haven't played the game. It's not a question of my taste. It's a question of what the game is known for. I'm not the one sitting here going like, I've evaluated it in its entirety and I've rated the game poorly. I'm saying, other than you, I have never heard a single person be like, oh yeah, Battletoads, fantastic game. All right, I think I released everyone. So now Not So 6 is insane. Did he fail a mood? John Doom. Is attending a meeting with Vorpalim, who's been stricken by melancholy. So if you're in prison too long, do you go crazy? Why weren't they emotionally affected when they were in their cage? I don't understand. All right, we're going to deconstruct this now. So, Vorpalim, I think somehow we made you crazy. Apparently, freedom was just too much for you, and you've gone mad. Because melancholy is the permanent one where they just die eventually. So, I'm guessing you were being kept alive previously. Your wife is Storm, by the way. You were insane but being kept alive previously because you were in prison. And now that you're out of prison, that's just not happening anymore. You're going to go crazy and die. I have no fucking... I don't know. Whatever. Someone began a mysterious construction. He's good. Because it didn't say they were crazy when they were in prison. It just said imprisoned. If I had known that, I would have left him in there on life support. Finally felt relieved. Yeah, okay. Battletoads is a semi-solid, semi-innovating. I would not question. I'm not questioning its innovativeness. From what I understand, it did do a lot of new things. It just did a lot of new things too much. I've never heard anything bad about the music either. Very good controls. Now, like I said, from what I understand is that's not entirely true. Like I said, it has decent controls from what I understand for a single player game. Like I said, there were some issues with its multiplayer. You can't do the original one's multiplayer because they programmed it so that if you're punching, you're punching. There's friendly fire, which if you're doing a side scrolling action game, not the best choice. Most revolving around remember what's coming up or lose. But I don't mind it so much because it feels very good, not to mention its timeless art style. Again, I will give it art style. The only thing that I've heard is not great on it was its actual gameplay. Vorpalim, you're not dead yet. Wait till you die before you get a new one. Ooh, the Hoth 87. Hold on. I got to get in my streamer position. The Hoth 87 has created Egenosust Limarfulut, a giant leopard bone bed. He offers it to the page of raptors. Egenosust Limarfulut. Gift tames the wealthy rabble. Is a 21,000 dwarf buck giant leopard bone bed. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with pear wood and encircled with bands of rectangular jet cabochons and alpaca wool. The object is adorned with hanging rings of green jade and menaces with spikes of sandstone and giant leopard leather. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts and giant leopard bone. On the item is an image of Deviant's Dance, the limestone earring in green jade. We gotta set up that bed somewhere like in a hospital. That'd be great. Why is it saying it doesn't have dwarves to give you when I saw dwarves? That thing's way off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Some of these are named but have lost their thing. Hold on. Eldritch the First, who I do not believe is Spear Dwarf. Yep, you're Officer. Officer Eldritch the First. All right, let me... None of these have been done up, except for this human poet, which I do not believe isn't a military person. Gel Tishalo. Are you in the military? What are you legendary at? Speaking. All right, I don't think that's a name dwarf. But no, he might have been. He did get a kill. This is one of those ones I was worried about. We're going to skip the human poet for your numbering. After I, tell there's more dwarves. We're going to skip that dwarf. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Dragoman. I don't know why everyone's losing their names, but all right. How many dwarves we got now? Try this again. 1, 2, 3, skip 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There are 12 dwarves to give you. We probably got a wave of migrants near the end of the stream after we'd killed a bunch from the were creatures, and I just didn't think to pay attention. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Full moon. I'm going to order these 3 squads, skip the 3rd squad, to kill him. Boom. Then I'm going to see if we can deconstruct in time. Where are you guys going? No, 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 Red Bolt. No, Red Bolt. God damn, you guys are so dumb. You are so dumb. This is why you can't get rid of were creatures or anything. They just don't listen. Like, I don't know where everyone else is going right now. Pick up equipment. What equipment, dude? You have your equipment. All of this shit is banned. Banned. Nothing to pick up. Nothing to pick up. Nothing in here. Well, maybe not that bed outside. We'll put that bed back. Nothing in here is to be deemed as pick-upable. I don't know why you were able to bounce so fast into that order. Like, oh yeah, no, sure, this makes sense. Kill this were creature. Confirm. Please turn around. I've banned everything. I have banned everything in that room. You have nothing to pick up. I love how the were creature is so confused it hasn't killed you. Okay. Bai Wei put down the grow-a-pair. Did Bai Wei get hit? Shot is blocked. Shot is blocked. Why did you bite grow-a-pair? That's not necessary. Wait, is grow-a-pair still alive? Oh my god, the fight's not over yet. I thought he was already dead. All right. A few more hits. That's where Gia blood. I'm not having to worry about that. And he's dead. Okay. Thank you, Bai Wei, for executing our fort's children. And it looks like we did this correctly. Everything was a miss, miss, miss. Loving it. Shot is blocked. Miss, miss. And has bled to death. All right, we've got our hospital back. That went smoothly. All we had to do was kill an innocent child. Was it grow-a-pair 77? So did I. I don't know. Something happened. He wasn't healing. Yeah, no, Vorplum. This wasn't part of the same brawl. He was still there. Maybe were creature wounds don't heal? Fjorwind, hello. All right, now the idiots can grab whatever they want. What dwarf did you get? Dwarf 4. Hold on. By way, he lost his name again. By way, ye the first. Click that out, and we will be skipping the dwarf whose name I believe already exists. 1, 2, 3. Animal dissector. Feur. Wind the first. The custom job of Feur. Win the first. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Feur. Wind the first. There we go. Let's start doing that from here on out on namings. Okay. Good news. No more effing were creatures. Anyone who needs to get buried can now be buried. And I can remove all of this nonsense. I can order this lever to be pulled so that we can start having a well again. And this bed can go away because of all the goofy sick people just sitting out in the back end here for no reason. Now, the hospital already has its doctors assigned, which we've already been over. Kind of doesn't really work. And if we go to labors right now for orderlies, we do have some orderlies with it assigned. I don't think so. Yeah. Lycanthropy is a bloodborne illness, not one that can be imbibed. Build construction. I don't know. Maybe we'll leave that alone for now. But we got the hospital now, so if you're trying to rest, you can go to the actual hospital instead of being in the corner like a weirdo. All right, they've closed the well. The well will start closing now. All right, let's do a quick little update. I don't think you understand that you're not in the hospital. So I am going to shrink the hospital by a bit and then click accept. There you go. Update to that bed. Some of you didn't understand what I was talking about, and you just sat there, no longer in the hospital. And now you're depressed. You're free to go to the hospital. You don't have to just sit here. I didn't like kick you out of the hospital so much as I told you to go to bed. All right, what if I redraw it and put you back in the hospital? You can go back to resting? Okay, so some of you figured out what we're doing. I wish there was more of you that figured that out. That's okay. Hospitals are confusing. All right, this upper floor has been done, though. We can start working on more and more bedrooms. Wait. Okay, some of them... Are they being claimed? Yes, okay, they are starting to be claimed. Let's get beds in. Must be inside. Ah, I see. Construction ramp. Not that. We're actually, no, that should be over here. And this one should be over here, not in the middle. Because we got to do another one anyways. All right. Now, this is a 3, 5, 3. What am I doing? That's the middle. Move all that. That's our middle. Like this, yes? Yes, like this. I'll leave that out for now. We'll do a little TIE fighter. that. 2, 3 here. 4, 5. 4, 5. The little diagonal. The little diagonal. And we can do that part coming out. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. All right, now, like I said last time, our big thing today, chat, is we're getting the beds out. We're finally getting people out here, but we no longer need to be digging. As a matter of fact, little cheaty maybe for now. But what I want to do is I want to turn off the weather because I don't want to deal with that right now. I just want to, not the weather, I'm sorry, temperature. The temperature was already off. All right, good. Fantastic. I want to dig all this out. And telling them to stop every... Hellfire Skyrim. How goes? I was going to say telling them to stop every, half the year just to dig out this one thing right now is just, we've gone enough streams in. It's time to just start getting them to go. How are you doing, Hellfire? How did your stream go? Have you declared victory upon all your enemies?
The Floofy Bat is here to give the Floofy Floof time.
Enter the Gungeon. I love the trailer for Enter the Gungeon. I was so excited for when that game would come out, and I swear to God, for some reason, once the game came out, I played it a bit, and then it's not like I didn't have anything. I just didn't play it. Did you get far? Was it a good run, or did you not get the gun that can defeat time? All right, Bruce Wayne Brady is gone because we started reaching their bodies now. No longer a problem. I just found out how broken Enter the Gungeon randomizer is. Broken good or broken bad? Where did it collapse? I don't know what that is. I'm going to ignore it. Cancels pickup children something. I don't know. John Doom convicted. John Doom convicted. John Doom convicted. Stop doing that. Secondarily, closed cases. Cold cases, I meant. I thought we got rid of a lot of these disorderly conducts. All right. Don't do it to an animal. Don't do it to an old dwarf either. We're going to do it to a Smunsu. Yeah, that asshole. We all remember what Smunsu did. That son of a bitch. Smunsu, the human thief with no balls. He had no balls, so he assaulted our dwarves and our chickens. We all remember. You guys were there. You remember when Smunsu did all that horrible nonsense that he did. It's sad that Grow Up Hair is dead as an enemy, not dead as a dwarf. I tried. Oh, we're still under those. Smunsu. Where are you? Smunsu did it. Like, if you didn't see who did it, if you're the one who got assaulted, and you're like, I don't know who did it, then you can't prove it wasn't Smunsu, right? Obviously. Like, here, I'll say you were this other dwarf.
Hiya.
Or this other human. Let that go through. We'll do it a little bit at a time. I believe whenever you do it, particularly if you're wrong, the person might actually, who was violated against, might actually end up with a negative thought. But I gotta clear these out, John Doom, stop doing this. You crazy man. It's like this one was N9103. We have a lot against N9103. So I'm gonna go down and say Sunsu and see how N9103 feels about that. Maybe he's one of the ones that don't care and we could just tell everyone that it was Smunsu. N9103, how do you feel? Yep, that's what I thought. I become so disillusioned. It is a bit of a negative thought, so we can't do a ton at once. We'll have to wait for them to clear out, but meh. Like, we can't convict them Like, if they die before they're convicted, of course you still can. It's off of them. What are you talking about? Crash like twice. We get to see a super dragon in the random room. Are you gonna start working on the drowning hospital? Yes, but also no. There will be the idea of a drowning hospital. It's probably not gonna get worked on in this stream because all the hospital work is supposed to be a separate structure entirely. Like, we're gonna need to go down a few Z levels before we can even start working on the internal hospital. Am I losing frames? Go back up. What have I done that has cost me these frames? I'm so terribly sorry. Can we go back to the land of 100 frames? I would like it, if you wouldn't mind. You know, just a little stop off. Just sit there at 100 frames for me for a while. That'd be great. Something with someone moving somewhere is costing us these frames. I don't know what's doing it, but someone somewhere is. Someone's trying to pathfind through something they can't. Might be these sick people. We don't have anyone having a mood that's trapped. We do. Something's inaccessible. They're trying to get all of these. Okay, here's a thought. Not for dumping. Nice idea. But for right now, forbidden. All right, let's cancel that and see what pops up afterwards. Are we good? All right, we're hanging a bit higher than we were before, but we're still losing. So something's wrong. I don't know where it is, but something somewhere is wrong. Okay, we'll just have to deal. Chaos has arrived. Chaos. Are you okay? Are you sick? Stop dropping the games. I don't want to. I'm not trying to drop the frames. The frames are just dropping on their own. I wonder if this has something to do with it. I just thought of that. Sandstone. Good. Because I did put a giant hole in the middle for no reason. Maybe that'll fix it. Luckily, whatever it is, it comes back up relatively fast. A section has collapsed. What? How? There was nothing there. Are you okay? He's stunned. I feel like he's fine. Like, there wasn't anything there to have collapsed the section on. Is it something to do with these stupid trees? Like, did I find a way to channel out below a tree, and because I did that, the tree's collapsing? It's just more reason to hate trees. What do you mean? Is this the same section? Yeah, we already learned about that. Thank you. Ladmore is fine. We got a hospital. He's good. Starting fist fight. Target inaccessible. Listless onion. All right, it's these people. Chains are a bad idea because they can pathfind. Never do chains ever again. I know that now. I'm terribly sorry. I will never ever do a chain again because it lets them pathfind. And if they can't quite reach the guy they want to reach, they pathfind endlessly. So, John Doom II, are you still supposed to be in jail? I'll uninstall your chain if I have to. John Doom II punches your face real hard. Where are you, John Doom II? There we go. He still has 38 days. All right. Listless Onion. I think we're getting problems with Listless Onion. Listless Onion, were you supposed to be released already? Nope, you still... Okay, they still have a few days in prison each. But I feel like they're going to keep going over and fighting each other. Stop fighting each other. Yeah, see, because they keep wanting to attend a meeting, which they... What? What the hell? Nothing is collapsing. There is nothing to collapse. Stop telling me something collapsed. Yeah, so when they're in chains, they get to keep fighting if the chains are near each other. So don't do that. Don't ever do chains. No, it hasn't. There's no way for that to have collapsed. There's nothing it's supporting. Just channel it down. Whatever is going on, get rid of all these plants. I'm tired of this area. Somehow I feel like the justice system is killing our base. Is that what's going on? But no. That might be what's going on. Tiny little grasslets at the very edge. You're right. If he does it smart, it wouldn't be a problem, but they're not doing it smart, are they? That's you're right. You got it right. That's exactly what's going on. They're being idiots. They could deconstruct in any order, but he's purposely deconstructing because it's miners are your deconstructors. That's what's causing the cave-ins. You're 100% right. We'll leave that be as it is. It's just minor ones. I kind of thought they would start bringing people out of this, but it doesn't look like they are. You're here to no, you're here to store an item. You're here to give water. You're picking up equipment. We got booze. We got tons of booze. The well is filling up. I'm glad I designed the well this way. This way it's guaranteed to fill up relatively fast, even if the rate of flow is supposedly low. Yep. There's no more ground there. How are you going to have that listed even? This needs to be done very carefully. Do those two first before we have a cave-in. What? I specifically did it so he wouldn't have a cave-in. Oh my god. Oh my god. It was done very carefully. How did you still find a way to discover a cave-in and all that? Well, okay. As long as we don't have a constructed wall, we shouldn't have a problem anymore. Why is this tree not getting cut down? Where are my woodcutters? Do this. I got them in every other job known to man. Cargon the Barbarian, woodcut. Someone do their job. There's no problem a clever dwarf cannot fix. There's only such thing as a clever dwarf. Feels like moving, deconstructing to undermining was a dumb move, but that... Yeah. Because, I mean... In this particular case, we'll say, they were always kind of guaranteed to have had that problem. If we had everyone else deconstructing. However, what we might have been getting is if they were channeling out, then it would have been the non-miners getting injured in that same case. Because what was happening is they would be channeled out and then someone remove the wall. It would collapse on them. The ones that are actually getting injured. So it made the whole thing go slower, and it did mean that the people who were doing the channeling would be the ones injured, thus increasing the chance that they were the ones that were going to be doing it slower. Can you please chop this tree down? Where are my woodcutters? What are any of you guys doing? Tapioca, Vicindir, and Cargon. Vicindir's in the military. The other guy is also in the military, so it really comes down to Tapioca and Cargon. We got 2 woodcutters. How do we come down to this? All right, let's get another woodcutter then. What is 1? 1 was brewing. 2 is military. Everyone's all busy with things. Listless Onion's in jail. We'll throw him in as 1. Coca Koala 5, the 4th, the peasant. You're now a woodcutter. And not a single dwarf is cutting wood. There we go. Finally. The rest of this got sorted for now. What I'm going to have to do to be careful is do a channel down the entire line. Then channel everything else. Actually, I can still just do everything else. I just can't do it on the line next to it. And we got no trees, so now's the time to get this command in. We'll just skip that line and do it afterwards, so we can get rid of the walls. We also have an issue of there's like a proto stump below this floor we've got to get rid of. So many trees over there now. Yes, get up here. Get rid of this tree. The eagle's doing things to it, and it's freaking me out. There you go. Is there a way I can slaughter a work animal? I don't think so. Can they become like they're already assigned to the military, right? If they're already assigned to the military, then it's kind of like having a pet. So, how did you still cave in? Oh no, the floor did. That's good. That's honestly good. I suspected that I was going to cave in no matter what because of you couldn't channel down where we had the proto stump. And the last time I put a floor over it and removed the floor, the proto stump remained behind. So that cave-in was always going to happen due to the nature of the proto stump. But yeah, if you've trained an animal for hunting or war and assigned it to a dwarf as a work animal, then it's kind of like a pet, in which case, no, you can't butcher it. It can die in combat, but I don't think you can butcher it. You can cut its balls off, I think. But that's about the most you're going to be able to get out of it. Here's the thing. All right, hit me with your thing. Hit me with your thing. The animal isn't following the dwarf. If it's just a random animal that's been war trained, you should be able to just kill it. Is he trained for hunting or is he trained for war? Instead of running into battle. Is that dwarf being told to go to battle? Like, if I remember correctly, hunting animals only activate, we'll say, when the guy is going hunting, and same for military animals. Otherwise, what they'll be doing is, if they're not assigned to a dwarf, or they are assigned, they'll be following the trainer around, if I remember correctly. Hunting because I misclicked. Regardless, the hunting animal isn't even helping him hunt. I would have to look into that. Hold on. Can I train someone for hunting? Hold on. I'll set one up and look into it. I haven't had a hunting animal in forever because hunting animals aren't great at all. Workshop. Didn't they get rid of the kennels or something? Or didn't they do something to one of these things? Is it an area now for training? Animal training is now an area. I'll just set it up for down here right now. Animal training, accept. There we go. Pets, livestock. I don't even think we have any dogs left. They've all been dying. I don't think I have anyone I could do for training. You have to give me a bit. All my dogs are dead. And what I have left, I don't think would ever be doing training. We have a lot of alpacas, though. We should butcher a bunch. Wrong button. Go for the males first. Yeah, we got male children coming up. We'll go for the males first and then do a recount. I have a giant black bear chained at my entrance, yet it never fights. Got beaten up by an albatross. Just the bears that are like, no, leave me alone. No, as the bird just attacks him. No, bad. Defend yourself. No. Oh, look. More trees. My favorite. Still losing frames to something. What am I losing frames to? Last stream, we were pleasant. We had lots. We were good. This stream, we're losing. What is happening? Why are we losing frames? It's got to be these people in prison, right? They keep fighting each other or something stupid. I'm going to uninstall these ropes. See if this does anything. Except for the Goblin Poet. Goblin Poet, how much longer do you have in chains? More disorderly conduct. Listless Onion, you're just going to stay in here forever. Stop it. This Goblin Poet. Have you done good? Are you supposed to be out on good? No, you still have 84 days. For your horrible crimes against humanity or dwarfmanity. Like, if we put them in cages, we shouldn't have an issue. All right, you're not in jail anymore, right? Did you just get thrown in jail? Or did someone carry him away? I think someone just carried his ass away. Dwarfanity. Everyone, so far you are still alive. Never fear. Dwarf description by Tarvin and Austin Coulston. Austin Coulston. Wait, did I do the one earlier? Hold on. The one thing's clicked out of my way again. Click you back. Admiral Wiley. I don't know how I keep getting distracted. I've had 1 hour to constantly look at Admiral Wiley's skills. I've addressed it multiple times and I keep forgetting to read it. Admiral Wiley. Holy crap. You're very rusty in a lot of skills. You've been dabbling, though, in carpentry, butchering, herbalism, and organizing, because you like to organize where you put the plants over the dead bodies. In the meantime, that's really kind of it. You have, like, no skills. Like, how are you not even legendary at brewing? You're skilled, but it's rusty. That doesn't make sense. Is it because you're injured and no one's taking care of you? Because you're not in a bed? Like, why is everyone over here not getting treated? This is an issue. Okay, you're stuck in your skills because of a bug. All right, now that you're set to no job, will someone carry you guys to the hospital? Yes, we have a lot of people with Recover Wounded who will bring you to a hospital bed. Maybe now you'll get treated. Smooth Sailing died of dehydration. I don't know if that was because of a mood or something else, but he is dead now. The melancholic guy has not died yet. We would get an alert when that happens. Dwarf kill at Smooth Sailing. Oh, wait, no, it's 3 O's. Wait, why did it let me do that? That clearly was not how his name is spelled. So you want me to do the at, but you won't. I have to check that later. Best stream ever. F. All right, he is gone. Oh, something was happening. I accidentally clicked off of it. Cancels diagnosed patient. They're not resting. Well, they weren't resting because you weren't diagnosing them. Don't blame them for you failing to do your job. Great, and the chief medical doctor just had an infant, so that interrupted what she was doing again. Do your job. They're not resting. Yes, they are. Well, I just had a baby. What? Do your damn job. No. Thanks. Great. 10 out of 10. Now, I'm going to take this area and re-extend it since no one's just chilling in the corner now. They're all in bed getting treated. Huzzah. How does the one thing keep going away? Something is wrong. I didn't even click it this time. Oh no, it's because when I type in the dwarf kill command, that's when I've clicked it. Dwarven skills. Description, description, description. Austin Coulson. Your dwarf, should it be named. May the wielder of this name, if they be pure of heart, be worthy of the name. I don't know where I'm going with this. You are very slow to tire, but you're slow to heal, flimsy, and, in fact, clumsy. You have good intuition, willpower, and a sum of patience, but you have questionable spatial sense, a very bad sense of empathy, and a poor kinesthetic sense. You like kimberlite, bismuth bronze, fire agate, the color burnt umber, Greaves figurines, hammerhead sharks with their oddly shaped heads, the words of the roar of scarring, and the sound of the tenebrous euphoria. When possible, you prefer to consume tuber beer. You absolutely detest purring maggots. Austin Coulston, a short, sturdy creature fond of drink and industry. Mr. Tarvin. Have you seen... Oh, I saw a thing recently, Mr. Tarvin. You gotta take a look at it. It shares a name with you, and that it says Mr., but it's done really funnily. Mr. Tarvin IV is amazingly agile, unbelievably strong, absolutely inexhaustible, quite quick to heal, and tough. You have an unbreakable focus, a stunning feel for spatial relationships, an unbreakable will, an astounding feel for the position of your own body, awesome intellectual powers, great intuition, and a deep well of patience. But you have meager creativity and a meager ability with social relationships. You like sandstone, trifle pewter, pineapple opal, giant giraffe horn, dodecahedra, maces, crutches, the words of the wondrous tresses, the sound of the fuchsia bride. When possible, you prefer to consume cassowary, sailfin molly, blueberry wine, and walnuts, though you absolutely detest flies. And lastly in the current list, Claiborne. Claiborne, you must be the dwarf who lost their name for the kill. Because I don't believe we have you in here as dead either, Claiborne. Hold on. Yeah! We were trying to figure out who the dwarf was. Claiborne. Hold on. You're the unnamed killer. The human poet. Who's about to die anyways. Claiborne the First. I knew someone's name was missing. Claiborne. You can't stand, you can't grab, and you're very thirsty. You've also gotten mad with insanity. You're rarely sick, but you're quick to tire. You have a great ability to focus, a good spatial sense, and ability to read emotions fairly well, but you have poor kinesthetic sense and the inability to figure out how to walk. You like mica, sterling silver, jasper opal, green glass, gigantic panda leather, sheep hoof, coral, cotton fabric, maces, traction benches, flasks, water buffaloes for their water wallowing, the words of the barricaded sanctum, and the sound of the fuchsia bride. When possible, you prefer to consume rhinoceros and dwarven ale, and you absolutely detest moon snails. Define checking how my dwarf is doing. Like, what does that mean? Are you saying you want to see if you're alive? If you want to see if you're alive, do the dwarf me. Dwarf me is, I keep it up to date for the most part. There's some bugs with names right now. I keep it up to date, and if you do a dwarf me and you're not getting an answer back, your dwarf is alive. If you don't have a dwarf, it's giving you a new dwarf. Legendary, what dancer? I ain't got no dancer. Are you saying that wasn't him? Goblin dancer. I don't know what the hell. I honestly don't know what you're talking about. Are you saying someone else took your name? This is a case of false identity? Well, stop killing each other while the name bug exists. I don't know what to tell you. Creatures, dead, name. So there's a dead goblin? Is this what we're going with? And the goblin stole your name. Legendary goblin dancer. I'm just seeing if any of these naked green things on the left are legendary, and we'll assume that's you, I guess. Nope, that's an elf spearman. That's a were lizard. That's a were mongoose. Giantess Cyclops. Weregia. Weregia again. Goblin dancer. Spearman, giantess, human. Weregia. Were gopher. I'm not seeing a legendary goblin dancer. Maybe you were aware. Were you a were creature? If you're a were creature and you killed one of the other ones, then you died. Then you're dead, and I didn't catch it because I'm not seeing a goblin dancer anywhere in here. I wish I could tell you more, but as long as this weird naming glitch happens, where if you kill someone, you lose. Is this you? Were you a peasant? Is that a goblin? This is a legendary person. Your description is you're dead. We kicked him out? If I kicked him out, wouldn't I put in a dead command? Hold on. Claiborne, does the script say you're alive? Like, did you do a dwarf me script and it say you're alive? All right. I thought you were the false name, but I'll just kill you. There you go. Yeah, but didn't I decide to start, like, denaming people when I kicked them out? Yeah. Everything works if you just kill them. Everyone knows that it's a secret Twitch rule that no one ever talks about. Whereas if you just kill the viewers, things work out. I don't know why Twitch doesn't make it more public. It does wonders. I'm gonna get in trouble. Dwarf number 2. All right, you're a dyer this time. You went from being killed to being a dyer. See, it's not even my fault. You're just a dyer, Claiborne. You're the one who dies. It's not that I killed you. It's your fault for dying. Why, when you name the second one, does it go back up to the first one? C1AYBOURNE. The second. And now for what your request was. You are susceptible to disease, you dirty, dirty dwarf. You have a great affinity for language, good creativity, and ability to read emotions fairly well, but you have an iffy memory and very bad analytical abilities. You like andesite, lay pewter, precious fire opal, giant chinchilla leather, coral, the color pale blue, cats for their aloofness, giant orcas for their great jumps, the words of the visionary pondering, the sound of the sable pregnancy, and the sight of the rough losses. When possible, you prefer to consume sand, pear cider, and white Malay flour. You absolutely detest bats. The killing will continue until morale improves. Thank you.
Artificial intelligence swarm sent from the future to nurture the Earth Dwarf Fortress substrate.
Kleinodev, I had a question for you. I don't want to scare you from coming into my chat, Kleino, but I had a question for you. I could have been blind as well. I did science last time because of the beta of Dwarf Therapists, so I tracked down what the labors do. Genuine, like, legit question, because this appears to be how it's working. Is deconstruction supposed to be a mining-only skill? Because everything else, like, I understand things now. I do disagree with two things, but I now have more faith because I can see what's going on. Mining, deconstruction seemed to be a mining-only skill, which I thought was kind of weird. And also, I think an actual oversight, if I may be so bold as to suggest, most every job, if you click it to red, turns off lever switching for that dwarf. I think there needs to be like a separate just labor, like built-in labor that just says lever switchers. And you turn that on for everyone. Oh dear. Yeah, light orderly. I don't know what that is. Light orderly. Yeah. So, like I said, we did some experimentation. I am more confident, I'll say, in the labors and stuff now. When Therapist comes out, I'll probably still be doing that. That's just because I'm a control freak. Just flat out, I'm a control freak. I'm not saying that that's for everyone. But I did find it weird that deconstruction was a mining-only thing, and that levers not being any of those jobs inherently meant that the more you assign people, you don't realize it, but you're turning everyone off from levers. I thought that was kind of weird. I don't know if those were just overlooked or if that's not the way it's supposed to happen, but I figured levers was one of those kind of universal things, slightly separate from hauling, that I thought, like, actually, you know what? If that is not the way it's intended, my thought for that would be is that somewhere under standing orders, you have anyone can operate levers override. That would make sense. Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine, Kleinodev. I will. That's why I've been writing these down. I've got papers of things that I think are bugs, things I think, probably like not bugs, but not working entirely. And I did this science. I was just nervous if I started submitting these that it was going to be like, we're already tracking that, you idiot, because there's a lot of forums and I don't know where, like, I don't know how everyone checks what's already been reported. I didn't want to bog it down with reporting my science when it's like, oh, this has already happened. Like, you're so behind the curve. Shut up. So yeah, if you're not tracking that, that's all that is. If you're not tracking it, I will report it. I think it's an issue. I will report it. Like I said, I just didn't know if that was design philosophy or something like that, because when I was doing the science, about an hour after I started the stream last time, Putnam had responded to someone in the forums, not debunking what I was saying, but saying what I was saying, but in a positive light, if that makes sense. So I had people in chat like, yeah, we already know this, as I was doing the science. And like, not all of it had been done. I did discover a bunch of things, but quite a lot of it had kind of already been done in a forum somewhere. Like that was tracked. So I didn't want to start reporting it as a bug and it'd be like, oh, look at this idiot. I have done something recently in this stream that has cost me my frames. We were up at 60 or whatever last stream. At the beginning of this one, we're down. That's not good. I got to figure out what's causing that. I swear, I think it's the justice system. I've done something wrong with justice. A lot of people fighting. Have we fixed justice? If I get cages back in justice, will you be good? Build cages, cage. Closest material. No, it has to be a metal cage, doesn't it? For some reason, they only like metal cages. We'll make them out of tin, the strongest of metals. Lever operations at the bottom of the labor screen. I might be confused. No. It's not that you can't have it. To be clear. So for anyone who wasn't here yesterday, we did the science. We used the current beta of Dwarf Therapist, which is read only, but we were able to use that with science. We started doing a bunch of custom work details. So here's how this works. Everything in the labor system is an additive process except by rule of exclusion, if that makes sense. So if you don't create a labor for something, it's just always on. Like just flat out, let's start with that. If it's not in the labors, it's just always on for everybody all the time, always. So the labors are, which is slightly obnoxious, but I'm ignoring that for now. The labors are a means of restricting jobs, not assigning jobs. Every job is assigned all the time. If it doesn't have a labor. If it has a labor assigned via either custom or built in, and you say everybody does this on the labor is the same thing as not having the labor at all. Everybody does this literally means this job is on for everybody. So there's no point in giving someone a symbol and saying everybody does this. This symbol didn't do anything. This symbol is a preparatory phase for only selected do this, where that label will now restrict this job, whatever is in this labor, from every single dwarf other than the ones in its list. The way it was described by Putnam is for every, which I think is slightly iterative, but for every labor, it'll say if it's not on everybody does this, it'll take every single dwarf and turn off that labor in every dwarf. If it is set to only selected do this, the dwarves who have either green or who have the symbol over here will click it back on. So every time you do any change in a work detail, like you just toggle a symbol, whatever, literally every single dwarf, it goes through, flushes all their skills out and rebuilds up their skills from scratch. Every time you do any change to a labor. So it clears them out. Then if you have it on only selected does this, the people with this symbol will click it back on. If you say nobody does this, nobody will click it back on. Gotcha. Okay. Everything then, yeah. So like I said, I'm not questioning the methodology of just everyone follow me. This is how it's working. There is a forum for this. I'm just saying between my research and what I was reading, this is how it works. So again, if you have it on, it clicks it off for everyone. It clicks it back on. I think, I haven't done enough research, but I think that this can cause issues. I don't know what they would cause. I'm just saying I suspect. It's like when you guys have heard me talk about D&D rules or Pathfinder rules. I can smell it. I like not synesthesia. I swear to God, I have a sense for when rules overlap. It's like rules of war. Trust me, it's fantastic for getting missiles out. Anyways, I have a sense for it. I don't know how this works on the long term because you can now have conflicting issues of multiple things saying they're on, but it not be the same list. We're going to ignore that for now. So that's how this works. So if everybody does this, then guess what? Nobody turned it off. So this symbol meant it never got turned back on because it never needed to be on. So everybody does this, and having a symbol doesn't do anything at all for that dwarf. From what I understand, it's not a priority thing. If you have it on everybody does this, you might as well not have that, you might as well not have anyone assigned to that labor. This is what my point is, though. When you have a red one, right, secondary step to all this, if you click it red, what you are saying is this dwarf is hereby immune to everything else, because you can assign multiple labors. So in this case, Blurble's labors are literally just mining, but in this case, mining seems to be doing deconstruction, and an entire block of every single hauling skill, right? So if you click it to red, Blurble will turn off everything that is not mining or the hauling skill. He is restricted to what you've told him, which is a fantastic idea. But for what I was saying earlier, there are some extremely minor things that most people never think about turning on or off, such as cleaning, lever operating, road building could be a side thing, and or construction. Like, some people turn that off, but lever operating and cleaning is not something people really think about. So all of my miners who are red, none of them will flip a lever because they don't have lever flipping. You can create a custom detail called lever flippers and assign it to every dwarf you want. But to what I was saying earlier to Clinodev, I don't know if this is an oversight or what, but everyone new to the game who is just doing like these default ones and assigning them, if you were to assign every single dwarf to these and click them all red to split them up, you've accidentally turned off all the gray jobs. You've accidentally turned off everything here and below, because all of this is under hauling. Engineering, I don't think, is actually in this. So you've also turned off all of engineering. I don't think any of these guys show crafting, so you've actually turned off crafting. Some of these would show up, and you would probably turn them back on, in a custom work detail. But no one thinks about this one right here. This is a very important, like, secondary to almost everyone thing of lever operating, which, like I said, the rest of these, that's a separate thing entirely. But this one, I'm thinking with the new labor system, there should probably be like a standing order somewhere to be like everyone flips levers. Like, that's on by default. And you could turn it off if you want. Or just have another thing that says operate levers. Because now that I know how this works and I've seen like the rules and we've done the experiments and we've done the math, I can use this. I can honestly use this, and I can recreate the detail that I used to be able to do with Dwarf Therapist. I will say it would take far more effort. Like this, in order to make this have the same control as Dwarf Therapist, or not Dwarf Therapist, but the old school way of doing it, we would have to get rid of all of their jobs and make a custom work detail for each one, and you would assign each custom work detail together. But you could group 3 or 4 of them together, which I do like. I slightly understand this system better now, but there are a few things in here that I think for people who would be new to it, it would cause an issue, like lever flipping, because none of these jobs turns on lever flipping. Yeah. It's been a few days. The problem with the OpenGL, the new information on the OpenGL is there was kind of a leak. Someone leaked the OpenGL. Everyone kind of did their news on it. But if Wizards of the Coast doesn't address it or doesn't talk about it, none of the, I'll say, internet news sources have anything to talk about. You know what I mean? If Wizards of the Coast keeps their head down, you're not going to hear any new information about it for a minute, because OpenGL 1.1 hasn't actually released. So there's no information other than 1 or 2 leaks and what the CEO said to their brokers, their investors during whatever the hell the investment meeting is. I can't remember right now. So that was where all our source was. So kind of Wizards of the Coast is just being quiet right now. And as long as they're quiet, we got nothing to talk about. Like, there's just no new information. I thought I read that dwarves had a weighted preference list based on it. So here's the thing. I'm not saying that that's not true. That is a separate part of the code entirely. I am just merely talking about how skills get assigned, and for extra like context to it, what Putnam was saying in the forum post, because someone had put out something which I admit, like, even I thought, I was like, that doesn't sound right. Someone was saying that you would have to put in a custom profession name on the dwarf, and that would work with the red light, green light thing. And I don't know what that guy was talking about. If what he was saying was true, let's go with this. If what he was saying was true, then all that would mean is that there's probably an issue in the code that you could manually use, like cross-site injection, basically, is the closest metaphor I can think of. If what that man was saying is something he was able to prove and it was true, then it just simply, I would consider that a legit thing. It sounds like you could manually type in a name here, and if it was part of the code, it would read it the same. That's kind of what the man was saying without realizing what he was saying. So because that man was saying semi-weird nonsense, Putnam had to hop into the forums and be like, I don't know where you're getting that from. Here's how the logic actually is working behind the scenes. So you mix what Putnam was saying, the logic worked behind the scenes, with what I was seeing with the, I'll say, symptoms with my experiments. You know, we're figuring things out. For instance, if any of you weren't here when I was doing the experiment, I'll explain to you what all the default ones do. Miners, it's just mining. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, that actually half took a weight off my shoulder. It's just mining. So if you have someone in mining and you click it red, congratulations, it's just miners. However, for some reason, it seems right now that it requires a miner with a pick to do deconstruction. Like if you set up a big deconstruction order, it's the miners and only the miners that come over to do it. Seems a bit iffy. I think that one's just a bug. And a lot of people tend to have so many miners, as Kleino said earlier, that you're not likely to see an issue. But if you're doing some stupid project, like honestly, it's so usually not an issue. You would have to be trying to dig out a gigantic honking square and constructing a giant castle in the square at the same time to probably experience enough delay in the dwarves doing it to identify which dwarves are doing it. So I could see why that would probably slip by, because who the hell is dumb enough to do this? You know, like if for the most part, if you're digging out a little bit here, a little bit there, and you have enough dwarves, it's never going to come up. But if you're needing to dig out 70 blocks and deconstruct this or do that, it's going to start coming up because I keep deconstructing my floor to build in walls and stuff. So it's kind of not a direct issue anyone's going to be experiencing, but it does mean problems in the long run. So it would need to be addressed now. Assuming I just haven't somehow caused a glitch. But anyway, so like I said, mining is just mining. Makes sense. Go back to labors. Woodcutters is just woodcutting. That's all it is. Now, here's an issue that I don't understand, but just so everyone's tracking. Miners, woodcutters, hunters, and fisher dwarves. Fisher dwarves are always a weird one, but I'll say these three were all mutually exclusive skills because they had different jobs. So you can't say everyone can do this because of the old idea that they're mutually exclusive. But the new labor system allows you to not make them mutually exclusive, because now this dwarf will have mining and woodcutting, even though you cannot normally assign both at once. Like even the dwarf therapist, you can't commit it, but even dwarf therapist is programmed to not allow you to do that. It was like, no. So it's weird that you can't click everybody does this, but they can now overlap anyways. So it seems to defeat its own idea. I only bring this up because you can't click everybody does this for minor and make everyone be deconstructors. Also, time's not running. I wanted to see, I keep trying to get this to prove my point from earlier. But anyways, because there is going to be a change here. Hunters, just hunting. Makes sense. Planters are just farmers. That's it. So far, this makes sense. This is where we start getting weird things. Fisher dwarves is just fishing. They're not fish cleaners. In regular gameplay, this would not be an issue because it's not a labor. So if everyone who's not in a labor is a fish cleaner. But if you assign 5 people to be fisher dwarves and then you individually labor out every other dwarf, suddenly you're just going to have a bunch of raw fish. No one's cleaning anymore because fisher dwarves is literally just fishing. Plant gatherers is just plant gathering. Stonecutters is just stone cutting, but now stone cutting is taking the job of what masonry used to be. Even though a bunch of dwarves still have masonry as a skill, I think that's leftover code. This might as well just be considered regular masonry, which means this also includes stone smoothing and stuff. Engravers is just engraving. Haulers is every single hauling job. You like with this being the way it is, you cannot customize it. If someone is a hauler, they are every hauling job. So you would have to do a custom work detail for stone hauling and other hauling. You would assume this, but just so that we're tracking. Because this is just hauling, it also means that they're not your lever flippers. Because like I said earlier, they're just set to what they are. So haulers only do this. They don't do cleaning, lever operating, road building, wall furniture. Haulers do not do the medical things of recovering wounded and stuff because it's literally just hauling. So you got to be aware of that. If you have someone set to a red on hauling, like I said, I honestly don't even think that this makes a difference. This should probably be turned off. Who cares? Everyone does hauling unless they say only. Orderlies. Now this is where things happen. For anyone who's not aware of this, I did not trust orderlies. I felt something was happening weird with the hospital and orderlies was not working right. And I was right. Orderlies is not what you think it is. I don't know if it's intended to be that way, but orderlies is not orderlies. Orderlies, this might be a different country thing. Maybe. Orderlies are half nurses. So the way I've always done it and the way I think a lot of people would treat the idea of orderlies is doctor, nurse, orderly. You would think that orderlies, if we go to medical, is just, where's medical? It's up top. You would think orderlies recover and feed. That's not orderlies. Orderlies are also suturing and dressing wounds. So the whole time that I kept arguing with the game saying, why are dwarves going in? They're not on the medical team. There are 4 jobs in the medical thing in the hospital. If we go back to the hospital, there are 4 listed. There is doctor, diagnostician, surgeon, and bone doctor. What a lot of people, I think, similar to me, is assuming is that doctor is suturing and dressing wounds. No, this is why I was having issues with the hospital. If you have someone set to orderlies and or you don't set it to only select to do this, this means every single dwarf in the entire thing runs over to do suturing and dressing wounds, feeding patients and prisoners, which is actually a very bad idea. This actually causes major problems. What the game does is if you have a diagnostician, he gets diagnosis turned on. If you have a surgeon, he gets surgery turned on. If you have setting bones, or bone doctor, you get setting bones turned on. If he's in that doctor role, he doesn't do these 2. He does all 3 of these. A doctor gets diagnosis, surgery, and setting bones. So I suspect, now this one is going almost completely into hearsay / mental gymnastics land, I admit. But everyone keeps having issues getting the hospitals to work. I suspect it's because one of 2 things. 1, because of the way the game flips on and flips off skills, I suspect doctor and these individual jobs are somehow conflicting with each other. Because some people have said that you have to do custom jobs, not hospital jobs. Putnam says that custom jobs don't even work for medical, that this UI right here is an oversight and that only the hospital works. So Putnam is saying the code does one thing, and a lot of people keep coming in and saying you have to do the exact opposite to make hospitals work. So I do suspect that there is a bug right now with hospitals involved on what a doctor is. Now, that all being said, a second issue I think people are happening is right here in dressing wounds. Because any dwarf can be dressing wounds and you don't have them just locked in like you do, say, doctors, then these dwarves could be anywhere on the map. If you have orderly set to everybody does this, then that means you could have a dwarf on the far side of the map who gets assigned to dress the wounds. So all your doctors are staring at the dwarf going and waiting for the next step because the wounds need to be dressed, or somebody or a suture needs to be sutured, and they're waiting for a dwarf on the far side of the map who's not a medical dwarf. So I think a lot of people who are used to the dwarf fortress are used to having a dedicated medical detail. And orderlies being set to having dressing wounds and suturing means your entire medical field slams to a halt if you have it set to everybody does this, because of these two very common tasks. So I think this right here is why I felt something was very wrong with orderlies, because you would set people to orderlies and you would expect them to be prioritizing one of these two or going to grab the dwarves or whatever. But then here's the second issue with this. If you set orderlies, all right, I'll fix it. Only selected do this, right? That means that it's only medical dwarves, so I can set them aside. If you set that to only orderlies do this and you don't have orderlies assigned, nobody picks up dwarves anymore. These two are an everybody job, but these two are a I want select dwarves to do it job. So that right there is why everyone keeps having issues with orderlies. I don't know. I suspect there might be a bug with these three things because of Doctor overriding 3 anyways, but I guarantee you that there is a hiccup right here because of suturing and dressing wounds being on the same exact order as recovering wounded. As soon as you tell orderlies only they do this, suddenly everyone lets your wounded dwarves out there to die, and you're waiting for only 3 people to haul them because that's the only ones doing this. But if you set it to everybody does this, then your dwarves are always waiting for some dwarf on the other side of the map to come dress a wound or to do a suture, because that's not a doctoring skill. My suggestion would be to take both of these off and throw them to doctor. And I swear, like, I'd be willing to bet money 90% of all of the issues people are having with the medical field right now would clear up almost immediately if orderlies did the 2 that would make sense for orderlies and this was a regular doctor. That would clear everything up. I suspect that is what is going on. So if you did not know, there you go. That is what orderlies is. Everything else you're going to have to do yourself. If it's anything that I did not just mention, like hunters, you see hunting and related. You know what you don't see here? Hunters. Hunters is literally just hunting. So if there's anything else in hunting related, you got to do it manually. Wood cutters, it's just wood cutting. You got to do the rest manually. There's no woodworkers over here. Every single other job other than what is listed here, you have to do manually, or it's either everyone does it or no one does it. So that right there is, I think that needs to be that, like, I'll send it in. I think orderlies I think that's just a design decision. It's not meshing well with how people think things work, because I would never have assumed that orderlies did those 2 jobs. In my head, that's a general doctor thing, because I don't know if it's like American healthcare or something, but I would not think that was like, I would think that like that's a separate thing entirely. But these 2 universal maps and other map things are mixed together, so I think that that's causing an issue in people's heads. But now we know. Hold on, let me make sure I haven't screwed myself on it. Orderlies, switch back to everybody.
Thank you so much.
Because we want to recover wounded. Like, as weird as it sounds, hello, how are you doing today, God? I am doing fine. I will be your God if you so wish. The way I think this would work, or how this works right now for everyone, is after a major battle, everybody does this. And then once people are in bed, once you've gotten all your people in bed, you have to come in here, click it to only selected do this, and then now these dwarves are the ones, and you click them to red too. Now these dwarves don't do anything other than suturing, and boom, you got your nursing staff back. It takes a bunch of extra steps right now, but I think that's the only way to make this work the way that people think it should be working. This is what I suspect is why everyone's having an issue, is because orderlies are doing 2 different types of jobs. Clearly, the solution is to make picks for everyone and turn off fishing immediately upon opening a new fort. I mean, that's a solution. You're not wrong. It would work best if you could say mining for everyone. Oh, did I say something very wrong? What did I say? Did I say 102 radius still? Oh yeah, shit, I did say radius. I don't know why I keep getting those two backwards. Hold on. You would think that me of all people would know and remember the difference between radius and diameter, but I just say radius for like everything. I just say radius for everything. I'm a very bad person. Diameter. That's spelled wrong. Diameter castle in the sky. Update. Go back to chat. Then minimize this, bring up chat, and then bring up point redeem, and then scroll back and chat to see what I missed. Great Padinsky, hello. You think that does flesh out the section in there better? It'd fix it, or is it 2F? No. Like I said, Dominic, now that I've seen what it's doing, I don't quite think it is as auto labor over dwarf therapist as I was claiming previously. That's just the way it felt. Now that I've seen what it's doing, it's more of a dwarf therapist light, but without a changelog or like a guide explaining it. I think this is where people are getting confused and having issues. It introduced a level of uncertainty into an area of the game that previously had been like one of the most certain areas of the game. Now Vorpalum is dead. So I think it's completely salvageable. Like I said, I just think things like how the medical part of it worked, people are assuming that that's doing either one of two different things. And in terms of a design choice, one of those is a sort of job that you want everyone to do, and one of those are a sort of job that you want to make sure no one's doing something else. So it becomes like the way they have orderlies set up right now shouldn't be called orderlies. I think most anyone would like understand how orderlies worked if you change that to ambulance crew. Ambulance crew does sutures. Ambulance crew, or I don't know if they do sutures, but they do dressings. Ambulance crew does dressings. Ambulance crew goes out and get the people. If you change it from orderlies to ambulance crew, I think I think most people would understand what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think there's just this issue in what words mean in different parts of the world that are like causing issues. Because some people apparently never had an issue with orderlies. They're like, yeah, it's an orderly. Whereas I saw the word orderly and flat out, I'm like, what does that mean? Like, I've heard of the word, but I've never had to sit there and think of what an orderly is. I've only ever had like doctors and nurses. I've never even thought of the idea of orderly. So I was like, okay, doctor, nurse, orderly. They clean you, right? So it's one of those things where you just assume that everyone knows the word. And even with that, oh, that's right, I clicked over here to kill Vorpalum. Even with that, I'm not sure that people would assume that the orderlies are also running out across the field or the ones doing it. So it's just a slight issue. It's completely fixable. I think that that's just a worldwide interface thing that just needs to be changed. It's like saying localization. I honestly think that particular issue is just an issue in localization. I just don't think it translates well. Word might be the wrong way, like to regions, because maybe, do we use orderlies in America? I've never heard of orderlies. Orderlies is basic jobs. You're thinking in purely military context. That might be it too. But wrestling a patient. And because it's military, it's truncated concept. Military concept you're thinking of as medical orderlies. Orderlies should also do hall clean, etc. Yeah. But the whole doctoring thing, yeah, that gets weird. Like they changed it, and I just don't think people understand how it's working right now. All these doors are getting turned on the whole time? Yeah. Like anything in, like I said, it's slightly weird. Like that is a weird concept to me. I kind of get it, but that is a weird concept. Ignoring my custom ones. Orderlies on everybody does this. Everyone right now is an orderly. Like, hold on. I'll load this up. Like, don't take my word for it. Yeah, I know it's read only. Thank you. We'll load this bad boy up so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Do a read. Like I said, this is in beta right now. It's just read only, so we're just gonna be able to get information off of this. This is purely for the class. Oh, it actually shows it by elves too. That's funny. If we go over, see how everybody has all these jobs assigned? And if we look here, everyone has suturing, dressing wound, feed patients, or recovering wounded on. This is what I'm talking about. If we go back under labor, under orderlies, switch it to only selected do this. Let time run just because I always get paranoid things don't update. And then reread it. Suddenly no one's doing it. Only the people that had it checkmarked are doing it. Like I said, there's weird issues that get turned on and get turned off. There's something else that's on here, but it's not the ones that we're thinking. That's what I'm saying. It's turning on different things. That would be treated more as nurse. But also, hold on. Let me go back under here. I would need those particular 5 guys. Unless this got fixed in the meantime. I don't think it did. They do not appear to be going to pull levers anymore. I've now switched them, and they've turned off every single skill known to man, including the very important lever switching. So you have 2 different things pulling. Things are turning things off. It's not a good idea. There's something else that I've created somewhere that's turning it on for some of them, but it's getting turned off on others, and it's not great. Does the red lock restrict to selected jobs? Does the red lock restrict to selected jobs and green setting unlock ignore restrictions? What? So like I said, from what I understand, I could be wrong on this. Like I said, I have to create a new world set to the side to actually be like, this is what happens here. This is like with nothing else conflicting. Like I've got counter ones building. I got too many damn things on. But from what I did yesterday and what we have from and what we have from what Putnam was saying, this doesn't even involve workshops because that involved an entirely another paragraph that didn't make sense. If it's on red, then what that means is, as we just saw, if you click it to red, anything that is not in that job or that in a job that that dwarf has assigned gets turned off. Red is the turn off function of it. So even though haulers is set to everybody does hauling, which actually I wonder if hauling has to do with patient grabbing as well, because we did have something second interrupting it, because last time I just turned them all on and off manually. Now it's seen that we had patient hauling was on. Is that under hauling as well? I can't see. We'll test that in a minute. If it is on red, whatever job they are set to, every other job is turned off. So the red, if a dwarf is on red, it's dwarf therapist. It's the old style of doing it. All they do is what I have told them to do. If a dwarf is on green, then it means that they do anything that would be applicable for them to have on. Anything that has not been restricted manually to something else. So Engravers has only selected do this, which would mean that anyone who is green can do... hold on. I don't want to say 2 things back to back and get them conflated. Under normal, it wouldn't be that. It would be stonecutters with everybody does this. If you are set to green, you do your job, and you also do every job that says everybody does this. Every job that does not say only selected do this, you do if you're green. That includes every job that has not been made. Like every work detail that has not been made, you do it if you are green. What this symbol is doing is for only selected do this, then that tells everybody else that they are not allowed to turn on this job. But the dwarf with this job green can still do every other job that says everybody does this. So everybody does this, only selected to do this, nobody does this, is filtering by job. That's the auto labor thing that I was complaining about previously because it kind of gets conflated. The red-green thing is a dwarf therapist style of saying what this dwarf does. This is who's allowed to do this job. Red-green is red dwarf therapist style. This dwarf only does what I tell him. Green is auto labor style. This dwarf is allowed to do any job that has allowances for the dwarf to do that job. So you have two intersecting control styles, and I think that's causing some of the confusion. The regular GP wouldn't do that. Thank you for a reminder to turn on my orderlies. Yeah, I've had some random guy run in and do diagnosis. Like I said, there are weird things going on with the medical system right now still. Like the orderly weird things lining up does not like cover a lot of other people's issues. That I'm going with how Putnam said it worked. She said in the forum post, and like I said, we could test it. It seemed to be matching up. That doctor was all three. Diagnostician was diagnosis, surgeon was surgery, and bone doctor or whatever was bone surgery. So that appears to be what's getting assigned. Whether or not that, like I said, I suspect, I have nothing to back this up on because I have not seen the code, but I suspect that the way it does things sequentially, from what I understood, from what Putnam was saying, whenever you change a labor, it literally goes labor down, labor down. Labor down. It goes through all the labors and then goes through things like buildings afterwards. I suspect that because that is the only case where you have a building doing everybody is assigned or nobody is assigned and then turn it back on afterwards, in addition to another job that would turn off that labor, I think somewhere between the two of them, there is an overlap, and either too many are getting turned on or too many are getting turned off, or I should say the wrong ones are getting turned off. Whereas let's say if you have a doctor, like doctor might turn on the correct one and then something gets offset incorrectly when it goes down to diagnostician. And diagnostician tries to turn it off, but doctor says, no, I should be on. I don't know if, like I said, that literally could be it. Whereas if you have someone in the doctor position, then your diagnosis and everything else might get offset in a dwarf list by like one or two or something. Because it sounds like it's going down a list. It like does this, goes down. Does this, goes down. Does this, goes down. There isn't really an overlap in things until you do custom. In which case you could also be causing other issues when you do that. Not 100 on that. Again, it would take a bunch of experimentation to really see how this stuff works in practice. Putnam in the forum put out a very nice thing of, hey, here's what the script is designed to do. Very big thing to be aware of this. There could be issues arising elsewhere in the script causing problems. There's always a difference between what a script is designed to do and what a script actually does. I'm looking at you, TF2, and your insane spaghetti code. So they've changed something to how labors worked, and for the most part, it's working well. There's some design decisions that, you know, if we're aware of it, we can all work around and they can easily fix. I suspect, though, that something in the medical new thing is causing an overlap, because that's the only job I'm aware of default in the game that has an overlap like that. It's the only one that has a overlapping within one thing of what is getting assigned and what is not getting assigned or de-assigning, because every step de-assigns everybody if it's set to only the correct ones do this. And these area ones for the doctor is that. These ones, even if you turn this green, by virtue of this being done via a building, this should already be set to only the assigned diagnosticians do this. If that makes sense. There's no way to say everybody does this or only the selected do this. Like if we go under laborers. We don't have this 3 thing under the hospital. The hospital should work in a only selected do this setup. But who knows? Like I said, that could be a different part of the joke. Bro Casa joke has died. He's also one of the people we freed from jail because we had permanent jails and that killed people. Mine seemed to. Also, we had a lot of people get dwarfed earlier, didn't we? I'm sorry. I'm slightly behind chat. I'm catching up. Hold on. Let me stop for a second. Clearly, RNGs were experiencing the psych ward where the good orderlies are. I don't think in that context doctors are orderlies. Orderlies are in USA hospitals. Like I said, I'm not sure. I've never really heard of that term. So how is the search for Jet going? Mr. Tarvin, we got to go even lower. Being used in older contents, pre-nursing 19th century. This is also possible too. Orderlies are a thing. Think psychiatric hospitals. Okay, I don't know thing one about psych hospitals. The most language predates a lot of things and their meaning has changed over time, making a mess. Someone who does unskilled jobs in a hospital. Soldier who does unskilled jobs. Okay. Is suturing an unskilled job? Especially with people today trying to change language abruptly. I was just going to say they got dwarf therapists working. Sounds like it's so Midnight Tangent Ryan. They've done a couple announcements. They have gotten it working. Bro Casa joke. I got to kill him. They have gotten it working. The issue right now is that it pulls, like, it grabs all the information correctly, but right now it's not necessarily, it's not necessarily writing back to the program correctly, if that makes sense. Bro Casa joke. I think I spelled his name right. So it's almost there. Just the new thing is, how do you get it to save? Because what I believe happens right now with how they're doing it, I suspect that they can already write into the game. I just think the game crashes when they do it. That's the big thing. If you're just using it for data to be like, what is going on here? It's already fantastic. You can get your wound details. You can get the nicknames. You can get the squads. All the old data gathering portion of it, which is mostly what I use it for to begin with anyways, is working. So like the core of it is working. The only thing that's not yet reinstated is the ability to assign tasks. That's it. You can click them. You can click it, but it's not supposed to write back to the program yet. All right, Vorpalim. It allows you to see through read only. Yeah. I think the big thing is, because when it does get released, I'm assuming they'll do it through the workshop. So that's the big thing, is getting it to, because as it stands right now, it's still a third program. It's not even like third party. It's a separate program, which programs tend to not like other programs interacting with them after the fact. So probably just a weird thing to find some way, maybe make it pop up like you do something in the game to make it load. It'd probably have an easier time accessing the memory. It's just a new way to work with things. It should be coming. Dwarf 1 for Vorpalim. Dwarf 1, you're a farmer. Vorpalim the second. Vorpalim the second. We got that in. About to sneeze. Allowing science to happen, defining variables to tables. Dwarf. Hey, go. Apparently Kohaku makes me sneeze. Did I take my allergy meds this morning? I don't think I did. Wish it would just get colder faster or whatever it's needing to do. Stop raining. Who got dwarfed? Kohaku, you're on your third, and you got dwarf 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You are also supposedly a farmer. Kohaku the third, enter, go down here. Kohaku the third, enter. Fantastic. Play on my stream deck a lot. Mr. Man, I'll get to your things in a second. Well, if you had a more control or a version of Dwarf Therapist condensed for smaller screens. Obviously, we prefer more control in-game. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The weird thing is the control is in-game. Just the UI makes it not appear there. Like, if all you're needing Dwarf Therapist for is for that direct control, you can do that right now. You absolutely can. Here's how you do this. If you just want direct control, right? It's going to take a bit of micro. I will point that out. But create a list. Miners, woodcutters, hunters, planters, fishers. Because engraving, I think, was in this list, right? Yeah, cutting, engraving. There's no farming, I don't think. Nope, there is farming. Okay, do you have plant gathering? Yeah, plant gathering. Okay. Do we have fishing? You do have fishing. So we had farming. So it's just the top 3: miner, woodcutter, hunter. Okay. Miner, woodcutter, hunter. That means mining, woodcutting, and hunting. Go get the mod that allows you to put symbols to these custom work details, and then make your custom work details like you do a custom profession. Like, the only things you cannot select are miners, woodcutters, hunters. Set them all to only select to do this, and whoever has the job, click them to red. And if you've done that, you've done Dwarf Therapist. Like I said, this will take a bit of micro. You're going to have to be like, okay, I want a woodworking job. I want a stoneworking job. Because you can turn them on for multiple things. Like, oh, look, this is stone cutting guy who hauls. So if you do that, you can get your old direct control back. It is there. It's just been spackled over with a big glob of the auto labor plugin. Like I said, that's the weird thing, is it is there. These aren't messing with you. The only thing that you have to be aware of right now, and I do think they need to change this, I don't know if it's a bug or what, is that it only appears to be the miners who are deconstructing. Why are they not coming up? Speaking of miners who are deconstructing. Because they're digging channels. So here's another issue with that deconstruction thing. I don't know if they did this on purpose, but if your miners are too busy doing mining, that's what they're going to do. At some point, they'll come over here. Actually, the question is, did the red override it? They're the only ones who do it, but it's not, deconstruction is not a skill that turns on. So I never actually thought to check this. Deconstruct with high priority. Here they come. I want to see one of them coming over. He's constructing. That's a different thing. Come on up, my miners. Yep, remove construction. Miner. 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 It's only the miners that do this. Probo, are you a miner? Are you the one to prove me wrong? Nope, you are a miner. It's only the miners who do construction right now. Or deconstruction. I think I've been saying it half wrong. It's only them who do deconstruction. I'm going to remove all this real quick. And then I want to screw with them. Because I don't know what was happening earlier. I'm going to set them to only red. If it doesn't work in only red, that means that this is definitely an issue that needs to be fixed. Not just a UI thing that needs to be addressed. Will they do it under red? Okay. Like I said, it just needs to be addressed that the miners are the only ones who do deconstruction. Because this is set to priority 1. This should be everyone who can do this right now. There's no job other than miner. That's responding to this. Oh, they actually got one deconstructed, my bad. See? It's only the miners responding to this. I find it weird, but like I said, I don't know if that's a bug or whatever. Just be aware of that. If you're doing crazy, stupid dig commands like I am and doing half this other nonsense, you're stuck waiting on your miners. Where is the sandstone block? It is going to be in the test after the stream, but that test is going to be as soon as you play the game. Oh, wait, shit. There was a purple name. Did he die? John Doom is too injured. Good. Kind of want half these dwarves to die off. Because if you guys go to play it, that is your test. I mean, every time you play a video game, weird side thing about like society and understanding medium and stuff. By the way, hold on, who got dwarfed? Half empty 9. What dwarf did you get? Hold on, I gotta do. I'm gonna highlight that so I can scroll down in chat. We have the 2 dwarves, and we get dwarfed in the middle. No, excuse me. Like the weird, interesting, the thing that I've always liked about video games, and I've seen a couple comedians actually joke about this, but they're not wrong. Glass half empty 9 got dwarf number 4. 1, we're skipping this one. 2, 3, 4. And that is that video games are the only games, or is the only entertainment like that, like tests you on it. It's the only mental entertainment, because sports and all that good jazz, but it's the only one that like tests you on it. You got a movie or a book, it doesn't stop halfway through and go, all right, what are the themes going on right now? Game will stop you via bosses and stuff to be like, do you understand how to parry? Parry this, you filthy casual. Games are the only ones that actually do that. So, I mean, in a way, obviously you're joking, like, will there be a test after this? But yeah, the test is if you want to play the game. If you want to play the game and be able to do it, well and not constantly have issues, glass half empty, right now you are sleeping, then you're going to need to learn what I just said. So yeah, the miners do it under red or green, but it is still just the miners that respond to the deconstruct command. Avatar GW, this is your second. You got dwarf number 1. Avatar GW the second. And I've taken to just doing custom jobs as your names as well. Because I don't know why it never occurred to me, but you could be non-military and still kill someone, and that would erase your name. That's what that one name is that I keep skipping. It's because someone killed someone, and then we lost their name. I just don't know who this is. Dwarf 4 for Dominate. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're a beekeeper. Dominate, what are we on for you? You're 3rd. Work with me. Dominate the 3rd. Dominate the 3rd. Dominate the 3rd. All right, got him in. Give me a sec. I gotta scroll back up to where we were. Do you have some guidance on forcing the move of items between stockpiles? For example, I have a separate stockpile for instruments, but the instruments are sitting in the main stockpile. Thoughts? So, yes and no. That one would be a custom job. It still is going to have issues, but the problem, one of the issues right now is that what you're seeing for haulers is every hauling. This is every single hauling. So this is causing an issue because sometimes, like what you're doing, you want a stone hauler, you want a wood hauler, you want someone to just focus on doing that. You're going to have to go into work detail. You're going to have to go all the way down to whatever hauling you're talking about. Items, refuse, furniture, wood, stone. Turn that on. Call this bad boy wood hauling. Wood hauler. And then whoever you assign it to, click them red. And that should focus that guy on hauling. Make sure he's red. Do not do only selected do this, though, because you still want other people to haul it. But this is how you can, like... The red thing is going to that dwarf and removing everything from hauling. But if you still leave it as everybody does this, then everybody still has hauling. You know what I'm saying? So that's how you do it, as weird as it sounds. You have to get through the initial UI layer of auto labor, but you can go back and try to force it. If they're not hauling it, then they're not hauling it. There could be other issues happening. But if the issue is your labor pool, or you want him to stop wasting time with something else, that's how you're going to approach it. Crundle-matic, yes, that's the therapist I was using, the test build. Oh, I closed it, but yeah, we were using it earlier. That's how we were doing our science. Hold on. Still trying to catch up. Play on my stream deck a lot and love more. Yeah, okay, that's where we were. I had a weaponsmith get into a harvesting loop, even though they were set to smithing only. So that's a slightly another issue with the harvesting thing. I haven't been able to test that a lot, but that is under standing orders, and somewhere in here is like farming or something, auto hauling of farms. Somewhere in here is one of these. And I believe these still trump that, where everyone gathers from a farm. That it's been rare, but that's been an issue kind of before everybody harvests. There you go. This is an entirely different thing where harvesting is pulling it out of the ground. It's not hauling. So I don't think there's a skill in the game that you toggle on or off for hauling, for harvesting. So if for some reason they are closer and there's a bunch of stuff to harvest, you can turn off a non-farmer doing it by saying only farmers harvest, because that's the only way to toggle that. And that should free up a dude from harvesting. That's kind of, it's never really been an issue before, but it's always kind of been there as a possibility of an issue where jobs were taking priority. It was like one of the lower priority things, but I think it was possible to kind of get someone to just focus it too much. There's a lot of things that go into that, so I couldn't possibly figure out what was causing your issue. But if, at least for a time being, you switch it to only farmers harvest, that should free up your dwarf from doing it as long as he's not a farmer. If I have a specialized dwarf with the red mark, wait, hold on. Is this going to be on the test? Okay, I joked about that. If I have a specialized dwarf with the red mark, will they still do? No, that's my point. That is an issue that we're having right now with the overlap that's not making entire sense. If you say red, that ignores everything else. So, hold on. The easiest way to do this is compare it in rows and columns, okay? Just treat the two control systems as two different things, two directions, all right? And the red thing comes second. This is oversimplified compared to what I just said earlier, but if you just think this, it'll make more sense to you. If you go to a job, if you go to any job and you're like, okay, I went to one that everybody does this. Everybody does this is telling this, go to farming and click it on for the entire column. Everybody does this says turn on for the column. Go through everybody does this, turn on everything for a column. If there is not a labor listed, it defaults to everybody does this. So every column gets turned on. Then, if the dwarf has a red button anywhere, every single thing that they have behind it in a row to their name, it turns back off, unless it is one of those jobs. So because I set, this person to red, ignoring perform, but for plant gathering, even if everything was set to everybody does this, the game would then go afterwards to that dwarf and go across the row and turn off every single one other than the ones that are turned on. Like if you think of it this way, the symbols is an inverse order. Is is actually an inverse order to what you think it is. This is not turning that on. That was already on. This is turning everything else off in the column. But before that, everybody does this is turning every column on. It is now a control scheme of everything is on unless you say it is off. And you only have two ways to say it is off. You say it's off in a column via only selected do this, or you say it's off in a row by turning the guy red, and it turns off everything except for what you said on that guy you want on. So, like I said, if you do a whole hell of a lot of custom things and do a lot of this reddening, then that's how you get your Dwarf Fortress commands again. That's how you go back to the old style of control, Dwarf Therapist. It is there. You just have to wrest control back from the, I'll say, auto laborish UI. It didn't even have a UI, but yeah. Do you have some guidance on forcing the moves? Okay, I've gone up and down accidentally. Hold on. Is this what being 3 feels like? And everyone red locks at the jobs. Good evening, Rambly Man. Good evening, Kawaku. I'll entertain 5% of that. Oh, come on. That's low-hanging fruit. TF2 is only held up by together by a JPEG of a coconut. Now, I will address that that's not technically true. That this has semi been debunked as listed. Because I know we're going to have someone in chat's going to be like, we're going to take RNG's nerd cred away if he doesn't correct him. Pushing their glasses back, getting ready, when their fingers on the keyboards. Actually, it was disproven. That was a Reddit story about the coconut JPEG. However, the context matters more than the information. It was disproven, but it had to get like disproven by one of the devs. Like one of them had to look in on it and be like, no, that's not true. Or that, or a very similar story. My point being that the mere fact that it had to be disproven, it had to be tracked down as, wait, is that true? Means that they have no clue what's going on. So I will address that in case someone's about to get ready to be like, oh, you didn't even know this? What an idiot. That was not a true story. But it did reveal that it could be a true story. That they had to even sit there and be like, really? Now, that story was based upon something else that is in fact still true. There are a lot of files that are test files from when they were first programming the game that don't do anything. That do not do anything. Because the test code for it is no longer directly run. Like, they don't need that file there anymore. It's like, hey, can our program access a file? Yep, okay, cool, we're good. If you delete a bunch of these test files that do not do anything to the game right now, it's like random.jpg with like nothing there. It's just checking for a file. If you delete the file, technically nothing should have a problem. But the test file, other parts of like the test program's code do get called. So in some of the loops, it calls that one because they never cleared out the testing code. So there are files that if you remove will crash the game, even though those files have absolutely nothing to do with the running of the game, which is what inspired the man to do the original fake story about the coconut JPEG. And then why the developer or whatever had to weigh in and be like, nope, I looked through all those goofy files and none of them were a coconut. So it is false, but it's also so very true. Yeah. Especially right to the game, there's a flag that resets labors, a new version that doesn't do correctly yet. Flag that resets labors. Yes, so what you're talking about is it can write. So it might actually work. It can write from what you're saying, but from what I read from Putnam is that every time you do this, every time I'm doing this, Dwarf Fortress is having to check every single dwarf. From what I understood, every time you do a change in labor, and that's a change in labor, it goes through your entire list of everything and sets all the columns and stuff. So there's probably a flag that there's a flag or there's an update whenever I click that's telling it to run the thing to make sure everyone's set right. So Dwarf Therapist can send, if what you're saying is true, I'm going with what you're saying is true, Dwarf Therapist right now can send the data, but it doesn't update until this has been clicked. Or until this UI is set it itself secondarily. So it could submit, but it's not actually doing anything. It's just a little flag. Yeah, because that's the one that's setting it. Yeah. I think he managed to live somewhere. Still an idiot child, though. He's kind of special. He would pick a fight with some lava. Hooray, a safe job. Bless you, bless you. As for the workshop, the current workshop implementation does not yet have the capacity to load scripts or external programs. Sure. I am the allergy. Tarn added a toggle to let outside programs, therapists specifically, turn off automatic job assignment. Clement hasn't experimented with it yet, so currently, if you did use therapists to set jobs, the Dwarf Fortress would immediately reset the job assignments. That's the flag you're talking about. Okay, my flag was not completely correct. That's what I thought you were talking about. That's what I get for having an answer without all the information. Are the other Kawakus alive? No. Usually, if you come back and that thing says you're dead, that means you're dead. The only time where you'll come back and it says you're dead, but you might show up anyways, is because the base was dead and I cleared everyone out so you could get dwarfed. Then your previously named dwarf could survive and migrate over to the new base. That's like the one big loophole to the naming thing. Nope, he finally died. That is the only time that you should see your name come back. There is apparently out there the possibility, not so 6, there is apparently the possibility that I earlier kicked someone out and did not clear their name. Same idea. If he comes back, then that might be a thing. But for the most part, if the thing says you're dead, you dead. We're more likely to get false positives of you being alive than false negatives that you're dead. Because it's so rare for something to say you're dead and then you weren't supposed to have been dead. Yep, okay, so I was thinking of a completely different flag. So you say I went through 4 in the span of like 10 minutes. Works great on Steam Deck. If you're okay with using trackpads as a mouse, I modified my controller layout a bit to get zoom shortcuts. What Dwarf Therapist has that I really can't live with is its capacity to sort by migrant waves. Yeah, like I said, for that part, like that's one of the reasons why I've always loved Dwarf Therapist is its sheer data consolidating. It's sheer data consolidation abilities. And right now at the new UI, we've actually lost a couple of our old ways to access data. So it's kind of needed right now. What is destroying my frames? We're good for the most part, and now we're not. Is it because I alt-tabbed out? Is the other thing still running? Hold on. I'm gonna save and return to title menu and see if see if I did something wrong. Like I said, when we ended the stream last time, we were low at like 48 frames, and now we're running in the 20s. So some dwarf or animal somewhere is causing this issue. But just in case it's because I tabbed out and tabbed back in, we'll recycle. We're going to recycle the game real quick. Do a technical, be right back. And that back is now. Haha, you thought I was going away, but I lied to you. Did you go out of focus? Why would you go out of focus? I'm here. There's no reason to go out of focus. I'm going to let that save. We're going to close the game, relaunch the game. I don't think it's going to work, but I just want to make sure. Always go to the lowest common denominator, the earliest source of a thing if you're going to troubleshoot. We were tabbing back in and out of full screen game. Full screen games sometimes have issues with this, so we're just going to make sure. Quit the game. Relaunch the game. Stop bringing up therapist. Yeah, there are a couple people right now who are actually dead. There's like 1, maybe 2 who are dead, and it doesn't think you're dead because I set it up so that all of the were creatures fought each other in their hospital and they all died. But because of the name bug, if you killed someone, you lost your name, and then afterwards you got killed, it just said you were dead. So even if I was careful and I set your custom profession to your name as well, couldn't see it anymore because you were dead. So there were a couple. If you were ever a were-gia monster, put it in chat. Or not were-gia, but any were monster. If you were aware of the fact that you were a were monster, put it in chat. If it says you're alive, we'll double check. Because like I said, there is 1 or 2 people who should be dead right now. But if you were never a were monster, then don't even worry. Yeah, okay. Something is eating our frames. There's a calculation happening somewhere. I don't know what it is, but they need to stop. I'm going to blame the fact that we got invaded by hundreds of dwarves or hundreds of elves again. Maybe if I drain the water, we grab these out. I don't think, no, some of those, are they all banned? These should be all banned. So that shouldn't even be part of the calculation. What are you doing? Someone somewhere is bumping their head against shit they shouldn't be. Something is inaccessible. Maybe you can tell me what's wrong. What do you mean inaccessible? Okay, so yeah, he was trying to grab something up here again. Stop. And he was over there, and he couldn't figure out how to grab something in here. So this is causing an issue. Something in this area is causing an issue. All right, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to temporarily shut off our moat. We're going to tell the great water gods of water gardening that we're going to reduce the water levels. Run in there, grab everything at the end, and get it out, because I suspect those dead bodies is what keeps lagging us. And if I flip this, perhaps we can get up there. Yeah, because now we're hovering around 41. All right, get them. Now, secondarily, do I have people... I could have something to do with this? The aquifers being all visible? I don't think so, but maybe. Sand, pear, wood. Let's build up a whole new wall again. Maybe it's this. I hope it's not that, because if a little bit of water flowing through an aquifer is causing an issue, we're going to have a problem when I set the mist generator. Sand, pear, wood, 75. Put you... Where'd the rest... There you are. All right, let's get that built. Then we'll run all down the side and stop all this. Could also be the sheer cliff. I think I've set it up to try to prevent them being near the cliff, because I know sheer cliffs can be not great for frames. Hopefully we can fix that. It could also be all these damn trees. I'm going to blame the trees. I don't think in this case the trees is what's causing it, but I'm going to blame them anyways. It's all their fault. Horrible trees. Oh, it didn't like not so 6? Okay, shit. Binary algorithm has named his steel spear. Hold on. Users NOT. What did I spell wrong? S. Not that's his name, not so 6. That's what it says, that's his name. Hold on. I'll go in and hack. Oh, no. Ooh, big loss. There was a big loss recently, chat. I can't believe I forgot about this. There was a big loss recently for crypto. I don't know if any of you guys heard it. It's insane. I was like, that's not great. I'll get to that in a second though. I still got to catch up to chat. I keep being behind chat. Nivik694 says has redeemed gift me a sub. That's fine, Nivik. I need you to talk. My quick and easy way of doing this is if I can click on your name in the little program I'm using. If you don't talk, I can't gift it to you, because I don't know how to do it otherwise. You're the biggest fucking nerd of them all. Why would I ever want that honor away from the king? What is going on? There's the OBS chat. Everyone is green. Generally set people you want to set red. So I think I have a... No, Eye of the Tigress. The other thing is that vein is a default texture. Most games have that somewhere and they need to have it or crash, fail gracefully, pink splotch, you get expelled, exiled. The user cannot be, oh, if my door, does that mean he's in his personal tomb? I'll work on that. I don't know. What's up? Hey, Alapega, how goes? Alapega shows up at 4:20, sus. Can't believe RNG lied to us. Easy Coke, I'm in France. It's 20 past midnight here. Trouble with frames. Vampires. What is with you and vampires? 4 minutes ago. Mountain time, aware wolves. Yes, let the world know. You mean the Mountain Home standard time? No, big old chunk of the U.S. labeled under timestamp mountain time because of the Rocky Mountains. Is there crap in the trees? Maybe. You think that's causing a problem? There's a Jesus soundtrack about being up there about Jesus, Mexico, maybe for lawn care. Yeah, indeed. Okay, I think I'm on. Hold on. Wait. I can click on this. I found your name, Nivik. You're lucky. I found Nivik's name. Okay, so my talking and stuff aside, I've now caught up with chat. There are a couple... Oh, scared myself. There are a couple of you who have made requests over my on and off again rant for the last 40 minutes. Let's get some of these requests out of the way.
RN Strategist gifted a tier 1 sub to Nivek 694.
Invader Zib has claimed a workshop, and now hopefully they won't go mad. Now, Mr. Man TM said, what are my skills and what's my description? Mr. Man TM, you are leading a kicking demonstration. Your skills are you are legendary at organizing things, and that's about it. Until someone pisses you off. And then you reveal that you are an action movie star who is legendary in observing, fighting, sword fighting, discipline, shield use, wrestling, dodging, armor using, striking, almost legendary at kicker, and that makes you mad. You're a professional at biting and expert at using miscellaneous objects. You're also legendary at teaching because you've done your time, and now you will teach the younger generations how they too can kick ass. You are basically unbreakable, indefatigable, extremely agile, and very strong, but you are slow to heal, your upper spine is bruised, and your lower front teeth are gone. That's just kind of what you look like, and you have to live with that. You have a stunning feel for spatial relationships, unbreakable focus, an astonishing ability with languages and words, a shockingly profound feel for social relationships, an iron will, great intuition, a great kinesthetic sense, great analytical abilities, and good creativity. You like saltpeter, trifle pewter, rhodolite, leather armor, backpacks, hatch covers, earrings, dogs for their loyalty, and the sound of the fence creation. When possible, we prefer to consume Reacher, asparagus, and peach cider. Reacher and asparagus, what a combination. Though you absolutely detest jumping spiders. There you go, 43 minutes late, but I got it in. And this is why. Okay, because I had two different things. It's always vampires. Give it a sub. If stuff dies and the crap drops in the trees, happens to me, the pathfinding has a heart attack. Ah! Then you know what? We must kill the trees because there were elves flying on birds. That might be why that man's just standing in the middle of nowhere. We had elves. By the way, I don't know if they always did this before, but if you guys didn't know, I'm assuming they did not do this before because I never saw this. The elves have been buffed to hell and back. We had an entire wave of we've been attacked by 200 plus elves and their creatures 2 or 3 times now. And the last time they attacked us, there was 10 or 20 of them flying on dire sparrows, just sniping our asses from the sky. Ha ha! You'll never take me alive! Like weird little evil bastards. So I wouldn't be surprised if, there's something up in a tree somewhere. Real question now is, which tree? All right. Domine says, I wish to be in the military. All right, Domine, who wishes to be in the military, if that so be your wish. Oh, that reminds me. There's something going on. I'm not sure what I am or am not allowed to say, but I might be doing a special stream or something for water. I don't know. Heads up. Heads up, everyone. I'm not 100% following what it is I may or may not be doing, but there may be interruptions in the foreseeable future, but not now. Later in the future. Later in the foreseeable future. Domine the Third. There you go. Did you just wince at asparagus? Do you know what butters? Okay, so first of all, you misunderstood my wince. Out of all the people here, you've seen plenty of times to know that you should ask a question without all caps because I probably made a weird face at a weird thing. It was not a wince at asparagus. I like asparagus. I'll order asparagus. I don't even need fucking butter. Give me some oil. I'll put the damn thing in. I'll eat that asparagus. I'll eat that shit raw. I love asparagus. But it's a weird combination to be like, I like this weird, gamey, exotic meat and asparagus. You know, that's what it was. It wasn't asparagus. Reacher? Reacher. Like, what is your taste bud that you're like, I like to eat boar. I like to eat wild, gamey as fuck boar. And also asparagus. It don't make no sense. Usually if someone's going for like the high, not the high end, but like I hunted this myself sort of meat, they're not backing it up with some freaking carrots and asparagus. It's like a really weird combo. I'm doing great. I always love a surprise, RNG. Why does everyone think this is a surprise stream? Is today not today? What day is this? I've had 3 people question me when I was going to be streaming or what was going on. Yeah, I think we found the tree. We cut down a tree and it caused a collapse. This tree must have been doing it. Also, there's stuff in this water we got to get out at some point. I'm just going to ban everything in here. See if our... Yeah, look. You're right. I think it was kind of that... We got other things, but we're not plummeting straight to 40. We're going down, but not like we didn't just jump. Yeah, we're holding. All right, we got things in trees. That's what we got to get rid of. It's obnoxious, but we got to get rid of them. The Sky Fort is going well. Right now, I'm trying to get people over into their domiciles. I'm trying to get people into bedrooms and stuff on the inside. I'm going to be going down further, and hopefully we just have jet below us, Sandpear Wood. Hopefully we just have jet below us. I know we have a little bit. I haven't mined it out. Where's the Sandpear Wood? There it is, right in front of me. And you're limestone, so I can smooth you. You I have to mine. And I think we're getting to an issue where I'm going to need to build a way up from below. So I will possibly work on that right here. Hold on. Build, construction. It would need to be kind of controlled, though. Construction, stairs. Because I want to get rid of this ramp. I want there to be a sheer cliff. I don't want people to be wandering around up here if they don't need to be. But if I do a system down here, that means if someone hops down, they can get in this way. It defeats the purpose. I'll have to leave this ramp here for now, I guess. We do know that there's jet below us right here. So as we mine down, we'll be able to get some more. Until that point, I don't see the reason to be mining inside the thing, like the area to the right anymore. Have they been grabbing the stuff in here? It looks like no. I'm so glad that I've drained the water. Okay, no, they are grabbing it. There's just a lot of clothing and crap to grab. Great. Petition. Stop asking me for a better temple complex. But we did get rid of the ground below us last time. Like even the little bit that we were attached to it. So now, other than this handle, I'll say, on the right and left of the castle, we are completely floating. Yeah, right? Not only do they ride birds, they arch from the back of birds. It's like when Monarch suddenly had that suit with the lasers and he's like spinning around in the air, vomiting everywhere, killing everything. It looks goofy, but it can be effective. You got to prepare for that nonsense. Nope, got to do the inner one first. How's that weird? Yeah, Reacher. Would you prefer to consume Bigfoot meat and carrots? Well, that's the same thing, though. Like, asparagus, unless you're someone who really likes vegetables and stuff, a lot of people, like, asparagus is, like, on that scale of plants that's usually on the further end. As far as I'm concerned, there's a lot less people who like asparagus than, say, carrots. So if you have it in, like, the great scope of people who eat on the scale of carnivorous things to the scale of vegetable and plant matter things, right? Asparagus is at one end and like boar is at the other. A Reacher is a weird, crazy monster that hangs on the top of a cave. You know that thing is gamey. you know that thing is gamey. Like that is a weird creature to be going for. And then your backup to it is asparagus. Like a person would be like, okay, this is what they like. And together the whole thing would move to the left or right, you know, usually about how much they like animals and plants and stuff. Some people have it wider for sure. Some people have it narrower for sure. But to hit like the hunter gamey meat and asparagus is like, you just like everything. And then they're like, oh no, that's my favorite, is the opposite ends. Feel like you're trying too hard at this point, dude. Just eat one. just choose. Just choose one. It just doesn't sound right. Oh, by the way, of course, if any of you didn't know, asparagus, fantastic with ketchup. Just to make it known and aware, yes, ketchup, asparagus, fantastic combination. If you haven't tried it before, I suggest you do. It's pretty damn good. Limestone blocks, and then cancel my cross in the corners. And I can't, oh, I can reach this one now. Okay, cool. Construction floor. Limestone blocks. Cancel. Cross. And the corners. Today isn't today. Today is actually tomorrow. Actually, I had a brilliant venison and asparagus risotto recently. It's a great combo. No. That don't count. That don't count. That does not count, Crundlematic. That's not what the man said. That don't count. You had it as a risotto. I am talking about you on one side, you just have the meat, and it has to be like Reacher. It has to be something that's going to be gamey. All right? It has to be boar, not venison. Venison and boar are two different things. You're if you're going with venison, ain't nothing wrong with deer. If you're going with venison, or not venison, not deer, you know what I'm saying? If you're pulling it in, right? If you're pulling it in, like it's still narrow. We're talking about the edge. That's why I keep going with boar. It has to be gamey. I'm talking about male testosterone boar. The thing that runs around 24/7, is incredibly agitated and hates life. Boar. Dwarf number 2 for Maz 69. I don't know why I didn't hear the noise. Do we have... Oh, we had new migrants in. Our list is going to be wrong. Maz 0690 the second. Trader. Maz 0690 the second. All right. Oh, okay. Avatar GW says they want to be in the military. Now, I will say... Okay, no, we do have a slot. I was going to say I might not be able to have it. Also, Avatar, are you alive or not? Yes. Green name. Good to know. Oh, wait, no, there's no green names in this list. Avatar GW, but I found you anyways. You have a green cloak. Citizen's name, Avatar GW. You are now in the military. I gotta change this so I can track you down easier. Enlisted. Avatar GW. The second. And then under labors, military. Avatar in the military. If you station a squad of crossbow doors on a wall, they actually shoot the enemies below them. So the problem, Calantler, is yes and no. Mark's dwarves are always iffy. It's the best thing I can go with you. You can set up things and it'll take a bit of work, but you can set up you can set up so that your military, or particularly your Mark's dwarves, will do what you're questioning and what you were desiring right now. That's set upable, doable. However, almost like they purposely want to be irregular and to confuse you. This doesn't work all the time. Like this tree has stuff in it. This, for some reason, they'll just decide to hop off your base, climb down your walls, go bludgeon the enemy with their crossbows like they were hammers. It's not an all the time thing. So if you want to do marks, that's fine. Do marks. If you want to do marks dwarves and not have to babysit them, that's not in the cards for you right now. You have any plans on sometime in the future, doesn't matter how far, on playing more Pathfinder, Kingmaker, Wrath of the Righteous? So yes and no, because I could never give a straight answer. I do have a plan. Right now, I don't know, like you can stream it, but the game is an alpha, so you don't have a lot of the story. I did back the next game they did. I backed the Warhammer, backing's the wrong word. I pre-purchased, I supported, whatever the term is. The Warhammer 40K Inquisition game, whose name I can't remember now, badoop boop. It's in alpha, and as far as I'm aware, you can play it and stream it. Like I played it a bit, but I think you can play it online and stream it. That would be the next one I would really want to do, where I have nothing against doing more Wrath of the Righteous content, and of the content I did, it was one of my, I'll say, more watched ones, one of the ones that people did enjoy and like and stay around for more. The problem is we got to the end of it, there is DLCs, there are other stories, but I feel like if I were to do that, I would want to create new characters. The weird thing is with Wrath of the Righteous, at least to me, because I do a lot of D&D, I do a lot of pathfinding, I do a lot of DMing, I do a lot of playing. When a story gets to the end, you want that story to kind of be the end, So I could do it again to try out the DLCs or something, but I'd probably create a new character if I were to do that. I don't think my old character and or characters would be coming back, other than Val. I'm not even, damn it, I keep forgetting to read what that's saying. I don't even mean that as a joke. I did it by, for how much of the VODs, made it through. I did the tower, I stuck to the Tower Shield special, particularly at the end, because the more people said it wasn't a good idea, the more I wanted to prove them wrong. But also, I genuinely like tanks. It baffles me when people are like, no, you can't take in Pathfinder. There's no such thing. It's not a good idea. Just go attack more. So if I were to do Wrath of the Righteous directly again, or something from Kingmaker, you better believe that I'm going to be doing just someone in there as a Tower Shield specialist. And it really works in the video game versions. A lot of people will say that you shouldn't have a tank in Kingmaker or Wrath of the Righteous, and they'll be parroting things from Pathfinder and D&D. Well, if the DM's just smart, he'll have the guy go around and then you're doing nothing. They don't have an ability to force enemies to attack them. And that's not true in the video game. They clearly just kept going for whatever was mostly in their way. Like anyone who is doing Wrath of the Righteous or Kingmaker and is just thinks that there's nowhere at all for a Tower Shield specialist in that game, I don't know what to tell you. You're reading too many guides. Like you need to open your minds to creativity. It's a video game. Most of them are just attacking the closest target. Make that target be strong. We had such a night and day experience at the beginning of that game, from having Sela, that failure of a paladin, to making the new version of Val as a Tower Shield specialist. Night and day difference. We switched from fucking hard mode to easy mode as soon as I had a Tower Shield specialist. Why? Because her goal is to not get hit. How do I attach Dwarf Therapist to Steam Dwarf Fortress? I literally extracted it. I put the folder on my desktop. I ran it and I clicked connect. It usually looks for the file running. You need to have a base because the second step is to click connect after it does find. But that's all I really did. Like what I have on, damn it. Well, we figured out what the file was anyways. I just downloaded it here and then ran it. Like this clearly isn't even in the same folder. I didn't do anything crazy with it. You have to cut mark source off from the enemy. It hasn't always been that way. Kind of have to do a lock tower. That's what I'm saying. But still, sometimes they find ways to get out of your damn tower and go out there and go hammer the enemy. It'll work. There is an issue right now. Follow me. Whoever asked the initial question, because I can't see the early part of the chat anymore. Whoever asked the initial question, follow me down the bug hole. If you click on a squad right now and you do equip, and then assign uniform, there is a default uniform of archer. Something about the default uniform of archer is what tells them to bring ammunition. There is nowhere in the UI otherwise to tell them to bring ammunition. If you delete that archer uniform, you don't have archers on that base anymore. There is another workaround. But it's insane and it doesn't work half the time. So if you click that red X by archer, just get rid of just get rid of the file. Go back to your last save, try again. You screwed it. Be aware of that right now. There's an issue. Kind of just something we can turn on off where mark source can be added similar to archery range, and as long as they're stationed, they'll pick up ammo and return rather to go into melee. You might start playing World of Tanks. It doesn't work in tabletop Pathfinder because the DM ignores you. So here's the funny thing. I have made it such a pain for my DM to ignore me, and I like it that way. We are doing, I've discussed it before, we're doing a half horror game, half sci-fi game. We're on like a post-apocalyptic world. There's been like he's drawing rules from radiation. There's been crashed spaceships. There's like things overheating on the horizon and like going nuclear, and we have to hide and shit. But also at the same time, there's like archfey that are losing their damn minds and like encroaching on things. There's some chick who became like a fungus head. There's like we're in so many apocalypses going on right now. It's fantastic. What I've done though is I have mixed together two classes that so far are fantastic, and everyone tells you don't play these classes, they suck. You know what my two classes are? I'm playing a Tower Shield Specialist Fighter and an Aether Kineticist. Let me tell you something about being the wall. Be the wall you want to see in the game. Game the most is dead. There have been quite a few times where straight up the DM has just looked at me and goes, okay, we've done this for 2 rounds. He's going to go around you now. For me to be like, okay, that was always the option. Oh, by the way, swift action, move action, standard action. There's now way more wall over there. Good luck with that. You just got to waste their time. That like, it's so hilarious. It is so hilarious. If you're an Aether, or if you're any kineticist really, but if you're an Aether Kineticist, you can create little walls. They have an AC of 5. They only have like 5 hit points per hit die you have in a class. But they're a wall, which means the enemy's got to attack to kind of go through it. Or spend an action trying to climb over it, in which case it shatters. There are ways around it, but it blows an action. So if you're setting these up to your side and you are the wall in front of the enemy, oh, they ain't getting through. Because what are they gonna do? What are they gonna fucking do? They either waste an action trying to go around, and if they do that, no full attack for you, no full attack for you, no charge. Up, there goes all your things. Or if they want to do a full attack, they gotta attack the guy standing next to the green wall. Who's that? That's me. And what does it take? You go into fucking mobile fortress combat style. You know what it takes to set up your shield? Move action. Move action or less. You know what that leaves me? Standard action. You know what I get to do with the standard action? I get to set up another wall. I literally had one fight where I was here, and every round I set up a green wall to his left, so he couldn't go left. He was like, we were in like a little corner thing, and he kept trying to get around me, and I kept 5-foot stepping left and right. I was enlarged, of course. I kept 5-foot stepping left and right just to fucking infuriate the shit out of him, and I kept putting up a wall on either side while the rest of my team was fighting the weaker dude behind me. I just locked this melee dude into a corner and fucking made him lose his mind. Oh, he's just gonna bull rush you. He's gonna go over you. Bitch, I'm a dwarf. What are you gonna do? You ain't winning that check. I don't understand why people are like, you can't do it. There's not a feat. You don't need a feat to tell you to do it. You got to use your brain to make it happen. Hold on. I got to kill Game the most. I don't think I killed him yet. Game the most. And then last time we were playing, there was this big fight we were having at like the little cave we've been hiding in. You know, wouldn't you believe it? It's kind of fucking impossible to get around me if you're in a cave. You know, like if you're doing things in a cave or a hallway, you're not flanking. You get through my wall. Do it. I've got like arrow reflection. I got reflective on my shield. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? All I had to do for the other player doing melees, he just had to get like a reach weapon. He has like a if he's enlarged and he has a spear, he can reach over me. It's great. You know what this leaves you? 5-foot step. You just slowly move your wall towards the enemy if they're trying to get away from your friend stabbing them. Just crush them to the end of the hallway. They've got nowhere to go. It's fantastic. What's going on? We need a zone. Imagine ditching a fixed man. Need fix and flank. It doesn't work in tabletop because the AI are dumb and will attack the tank. What irritates me when people say stuff like don't play this as bad is because you may not be able to be super insane god-killing optimal, but you can still at least make something like it work. Well, also, like, yeah, we like a bunch of you guys make a joke about that, but we kept having some people would come in and they would see my cat spider. I forget what her name is. And everyone's like, oh, she has a higher shrink. She should be doing like thrown axe specialist or some shit every time it came in. Oh, why aren't you having her throwing axes? Why aren't you having her throwing axes? Because I'm controlling the whole team. If any of you remember what I did, I had her and I had the succubus with the good suck. You know, the succubus who wanted to dream about sucking or some shit. We had the succubus with dreams and we had cat spider. Both as archers, but they did very different things. Cat Spider cleared out every fucking horde because she had all those weird AoE attacks based on critting and stuff. So we just cranked the hell out of her crit chance and her chance to like kill weak dudes and just slaughter them. And because of the guaranteed AoE damage, like everyone's like, oh, if you do this, you get like a +6 to attack rolls. What is a +6 compared to plus infinity? Like I just have to hit the weaker dude and the AoE damage hits you. So she would clear out everything, and then we'd have the hunter succubus would do like the big targets. You don't need a chick with like the throwing things. Like she would have been better at throwing axes, but that like completely it doesn't make sense like the rest of everyone else's builds. It's teamwork. It's a game about teamwork. You can't have every single... Oh no, the Hoff is throwing tantrums. You can't have every single Jesus convict. You can't have every single person in every game just sitting there trying to be the absolute strongest and not work together. It doesn't make sense. Hold on. You did all this. You know you did this. Don't blame me for you doing this. Because I'm fairly certain some of you guys are the ones causing other people to have issues. The Hoff 87 is the one that it just said was doing booze. So that's not great. Like, I think the problem is that some of these guys throw tantrums and they piss off the other ones. Like, this is like a very slow burning tantrum spiral. Some of these dwarves we might just have to kick out at some point. They're dragging everyone down, but we'll fix them. All right, cold cases. Like I said, I want to clear out a bunch of these cold case disorderly conducts. And see at some point if anyone comes in so I can close these old ones out. I want to get rid of them. Like, we've had people confess. It's obnoxious. Accuses somebody. Somebody did it. If we clear out a bunch of these, we could get it good. But we'll have to let that go for now. Trying to catch up. Any plans to play Rage Shadowland? The most ambitious game of the year. I don't think anyone plays Raid Shadow Legends. I think everyone just gets paid to say they play Raid Shadow Legends. I'm guessing he was in a fight or something. Blurble wasn't one of the people in trouble, so someone must have been having a mood and fought Blurble. Yeah, we're going to have to like dwarf kill and clear out some of these negative people. Because this is starting to spread, and that's not good. ERBL. Blurble. So if we look at this, they've been convicted. That's not an issue I have. Let's sort by anger. And what are you having a problem with? Be with family and martial training. I never stopped you from doing martial training. Now, family, see, this is the thing that if you got a family issue, then we're going to have to get rid of you. I can't fix family. Like, that one is the one that kind of is annoying me. So we're going to dwarf kill Wrathful King, and we're just going to kick him out. You're 100 years old, dude. I know you're my tavern keeper, or you say you are, but... Wait, how do you kick him out? I'm not seeing the kick out button. There it is. All right, let's kill Wrathful King and kick him out. We will lower our numbers. He can go to some other base, and from there he can sort out what's going on with him. Wrathful King. All right, is he dead? I think he's dead. All right, because I want to clear out your name. And then kick you out. Go away. Not my problem anymore. I'll deal without you. The less of you I have throwing these moods, the less people are dying, the less people are dying, the less moods we have. Ad nauseum. Because we're at a bad time right now. You are an unnamed person. You are just someone I can't do anything with anyways. You had a name, but I don't know who you are. You just go away. Go away. I don't want you. A lot of this happened when we let in the non-dwarves. As weird as it's, like, goofy as it sounds. They caused a lot of issues at the beginning because I didn't have their gods. Like, we almost have too many things with gods right now. Now, you're moody, but I don't... Vooker, the Fatal Lens, Martial Training, Wander. Wander is gathering plants, right? Like, we've seen this before. So, we can fix this by going to Labor, Plant Gatherers. Everybody does this. And just setting up a zone to gather plants in. Gather fruit. We're going to grab that, click to accept fruit, and say, don't go into a tree. And maybe that'll help some people with their wandering. I suspect that this happened before, and I accidentally got rid of it. This is a meeting area. Oh, it's not? It's gone now. We had one of those gather areas, and I might have gotten rid of them when I was doing... Like, we have one that's up in the air now. That's what happened. We channeled down and lost that area. So that doesn't need to exist. This is an old pen and pasture. That doesn't need to exist. There we go. That should maybe sort some things out. See if we can fix the wandering things. Can you build walls and construct a floor? You're planning on adding doors to those rooms. So right now, I am not planning on adding doors to those rooms. Later on, when these are actually going to be moved down a floor, I might, like, when you have 4 of them together, it creates a hallway system. I might create a thing where you have to go through a door or something to get in them, but the doors are not necessary. So, no, but also they'll be below stairs in the game of this, so it should sort itself out. 2, you can now build walls on floors. 1, I'm needing to save all the blocks I can, even though we have a lot of limestone laying around. I'm using the sandstone and other things. I'm freeing them up to do other stuff instead of constantly digging over to the right. I'd rather my dwarves be digging here now, as weird as it sounds, because deconstruction and the digging are overlapping with each other, so it's not like I'm really solving that particular issue, but still. So I'm deconstructing these and putting the walls there so I can get the blocks back, 1, and 2, I'm gonna just tell you the truth. Call me old-fashioned curmudgeon or whatever. I don't like the walls on floors. I have nothing against it. I'm not, unlike, say, with the labor system where I'm like, okay, there's an issue here, let's find it. There's absolutely no issue with this. Like, this is a good system. This is an improvement all the way around. But at this point, even if I wasn't doing this for the other things, I'm kind of set in my ways. I would rather there not be two things there. It kind of weirds me out that you can put a floor on a floor on a floor on a floor on a floor. So we're kind of removing some of these blocks. This one right now, though, kind of needs to be done because everything you see here that's not sandstone needs to be made into sandstone. This is supposed to be like one floor type other than the grass. So we're needing to free up a lot of these stones back. Yep, that's the 3 that would be. All right, I will not get rid of you, but I will get rid of you. Actually, we can do this nice and do that as well. Someone said something earlier about tower shields, and I think I scrolled past it. I agree with everything you said about the tower shield specialist. Oh yeah, Val. She's amazing. If you look at anyone doing builds for her, for the most part, they're getting her off. Now, there was a build it's a known build for her in Kingmaker to use her for a supporting kind of person where she hits a few more times. Like, it's possible to make her hit a bit more often, but I keep clicking the wrong thing. But you can get her to provide support to the other characters. I modified that for Wrath of the Righteous. I modified off of how I kind of remember the thing worked for Wrath of the Righteous. Oh my God, it was so awesome. Like, I don't know how that's just not the thing everyone else is doing. If you guys remember, the big weakness to a Tower Shield Specialist, particularly Val from Kingmaker, is that she doesn't hit a damn thing. Yo, our Val at the end of the game was hitting the final boss. Yo, she was just tagging people. You just got to get them like brilliant energy weapons and shit. You also got to there are like math rules that are not math rules from 3.0, 3.5, Pathfinder, into the new versions. You got to there are rules in these games, chat, that exist, but they exist between the rules. Artham is now found dead. This is why we got to do this. People are just dying. We got a dwarf kill Artham now. And that is, for instance, there is the AC 10 rule. It's not AC 10. Technically, it's AC 10 plus one particular bonus or something like that. But it's basically the AC 10 rule. And it's goofy. Like, how many people would be like, oh, yeah, this is the best character, that's the best character, and they just don't even know what the AC 10 rule is. If you're ever doing a rogue character, you absolutely 100% need to know what the AC 10 rule is. Here's the AC 10 rule. Flat-footed touch. There you go. Boom. Flat-footed touch. Aim at all times, if you can, to figure out how to do a flat-footed touch. Flat-footed touch AC. Touch AC is their AC, but it doesn't allow them to apply their armor, their shield, natural armor bonus, and like 2 other bonuses. Meaning all they can apply is their dexterity mod, their size bonus if it's positive from them being small, dexterity, size, dodge bonus, and like 1 or 2 others. These are 2 different lists. So you can have an AC of 30 on a character, and then like their touch AC or their flat-footed AC will be like 23, and their touch AC will be like 17 or something. These are like your big types who don't move much. Conversely, your small types that do a lot of moving are going to have a really high touch AC, but they're going to have like a really low flat-footed AC. If you can find some way to sneak up on a rogue, they're not going to have AC. You're going to beat the crap out of them. If you can find any way to mix the rules together so you're hitting someone's touch AC while they're flat-footed, you're hitting AC 10. Like, you've just ignored every bonus they get in the game. You're hitting AC 10. A level 1 character hits AC 10 55% of the time, or 60% of the time. Because 11's what you roll, and I'm assuming a +1. So they would have to roll a 9 or higher to be hitting. So yeah, 60% of the time. Stop fighting. Flat-footed touch. Like, aim for that if you can. And I think it's doable, but not really easily in Kingmaker. But in Wrath of the Righteous, it was super easy. So that's what we got. That's what we got Val to. She had a brilliant energy weapon. If you're doing shatter defenses, you're going for touch AC, or you're going for flat-footed. Yeah, you're going for flat-footed. Shatter defenses with a brilliant energy weapon is flat-footed touch. Every single fighter who has an issue with attacking things, brilliant energy weapon with shatter defenses. You're hitting AC 10. It doesn't matter if they don't get bonuses to attacking like other fighters do. There you go. Your tower shield specialist is hitting. Problem solved. Like, I don't understand it. Like, so anyways, what led to that particular sub-conversation? Right now, see, because I'm going to build this. It's going to let me build this, and I'm going to do it just for ease of use right now. But afterwards, I got to get rid of it. I got to get rid of 2 blocks. It's weird. Anyways, right now, those very same people have decided that they're going to be making a Dark Heresy... Dark Heresy is the name of it? An Inquisition game. A video game based upon the Dark Heresy rule set, which is another game I really love to play. And they're also designing it this time. Finally, they've listened from the ground up to be a turn-based combat system. So all those weird, iffy things that we were having in previous games, where clearly something was designed for non-combat or for real time, not turn-based, and it just didn't work at all for turn-based. Well, now it does. Now it just kind of works. It's fantastic. We've got all this good jazz. So, to the question of would I be thinking about doing one of those games again, the answer is yes. I've already got a game in the works that I'm thinking of, though I don't know if right now it would be completely entertaining because like the beginning of the game isn't there. Like you're just dropping in. Right now there's a lot of gameplay. We could get like a good couple of streams out of it. There's a lot of gameplay, but also you don't have half your character options aren't there. None of the background stories are explained. People just kind of exist and are doing things. So there's a little bit of what's going on syndrome. Like, why is this happening? Why is that happening? Why did you say this? Who said that? Who are you? Why is this? I'm still perplexed. They have a character in the game right now. Hold on. I didn't do these top 2. They have a character, and I don't want to do that one because it has 2. It's going to be too much of a pain. They have a character in the game right now. You're an Inquisitor. I don't think I have to go back and explain a lot about Warhammer 40K. I think a lot of you, whenever I talked about things involving Warhammer 40K before, a lot of you have, followed along. Very simply, without going into details, bad things are bad. There's lots of bad things, and it's the Inquisitor's job is to punish and kill anyone doing the bad things, even if someone tricked them into doing the bad things. It doesn't matter if you wanted to do the bad things. It just matters that even you might have let the bad things happen on accident. The Inquisitor would rather take out more people and call it a day because it means that bad things don't happen. Super simple explanation. You're an Inquisitor. Got it. You have on your team a navigator. Person who uses the light of hell to navigate through space. Easiest way to describe that. Someone's gonna be like, no, it's actually the light of the God Emperor. They're not you. Shop and follow me. They navigate you through hell. You have to be a weird mutant to do it. Makes sense. They have psychic powers. They have a sanctioned psyker. I think actually that one might be that one too. You have a sister of battle. This is someone, cleric, D&D terms, very big cleric, hates wizards. Like, wizards bring hell. Like every wizard, if they're not good wizards, they've all made deals with devil. Easiest way to describe it. Again, not entirely true, but you don't know they haven't, so you might as well assume they have. Hates wizards. It's kind of their big thing to go against wizards and heresy and stuff like that. They are the female religious nut jobs of the church. Okay, so we have someone who roots out heresy. Okay, working with a religious fanatic who hates the devil and stuff. Okay. Following so far. You have on your team someone who is specially trained by the good people to be the only sort of people who can look into the depths of hell and not necessarily go mad. Okay. So you have all this. And for some reason, at the same time in your group, there's an unsanctioned psyker. There is someone who has no regulation, no training, no nothing. They are the wizard, they are untrained, and at any moment in their life, the devil could show up and be like, well, you don't have any training, so I'm going to force you into this deal with me. And suddenly, the middle of your spaceship in deep space has a giant doorway to hell, and everyone dies. Not that this happens is a possibility. I don't know why this person's is on the ship. I hate that person, kind of. Right now, like, just lore-wise, that character to me is Sela. Like, oh, who are you going to bring on your party? Not her. Why? Kick her off the ship. Kill her. I'm fairly certain it's going to be some plot point where we somehow redeem her or something, but it's like, no. No. Why would you give Jason Voorhees his mask back? That's what this is. This is Jason Voorhees. No mask, no machete or whatever. But at any point in time, he could have a machete. And you're just going to walk around with him behind you. Fuck no, Snake. Why? Why is there an unsanctioned psyker on my team with these other people who most assuredly hate these people? It doesn't make sense. So there's a lot of things missing in the story right now, which is why I want to do the game, but I kind of want them to, bring it further so that we don't just have weird things going on. Because I did the game a bit on myself, and again, it's in the middle of the game, so who knows what the context is. I think it's like chapter 2 in the game. And an event happens, and you are set up with the whole, oh, she's done bad things, the unsanctioned psyker, but she didn't want to do bad things. And they're doing the whole, you're going to forgive them, right? Nope, I executed her ass. I was like, oh, good. Here's my opening. Bye. Fucking put her around between her eyes. Put her down like a mad dog. I don't know why you're on my team. I felt nothing for you. I am not sorry I killed you. Why were you here? Now, I'm assuming that if we were to play the game from the beginning, it'd be like, oh, they saved your life or something. There'd be some reason why I've not killed this person 20 times over for the safety of me and everyone else on my crew. But yeah, I found that one to be kind of weird. I found that character to be really, really weird. It's like, And like I said, she accidentally already did a bad thing. Like by what happened there. Like the very thing you're worried about actually happening. Oh, that's not good. We have two different layers. Oh, I've done a bad. She actually does. So it's no longer a question of, oh, well, maybe she's got a strong heart and she won't be one of those others that succumb to evil and accidentally doorway to hell. But she fucking did. Like, maybe they have it in the story where you give her like, all right, I'll give you one. Everybody gets one. Like I said, it's a minor thing. It's technically a very minor thing in the great scheme of things. Fuck no, bullet. Who's taking the risk? Who is fucking taking the risk? If any of you have played Darktide, she could be a demon host. Like literally, she almost demon hosts basically. Why? Why would I let you breathe the same air as me? I wouldn't want you on the same planet, let alone on the same fucking ship as me. Yo, I'm not gonna order your execution. Give me the bolt gun now. I'll do it myself. The fucking Emperor's Mercy. I don't understand it. They play her up like she's real sympathetic too. Don't get me wrong, she's not mean. But like, maybe I just don't have the empathy for this person. I'm like, no, I don't care. I have no cares. Oh, she's real sorry. She's real sad. So? She's a rabid dog. She's a rabid dog, and she should have been brought to heel a long time ago. Why is no one training her or putting her down? I wear shoes. I have no feet. Now you're mad. You mad, bro? Why are you guys saying people who are mad? Stop it. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Can you build ID 10T tag? 8 blocks for this. You can't be secrets to add walls to say, oh my god, my chat wasn't updating. I'm behind. Hold on. That sounds awesome. Want to do that. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to shoot him real close. Aether Kinesis is awesome. Used to create a goblin. That was a Yoda clone. A Death Star from scratch. 16. Well, I mean, you kind of can. It would take a long time, but yeah, you could mine out the entire map and then have a sphere and then fill it with magma and just... it wouldn't be a laser. You'd have like a little tube the magma runs down and just kind of drips out of. It would be a Death Star without its morning coffee, but you could. What are you complaining about? Bismuthite display case. Is that in my tavern? Great. Thanks. That's what I wanted. I wanted you to destroy my display case. Idiot. Now I gotta put all these artifacts back because they're hauling them everywhere else. By who? Urvad Barad? Who is Urvad Barad? Okay, you're an unnamed Craftsdwarf. Goodbye. Oh, you're related to Probu. Oh, you are so lucky. Oh my god, look at all these things. He's doing things. He did a vandalism. Urvad Barad, you're going to jail for a long time, or you're getting the crap beat out of you. I'm not sure what it is. I'm trying to handle these people, but too many of you are causing the crimes. Stop. This is why I gotta like slowly get rid of you guys. I want to spend time with my family. Then go get one. You're wasting too much time fighting people. This is not how family works. This is some... Oh my god. There you go. We good? No open cases. It is secondary to being a wall. Magic can build a Death Star. Herder, you don't do damage. Yeah, okay, but I'm stopping you dying so you can do more damage. So here's the thing. There is a mathematical argument. Like, I've seen what they've done for the arguments on damage, and they're not entirely wrong. They just don't have friends. You know? That's the thing that kills me. In a regular D&D group, you have 4 players, right? Admittedly, in my D&D group, we don't even have that. We have 3 players. You have 4 players and a DM. The math is done by itself. Okay, Listless Onion, I might have to just dwarf kill you. What is going on? Because you're killing people, Listless, right? If I go under military and kills. No, you don't have kills. You're just really hurting people. You're going to get yourself killed at this rate, actually. You've been... Oof. You know what? At this rate, it looks like you're about to just get yourself killed anyway, so I'll let you stay until you're dead. Because you want to be with family, and you have some family, but they're not here. If I expel Listless Onion... Yeah, we're just going to expel Listless Onion. I will dwarf kill you. But next time you'll be getting a new one. Because I honestly expect this one to come back. Dwarf kill. Listless Onion. The other guy, because he was a human, he ain't coming back. So whatever. I'm going to clear him out. But this guy, he's just going to leave. You leave and go back to your family. Before you get killed and in trouble. It's not my fault. Now, A404, I think, was fighting Listless Onion, so I'm just going to ignore that. As I was saying, though, the math makes sense if you're fighting by yourself. The faster you kill the enemy, the less likely they are to do anything to you. Them to get their numbers, them to get their wins. I can see that. But this kind of implies that you have no faith in your teammates to do it. Like, if you're in a game where everyone's playing the way that math makes sense, you're not going to have fun. Why is no one grabbing wood? Why is no one doing these hauling routes anymore? Wood 1, wood 2. They should have been grabbing this wood for a long time. No one's grabbing wood. You say wood. You say wood. Pause. Stockpile link 11. Wood 2. 37. 37 to the stop links. None of that nonsense. Get rid of that nonsense. Wood 2. You're on a stop. You have a track. You both say all wood. All right, I'll delete your stockpile links and try it again. It's just stockpile 37, but maybe if it works. I think I've done both of them. You're on a track stop. Why are they just not dumping? I just realized what wood wasn't getting processed, which is not great. It's not great at all. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. If you're in a group of 4 players who are all just sitting there doing the absolute most amount of damage possible, no one's healing, no one's doing anything like these arguments would lead you to believe, nothing's really getting done. Like this is why you always hear people complain about murder hobos and stuff. You know? Like, doesn't make sense. Someone has to be healing. Someone has to be doing these other things. If the idea of it is just do more damage to them than they can do to you, what are you like having to fight? Like I said, we are people down and we're like doing higher DCs and stuff. If you do it smarter, you don't have to like put all this effort into just killing everything in the first round. It's an insane way to play. So that's kind of what I think on that. Like there is optimal things to be doing, but the idea that you can't do some of the roles because we'll just do more damage, you must not be fun to play with. Like whoever is playing with you, they must hate you. That is such a weird mindset. It's a mindset to have if you're your party's DPS. But like that shouldn't be the only mindset in your group. Everyone can't be the DPS. Doesn't make sense. And Kingmaker characters with Uncanny Dodge retain their decks to AC even if they are flat-footed. That is a few characters and it is easy. It is easy to overcome that. But yes, Uncanny Dodge is a feat that your enemies would need to be taking if you want to avoid the flat-footed touch AC. How that is only really applicable to people who are trying to avoid them losing their flat-footed AC. Meaning that you still have a good touch AC to be going for, some armor isn't applying, and also that doesn't apply to most monsters or anything in the game. An Uncanny Dodge sort of a build is something that's going strictly rogue. Something that's going to be in melee, but is also dex based. It's I don't want to say niche, but the amount of things you're running into that have that, it's a non-thing. Like some things are better for DMs and some things are better for players. What you are talking about is a DM consideration, not a player consideration. The amount of things that if you're doing a city-based thing, rogues, guilds, things like that, sure. If you're doing like regular adventuring and stuff, unless somehow you're stuck in a Fey forest or whatever, you're not going to be fighting that a lot. And also, if you are doing things against Uncanny Dodge, tanking is the least of your problems. You're going to get sniped. Like, if your DM's doing them like, okay, they're doing Uncanny Dodge and they're doing this and, they're smart combatants, they're strong cookies, they're ambushing you. There's no time for the tank on that point. But there always is. There's no time for you to worry about the tank hitting. But if they're trying to ambush you, that means they want to control the battlefield. If you're doing a battlefield control specialist tank, say if you're mixing an Aether Kineticist, you're golden. I thought only barbs and rogues had Uncanny Dodge, though, and maybe monks. Now, Pathfinder's done a bunch of weird things. You can get items that can grant you things similar to Uncanny Dodge. There are some teamwork feats. There's also classes that duplicate other classes. They put in the ninja. The ninja is basically just a rogue. It is so just a rogue. It is treated as an archetype. You cannot mix rogue archetypes with ninja. You can't. I think you can do ninja-specific archetypes, but you can't do a rogue. You can't take a rogue. You can't multi-class rogue and ninja. That's what I should have said. It's to be considered the same class. That being said, though, that does mean that there are now more options for NPCs if randomly generated to be having, or more options and abilities in games for things to be having uncanny dodge. There are classifications of things that would have it in items. Some feats kind of give you similar things. It's a simple thing to say, like, you don't lose this unless that. That being said, though, uncanny dodge is not that strong. There's just so many other things. Like, if you are running into someone with uncanny dodge, then that means that the purview would go onto your wizard or a druid to set up the environment to remove their uncanny dodge benefit. Tie them up, entangle them, bring them down. Do anything to lower their dexterity and their mobility. And you know what I'm saying? You just got to attack it that way. But it's, again, it's nothing that's like, it's a simple number. It's, you just mix a couple things together and you're going for AC 10. It's such a strong thing that you would need such an equally strong thing in return to make it not be applicable. And uncanny dodge is not it. Or you were in the same system where the bad things happen, so you deserve to die. What? I think somehow I missed the beginning of what Avatar, or you were... Curse you for mentioning Owlcat make a Rogue Trader game because of my love of 40k and cool collector's editions. Ah, there you go. That's what it was. Rogue Trader. I'm sorry. Not Inquisition. That's what the other player was. I couldn't remember his class. You're not the Inquisition. You're the Rogue Trader. The other NPC that I couldn't think of, he's the Inquisition. Why does your team have an Inquisitor, a Sister of Battle, a Navigator, and an unsanctioned Psyker? That's what it was. I'm sorry. I implied you were the Inquisitor. You are not the Inquisitor. You are the Rogue Trader. You are technically allowed the purview of having an unsanctioned Psyker. You do have some oversight in what you're doing. Bullshit, though, that the rest of your team would be going with that. Fuck no, Snake. That don't make no sense. I think that the guy's issue is being exposed to the corpse pile. You mean this down here? Is that what's pissing them off? I'll wait for the next one to do a fight and we'll see. Because is this the pile or is this is the refuse? This is technically corpse. You know what we do? We just got to get these bones out of the way. Bone crafts repeat. Bone crafts repeat. If that's the issue, we'll just make them all be nice looking bone crafts and not worry about it. And or we can move the corpse pile down somewhere else because we are putting it near the beds now. Invader Zib has been found dead. I forgot he had his mood. Shit, I get so distracted. I forgot Invader Zib was having a mood. Dwarf kill at Invader. I'm sorry, Invader, but you're dead. Is being exposed to the corpse pile. Artemis Pass and Kingmaker characters on Uncanny Dodge retained their decks, even their flat foot. Okay, now I'm caught up. Somehow when I scroll down, you know what it is? I've got two different chat things. When I click on one, I see one chat. When I click on the other, I see the other chat. So they're scrolled to two different locations. Also, we have, okay, Dominate, you're in the military. There was a statue request. All right, hold on. Before we continue. By way ye, who have I killed? There's some of these from about an hour ago. By way ye, who have I killed? By way ye, you've killed 5 notable people, including I, Russet Hoysted the elf, Eteb Square, Hames the dwarf, Asithi Vaultnut the elf, Unib Fencekeeper the dwarf, and Tobul Shaftrings the dwarf. Other than that, you have 28 unnotable kills, including 3 capybaras plus 1 capybara, equaling 4 capybaras, 4 goblins, 2 buzzards, 4 elves, 2 dire cougars, total of 10 elves, 3 dire leopards, 1 lion, and 2 more elves? You've killed 12 elves in 3 groups? I don't know. Statue. Oh God, Mr. Man, who have I killed? Give me a sec, whoever you just got dwarfed. I keep trying to catch up to chat, And then when I try to catch up the chat, I get in a conversation. Then when I get in a conversation, I fall behind the redemptions. And when I pay attention to redemptions, I've got to ignore chat. It keeps going in circles. Who have I killed? Military kills. Mr. Mantium, you have Rife P22. Thank you so much for following. Mr. Mantium, you have 3 notable kills, including Mayful Trade Ran the Dwarf, Solon Vault Prophet the Dwarf, and a Fairy Hoist Don the Elf. Other than that, unfortunately, your kills are kind of small. You've only killed 2, count them, 2 dire leopards, and 1 female goblin running for her life. Avatar GW, thank you, Mod, for helping. Avatar GW wants to be in the military. I believe I did put you in the military. I think I saw that one go in. Did I not do you? Someone's lost their name. Great. Avatar, I did do you already. All right, Avatar is in the military. Holsky wants his description and your statue request. We're gonna have to wait a sec on that. I'm doing the easier ones first. Holsky, your dwarf is absolutely inexhaustible, basically unbreakable, amazingly agile, unbelievably strong, and quite quick to heal. His nose is gone, his left foot is gone, and his right foot is, of course, gone. He has an astounding feel for the position of his own body, unbreakable focus, uncanny intuition, a stunning feel for spatial relationships, an unbreakable will, and ability to read emotions fairly well, and a good memory. But he has little patience. He's been known to like limestone, pig iron, green zircon, white stork bone, the color olive, shields, cabinets, scepters, chains, and sheep for their tendency to flock. When possible, he prefers to consume deer, peach cider, and teff flour, though he absolutely detests leeches. Avatar says he wants a tomb for his dwarf. Don't you already have a tomb, Avatar? Isn't this the same one you were before? I thought you had been tombed before. Hold on. We have tombs set up, but I'd be damned if I can remember who for. This one's somehow unset. This one's unset. Why are they unset? Well, one was unset from previous. That was a bug. This one's been unset. This one's... What is going on in my tombs? Who is this a statue of? Ubal Paperdip? Why didn't he get built here? Who's Ubal Paperdip? Somehow the tombs are getting unset. You were definitely set before. Caton help boards? If their names would match up, I'd know who this was. Or you in a... Yeah. Actually, you're a rogue trader, not an inquisitor. Yes, the head of the dynasty at that. Well, I mean, if you're a rogue trader, you're gonna be kind of the head of the dynasty, aren't you? Oh, no, you mean because of the sub ones. I know what you're talking about. The area thing. Like, not a baron, but the duke. Yeah. I'm sorry. I was remembering my issue with the game, which was why the hell does an inquisitor allow this? For some reason, I assumed I was the inquisitor in my memory. Warhammer is good people. We did kill Sela. She kept coming back. Didn't matter how many times we killed Sela. Somehow, like, we didn't res her. She'd just be alive again for the next cinematic. How do you have wagon wood? Nivik, I don't know. I remember complaining at the beginning about my wagon not having wagon wood. It was made of... You know what happened? Maybe someone's wagon got killed. One of the traders had wagon wood. I got the legendary wagon wood. Thank you for following. It's in parentheses over here, but not over there. I missed this 20 minutes ago, and I'm so sorry. Is that what that really says? There's a parentheses that says it like it's a translation. Not that I don't believe you, but I don't believe you, because it sounds like you're saying something else. Translate.
Tori. Toari.
That ain't getting translated correctly. Tori's not even a word. Maybe it is what you're saying.
Toari. Tori.
That's not a... That doesn't look like the symbol for the Torii Gate, though, right? Hold on, because we had a different symbol on base for the Torii gates, but our Torii... Wait, wasn't Torii spelled differently too? Hold on, what was a Torii gate? Yeah, it had 2 eyes. You're setting this out as 2 different things. You're saying this with 1 eye, which doesn't make sense. Is that really Torii gate? Yeah, no, that's a different symbol. Wait, hold on. I'm assuming this is Japanese. Hold on, what is this? You're saying it's Fua Fua Bao Bao, which is why I'm like, I don't think that's what it is. It's the simpler letters. Well, I say simpler. That might be rude. Are you... What language is that? Translates to Torii. Google is saying it's Japanese, but Torii without the second eye. That doesn't look like the Torii gate.
Torii. Tori.
Yeah, when you try to translate it back, it takes out one of the symbols. And now if you translate it back and back and back, it says it's
bird.
It says it's bird.
Tori. Bird.
It doesn't like going back and forth. Because that's also not even the thing I was thinking of. I wanted that to be Torii.
Bird.
Bird.
Tori.
All right. I don't know if you're still here. Thank you for following. I don't know if I'm putting it in wrong and 2 of those letters are supposed to be together and the third one's supposed to be different. Dark Tides Red Great Me, she is a diviner. Diviners are really... Oh, I love her. She's the best character in any game ever. If they nerf her, I'm going to cry. The person in the game who is... If you've only ever done D&D 3.5, they're the person who is the navigator in the Rogue Trader game. The person who's a navigator in the Rogue Trader game, I swear to God, is basically the character from D&D 3.5, the Martial book, the Book of Martial, the Tome of the Nine Swords, whatever the hell it's called. It's a White Raven Tactics character, which if anyone ever played with that character is hands down the most OP thing to have ever graced D&D. Like, that is the most OP class in 3.5, is if you are playing the tome, the Martial tome, the Book of the Nine Swords, the something of Martial, I forget what it's called. It had 4 classes in it, and each of them you were to learn different fighting styles. And each of the classes had a different way that they would progress through the fighting styles to do like different sorts of moves and stuff. Issue. One of these fighting styles was known as White Raven Tactics, or was known as the something of White Raven, and the namesake ability was known as White Raven Tactics, I think. Whatever. The whole point of this ability was you gave up a portion of your turn or all of your turn to just give someone else another turn. The strongest thing in any role-playing game ever, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I will stick to this, is action economy. And this class lets you control action economy. Strongest class ever. If they keep her as strong as she is everyone's favorite. I guarantee it. If they have any clue what they are doing, because she's basically broken from the outset. 186 I just added. Seems like a lot. It's basically broken. Like, just in historical setting. Like, how this has ever worked, it can only ever be broken. We have seen this before. We've seen it again. History repeats itself. White Raven Tactics is the absolute strongest thing in any game ever. And this chick lives it. She's amazing. I love her. Like, I don't know if they would be doing it, but we had in, it's like, when I did the Lich in Wrath of the Righteous, when we did the Lich in Wrath of the Righteous, we kind of got to like that critical moment where it turned out somehow we were flirting with everybody, but we weren't dating anyone, so I didn't have to sacrifice anyone for being a Lich. Yeah, straight up. If someone in that party was White Raven Tactics, she's the one I'm romancing, and I would fail that part of the quest to become a Lich. Like, that's so strong. That is so strong. Oh my God. It is the chick from Persona 4. We dated the fire chick, but I said mechanically the one who is an idol. I really liked her power. So I was like, if it was about power, I would have chosen her, not like actual plot, character arc or anything. But if we were just going off of pure power, that's this navigator. That is this navigator. If we have a chance, I don't think we can with a navigator because they're like really iffy about their bloodlines. But if I can, we are romancing that chick. We're going to have the strongest bloodline and we're going to be gods just because she could do White Raven tactics. She is amazing. Just off of that alone, I don't care anything else about her. She could lose all of her arms, all of her legs. I'll wear her as a fucking backpack. If she can keep giving people extra turns every day, every fucking day. You never deny that in your party. Makes no sense. It is that powerful. Sympathy has no place in Warhammer, only violence. You're right. We have to put you down now. Do it. No balls. You could be a demon host. I'm not. I'm with the Mechanicus. Heretic. Listless Onions, 165. They're very old. Heretics get the coolest shit. Sure, I could nuke everything the second it appears. I also want to play this game. Playing optimally is also saying that you don't trust your demon to present you with an interesting and fitted challenge to your party. There's also that too. Like there's give and take to these games. I gotta quickly try to catch up to chat. Oh god, someone's having a mood. I gotta babysit the mood or else they'll die like the last one. Meep. Meep has been possessed. Meep, what are you doing? You're not Meep. Where did Meep go? Oh god, we've lost Meep. Meep, where are you, you crazy bitch? How have you, is this Meep? This is Meep. We gotta follow Meep. Someone got dwarfed. Who got dwarfed? I'll see what your number is in a second. Oh, Riot P22 asked to be dwarfed and I missed it about 11 minutes ago. I'm sorry. Like I said, I've got to catch up. Oh, we do have a lot of dwarves now. At some point, it's going to tell people we don't have dwarves. I'm going to have to update it. Also, we've had people killing people and they need to get their names back. Lee Kale the first. Put them back in. All right, hold on. Everything pause. I keep bouncing from one to the other, Nothing is getting done. So, chat. Had a buddy who hosted a D&D game recently told me about one of the other players who kind of makes things not fun. Like this person scrapped character sheets because they aren't doing the most damage in the party. What? Something's off with that dude. Because contracts are being ordered to. Hand waving. No. There's no contract in the Imperium. No contract in the Imperium that is binding, that says you have to work with an unsanctioned psyker. No. You have the great pyramid of bureaucracy. I hear everyone getting dwarfed. I got to catch up the chat. I will get you in as I get to where your number is. Yeah, the great pyramid of bureaucracy. That is the Imperium of Man in Warhammer 40K. Like, at the very, very top, you kind of have three things. That's it. That cannot directly override each other. Like everything comes to a point and there's nothing that you're allowed to do on this. Okay. And even them, they kind of have tiers. You're the High Lords of Terra. You're not supposed to be fucking like, you need like a lot of Inquisitors getting together to actually be like, no, this guy's corrupt. To like do something directly against the High Lord of Terra. But technically the Inquisition is above them. The High Lords of Terra, unless you're on Terra, cannot mess with a rogue trader. It's just not happening. If you're on Terra, though, things get iffy. But the rogue trader, actually, that's slight lighter, different tiers of rogue traders. It depends upon where your script came from. Is it just one from the administratum? Is it one signed by a High Lord? Is it one that is a hereditary one that was signed by the Emperor of Mankind himself? For the most part, we'll just say, unless you're like in Terra or in the inner space, a rogue trader's to be left alone. But above this, like the only real oversight a rogue trader actually gets is the Inquisition. Inquisition is going to trump everyone else. If there's enough things going around, the Inquisition trumps it. And one of the Inquisition's highest trump cards to be like, fuck you, not happening, I win this argument, rock, paper, scissors, heresy. That will make the Inquisitor win that argument is if you have an unsanctioned psyker. That just wins. There is no fucking deal in the entirety of the Imperium of Man that says, you have to work with this unsanctioned psyker. That's not happening. The only time that is happening is in the Inquisition itself, and he's about to execute that person after he has them help them with something. That's about it. And that's like for a few minutes. Fuck no, they are not dealing with an unsanctioned psyker. No way. No way. And secondarily, even if for some reason you've convinced that Inquisitor not to do it, because some of them are kind of lax, even if you've convinced that Inquisitor not to do it, there is no way in hell you're getting a fucking battle bitch, sister of battle. You're not gonna get a fucking sister of battle to sit there and be fucking warm and cozy next to an unsanctioned psyker. Her job, her literal driven by faith thing in life is to purge everything for the God Emperor of mankind. And the number one enemy is the enemy. You are not going to sit there and have an unsanctioned psyker being like, I could make the enemy be here any second, who is not getting a flamethrower put in her fucking mouth, and then you're gonna pull the trigger and see if the fire comes out the other end. It's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. You do not let the unsanctioned psyker live. Bullshit. These two are just in a party with her. Makes no sense. When I get around to playing that game, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what decisions are. I'm choosing them over her every time. All right. So I've got to catch up to chat. That pile in the one to the south. Totems repeat. I think you missed my tomb redemption. I did not miss the tomb redemption. I keep bouncing back and forth between chat and seeing things. I got 4 things. I got 3 things up right now. 2 statues and a tomb. That's why I was looking at the tombs, because I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the tombs. I will just get you a tomb. I thought you had one, but we have a bunch that don't have names anymore for some reason. I don't know what's going on with that, so we'll just make a new tomb. That's where I killed Invader Zib. Every capybara kill is noticeable. Welcome to the mountain home. You hear... Okay, Wrath P22. I got you in as dwarf number 2. Also, everyone coming in, welcome in. Hello, everyone. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I know I've been kind of off the rails tonight and not presenting a cohesive, I'll say, entertainment venue, but, you know, some days you're focused and some days you're not. Riot P22, the first, I got you in. You are currently a presser, but you are going to end up doing whatever I tell you to do. So there's that. P22, the first. Get that knocked in and out of the way. Again, trying to catch up with the chat. Inquisitors often work together with unsanctioned sectors. They feel like it furthers their goal. Their goal. Many Inquisitors have a stop the greater harm mindset. Their goal. But if they think an evil done can prevent a greater evil, they will choose that. The only one that's really seen not being shielded is the Sister of Battle, but she probably also hates your Inquisitor and your sanctioned psyker. That's what I'm saying. It's weird. And that Inquisitor's like not part of your group. Like you start the game without the Inquisitor, and afterwards the Inquisitor's like with your group. Like, no, I have no clue why this chick is here. And the Inquisitor's not the one doing it. Like, there is I'll use the unsanctioned psyker, but they're not going to be like, I'll let them use the unsanctioned psyker. That's kind of iffy. Are you putting my dwarf in combat? You just hate my furry killing ways. I don't need feet to store items in bins. I tombed your last dwarf. Okay, but did he get dwarfed? Tombed? I think you're getting old channel point prompts. I hadn't requested a statue for a couple of days. I have 2 statue requests right now. I got Austin Coolston in Hellfire Skyrim and a tomb for an Avatar GW. Cav C666, thank you for something. BO9S was a great time. BO9S. I don't know what that is. Rise. Yes, Rize, whatever her name was. Ability-wise, she wins. Though we ended up marrying or dating the chick who does healing, because I love healers. Party member you can have is an Elder Corsair. Fucking baller. Rise Kujikawa. Yes. All right. Cav C666 got dwarf number 1. And then More Havoc also got dwarf number 1. I got a dwarf number 1 to Cav. You are currently supposedly a fish dissector. Don't know if I trust that. KAVC666. The first. Enter. KAVC 666. The first. Enter. All right, got that through. Also more Havoc number 1. You got dwarf number 1, I should say. Dwarf number 1. Where more underscore Havoc. The first. More underscore Havoc the first. All right, got him in. The administrator is perfect edifice of efficient bureaucracy. Just cannot be questioned. Since we seem to be deep into Warhammer, for someone who knows next to nothing about it, which book would be the best to start with? I don't know what sort of story you're looking for. One of the great things about Warhammer 40K is that if there's a certain style of story you like, there's going to be a book that'll work with that style of story. If you're looking for raw entertainment. If you're looking for, we'll say, history, like, okay, I want the setup to this, you can't go wrong with the Horus Heresy. It is a series of books from different people's viewpoints about 10,000 years ago, this great civil war that kind of kicked off the Warhammer 40K as we know it, because things were different back then. The Horus Heresy happened in Warhammer 30K, basically. So if you're just like, okay, I want to start getting started into this, that's a decent place to start. You're not going to be wrong with having that one done. That being said, if you're looking for something to be reading for like actual, I want to have a good story that's in this universe, I like this sort of story, or I like that sort of story, that could be different. If you like epic stories with, say, a character or two and almost comedies, I would say Caiaphas Cain novels. Those are Caiaphas Cain novels. It's weird to explain, but just imagine everyone thinks he's a hero and the dude's a fucking coward. He's always where the trouble is, albeit accidentally. If you're wanting one that's kind of like realistic to like the rigors of war, you'd want to go with the Tanith First and Only. There's another name to that series. I can't remember what it is, but it's about a commissar. Yeah, Tanith First and the Only is about a different commissar. Both of these are actually about commissars. If you're wanting a story about bigger heroes and things like that, you're looking at the Space Marine stories. There's Inquisition stories. There's stories about every aspect of the universe. Like the basis for all the thing is just so massive that you can read just one type of story and have tons and tons of books about that type of story and that aspect of the universe. And then like you would have a similar idea of what's going on to the people that were in that aspect of things. Like that's the Imperium of Man. That's the Imperial Guard. You can have Space Marine stories. You can have stories about the Inquisition, stories about the Horus Heresy, stories about the Orcs, stories about there's so many different ones. If you just want a what the hell is going on, kind of start with the Horus Heresy. It's always a decent start as you get to learn about the secrets that the people in the modern books don't necessarily know, particularly because these are the secrets that are setting up the world that they are working in. Book of Nine Swords. Thank you. I was like, that sounds familiar. I'm not putting the things together. The Book of Nine Swords. For information, tombs get unassigned doors, bury the body on a random tomb. Oh, good. That's what's going on. You guys are requesting tombs and they get buried randomly, so they're ignoring the tombs. Feel like that kind of means that there's no point to tombs right now until they fix that. Tombs get unassigned. Are there orc romance novels in 40K? There's not orc romance novels in 40K because there's not orc romance. Orcs are a fungoid creature that reproduce purely through fighting. Orcs are drunken Scottish soccer players. That's the best way to describe them. And their one goal is to go around having bar fights with everyone in the universe. And wherever they have bar fights, eventually there's another soccer teams that will show up and then they'll fight them. And then maybe together, those two soccer teams will get together and they'll fight you. And they're a plague and they never go away. Like, I'm kind of joking, but anyone who's read it previously is just going to be like, yeah, no, it's the best way to describe that. There is no other real proper way to describe the orcs. There's no time for reproduction. There's only time for more fighting. And the fighting will get done. Here's what I want to do. I want to remove that, and this time I will spare this. But yeah, there's tons of different species and stuff that fight around the universe. Like most every faction I've talked about so far has been human specific ones. There's so many alien and demonic factions. You've got the Chaos, you got the Orcs, you got the Necrons, you got the Tau, you got the Tyranids. You got the Eldar, you got the Dark Eldar. Technically, if you're to do Warp, you could break it down into the 4 different ones, but actually 5 because you have Warp Undivided. Every Space Marine, you can't just say Space Marines. Different Space Marine chapters are genetically different with different personalities, different powers, different shrinks, different weaknesses, different secrets. They've all got horrible secrets. All the good ones are actually bad ones, and all the bad ones are secretly maybe good ones. I am Alfarius. The real, like, where to start is, it's not a hard question. It just doesn't matter where you start at some point, or not even at some point. It doesn't matter where you start. You're only ever going to be scratching the surface. I will say this, ignoring how much they keep trying to screw money out of players and stuff, the Warhammer 40K setup is so robust, or has been so robust and varied, that authors and writers have been able to work with tons of different things without focusing too much on whether or not they gel together, like lore-wise, and they just do. There have been a couple major instances of retconning and stuff, but other than that, like, everything just kind of works because of how varied the universe actually is. I mean, to say nothing else, Warhammer 40K is StarCraft. StarCraft was originally a Warhammer 40K game. I knew one of them got built wrong. StarCraft was originally a Warhammer 40K game. There was a disagreement between Games Workshop and Blizzard decided, you know what, we're going to keep making the game that we were doing anyways. So they made StarCraft. The Protoss are the Eldar, the Zerg are the Tyranid, and the humans are humans. World building first, I guess. Then every single one of them kind of does a little bit of world building. Nobody in universe knows everything that's going on in universe. So what you're looking for is a series of books, not an individual book. I don't think you're gonna find a single book that world builds everything. That being said, I'm still gonna stick with, you'd probably be best off for world building starting with the Warhammer, the Dark Heresy series. Sorry, not Dark Heresy, the Horus Heresy series. Dark Heresy is the name of the game if you're playing an Inquisitor. All right, we got 8 more beds. Let us set up fake doors so we can get them going. Door. Closest material, I don't really care. These are all fake anyways. That's on me. Bedroom multi. Done. Cancel these doors. I don't know why canceling these doors causes... Is it because there's the bedroom there? Like maybe if I reduce the bedroom first, it would cause less, like, that weird lag spike? Because everything else you cancel, it like goes away, but the door, it like stays for a second, then it goes away. Something's weird there. Bedroom multi. Drag you across. Click done. All right, and let's start reducing. Oh, did that wrong. I already screwed it. Reduce. Accept. Click. It's already on reduce. Accept. Click. Shrink the bed. We can't let them know what the outside is like. There we go. There is, however, Squad Broken. The Necron novel is also pretty good. Twice Dead King is so good. Gaunt's Ghost. Thank you, Gaunt. Gaunt is the Tanith first and the only. I love his stories. Like, ooh. You want to do, like, if you just want to, like, a read, like, if you're like a historian or something like that, you just like reading war books, particularly where it's like, oh, spend 3/4 of the book and this, you like this guy, but you know, the errant artillery takes him out, you know, sort of like that. The guy who does Gaunts, they're fantastic. Especially considering they're first and the only. So every time they lose someone, it's like, he's not going to be able to be replaced. Like, he's gone. You're not replacing someone of that caliber. All right, we need more chests. Yeah, see, when it's not in the bedroom... Oh, that one kind of took long. I'll say when it's not in the bedroom, it goes away pretty fast. All right, let these get done up. We're still bringing up more. I got to do the 2 halvesies. Did I get rid... Oh, no, that's not the floor. That's the wall from below, isn't it? Okay, cool. We've been freeing up sandstone, so I think I can start covering this wall. Oh, that one's on me. I forgot to switch it back to I choose the material. Floor, let me choose. Because you need to be sandstone. Where? Oh, up top. How much do I have? 64? I got plenty. This needs to just be covered over. This is just a wall below. This will go away at some point. Oh, wait. Shit. I forgot what I was doing. No, I needed that for this. I needed 46 for over here. I didn't think that one through. We have 18. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cancel this entire row. Pretend that didn't happen. Don't worry. I didn't make a mistake. You just saw wrong. All right, chat? You saw wrong. There we go. The infinite end of the vine is also very good. You can turn off random burying. It's a toggle on the tomb. Well, no, so here's the thing, though. You're talking about these ones, right? They need random burying. Oh, I need one that's not been assigned. Are they all assigned? Jesus, stop dying. Have we really filled all these? Oh my God. Can you guys stop dying? There's a lot of death. I could go further. Let's dig out more tombs. Yay. Go with that for now. All right, let's get more individual things. I was going to say we kind of need them on random because I'm not making I'm not assigning everyone individual things. That's crazy. There's a channel redemption getting your door for tombs. There's a meta reason. Yeah, that's kind of the issue. Here's the thing. Orcs load their guns. Does that count? Well, yes, but that's a very, I wouldn't, that's not a healthy love. That's a self-destructive, love. I'm trying to remember his name, but there was an orc who loved his gun so much that one time they were leaving their planet and they activated the warp drive, they went to hell and they didn't go anywhere and they came back before they left. So the dude realized that he himself was already on the planet, which meant that he himself already had his gun and he loved his gun a lot and he wanted his gun again. So what he did was he went and killed his past self. Now, normally you'd be like, oh, what an idiot. He killed himself. Now he doesn't exist. Well, you see, he's an orc and he's too dumb to know he shouldn't exist anymore. So he didn't cease to exist because he was too dumb to know he shouldn't exist. So now he has his favorite gun twice because he killed himself in the past before he left. But now he gets to dual wield his gun. So, I mean, I guess it all works out in the end. Rugby, yeah, football hooligans. The point is to appease nobles. We don't recommend Brutal Cunning and Gazgul Thraka books. Was Thraka the one who killed his past self, or is Thraka the one that went to hell? They reproduce via spores, so they constantly shed, but they shed the most when blasting the gore. In-game, maybe not, but there's a channel at endpoint. I'm Alfarius. That is a lie. Awesome setting, but the hobby... Yeah, the hobby site's so screwed. You say robust, but I don't think that's a word. Expansive, maybe. That's expansive enough that anything can happen. Wasn't Warcraft the same thing? I don't know. At least I don't remember right now. Warcraft might have been... I mean, could have just been based upon Warhammer Fantasy. Spurs Marines. The universe is vast, full of stuff, mostly not. How long have you been playing Dwarf Fortress? For a long ass time. I played it the entire time I was in the military. So that's at least 12 years. I played at least a year before that, so 13. 2010? I want to say at least 2000 or at late 2010. Because I was introducing everyone to this when I was in Japan. And Japan was my first duty station in the military. And so that was 2011. And I had to have been playing it before then, so I'll say 2010. Take away their metal boxes. If you find my last dwarf, can you move him to his proper tomb and free one up? Well, so I might at some point cancel that redemption. Because here's the problem. I don't know who your last dwarf was. Like, I don't know what his name is. The statue kind of was always my last, like, my safety net of using the statue to figure out who is this tomb for. But I don't know who these names are because these names don't match your dwarf names. Wait! No, wait, no, because you're dead. Fuck! I was gonna say, well, therapist would, but therapist I don't think reads the dead and the damned. I would have to check all these. Maybe if I find your body again, you'd be over here, right? I don't know why they ignore tomb assignments. Well, there's Vorpalim. There's Smooth Sailing. Dead Graphics, Grow a Pair. Shim. Zazet, Per Mustache. Recluse the Ark, Nico's Let's Play. Rock Jitsu, Domine, Wampa Stompin', Adam Has Twitch. John Doom the First, True Feek, Dion DF, Curses 18. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Would I even be able to... I don't know if you were buried here. Didn't they say we got rid of your dwarf? Were you the goblin? Didn't someone earlier say that what happened was he didn't die, but he had left? Because now we're getting, like, the older deaths. Yeah. Borax, True Freak, Honolulu, Atari, The Spanish, Peregrine, Cheapo, Wiley. Yeah, I don't think we have your old dead dude. Either that or he was like a were... Oh, no, we do. Let's say either that or he's like a were creature. Okay, who's buried here? Avatar GW. That's your tooth. Okay, not quite what I wanted. He is spattered with Strat Page's dwarf blood. So that means you were Eton Strat Page? But up here it says your last name was Niles Morul. I feel like this is your translated name. And that's your old name. So Strat Page is your dwarf. Strat Page. Which means if I go back here, this one is about Strat Page. So this fort, or this one, is for your dwarf. GW. Yes. Avatar GW the second. It's going to be someone that says Hasgrave, isn't it? Avatar. Invader Zib never got buried. Mausoleum. I forgot. Oh, there we go. Has a servant's burial chamber. But no, you should be up here. And then we'll go down here. Or up here where I just found you. Along the edge. Wherever you were. This one doesn't even have anyone assigned. And any unassigned citizens, they should be unassigned. They're not listening to me. Now I'm not going to be able to find you again. I remember Peregrine Heavy Bowgun, so you have to be around here somewhere. Either that, or I just switched your name around, so now you're just not here. Like, maybe you're that gap. Hold on. Yeah, that's what it was. I've assigned you. You're not in here anymore. This one's been unassigned. That's so weird. So, yeah, if they assign you to one of these other ones, they unassign you from another one. Don't do that. That's not cool. It's obnoxious. And then we saw the issue of some of these people are assigned but not buried here. Like, who knows where Krabicus is? All right, so we have to dig up your body. I've already lost your body. There it is. We have to get rid of your tomb, dig up your body so we can move your body to where you're supposed to be. A statue of a hammerhead shark by Austin Coulston. Let me, I keep forgetting these other statues too. All right, did they get the body parts? I mean, our frames are up, right? Add new task. Statue out of limestone. And the detail of this thing will be a statue of a hammerhead shark. New image, creature. Hammerhead shark. Image of a hammerhead shark. All right, you didn't specify an action. So what looks like a dangerous shark? A menacing pose. We'll go with that. And how do I say done? Action. Oh, did I not click him? I'm sorry. Menacing pose. There you go. Statue's getting done. Waiting for a coffin. Orc Valhalla. No, he had one of his favorite guns and killed himself for a spare. He didn't lose it. No, that's my point. He didn't lose it. He now has two. He dual wields his gun. He was dead, so he couldn't have lost it because he doesn't know he's dead. Yeah, at no point in that, I have no clue how it was conveyed that he lost his gun. He lost his life. He lost his life so he could have another gun. He dual wields. He now dual wields it. Which is just stupid and insane, but whatever. The Oracle led the ultimate Wog in Armageddon multiple times, the Prophet of Wog. It's like Call of Cthulhu, where stupidity is literally superpower. You're too stupid to go crazy when presented with eldritch horrors. Damon Tuska Killer. That's the one. Okay. Sindri. No, I was in the military as a flimsy dwarf. I think it died in the elf flyer attack. Yeah, like I said, some of those I might have to just take off the thing for now, the tomb and stuff, because it can't be reliably done. They keep deleting names and stuff. There's not much you can work around. Boo-doo-doo. Like I said, if they got a double, I'm going to leave them alone for now. Wait, what did you say? Oh, yeah, okay. Now, when we take this brain out, it's probably going to do slightly bad. I don't have faith in a brain to not rot when outside of a chest. Gotta free up the furniture to move it into the other rooms. Boop. Didn't I get rid of you? Uninstall. 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 Like I said, just start trying to get these dwarves outside. We fixed the thing earlier. I kind of want to resume the river. Everything in the river that could be grabbed has probably been grabbed. And the things that aren't, kind of mostly not our issue. We're not grabbing the wood because there's just an issue going on with wood right now. Oh, wait, where are you going? Are you grabbing wood? Maybe I'm wrong and they're just being very slow about it. Okay, never mind. They are grabbing wood. It is working again. It just wasn't working for a while, so there was a backlog, huh? Yep, okay, it's working again. I guess just let it keep being what it is. My big worry, though, is I've got to clear out the river at some point. Or I should say I got to unclear out the river. We got to start the river. The river has to become rivering again. It can't be dry. Dry is not good. Dry allows them to walk around down here and come back into us. I'll pull it. Get out of my way. I want to pull this lever. Do it now. Petition, no. Anything bad. The hunter is hunting. Do we have more criminals again? John Doom II. So many negative people. Honestly, I don't know that killing your past self after time travel through we're enforced a temporal paradox. The warp is just that messed up. As a flimsy dwarf, I think it died in the... You're saying they only move the headstones? Red shark. Good night, everyone. It is 2 a.m. right now, and I need sleep. Have a good evening, Mr. Tarvin. Prepare yourself for your days ahead. Stay safe and happy. I think I got the name above wrong. Maybe it was Tuska Damon Killer. Either way, I recognize the name, kind of. Avatar, in the short term, I am refunding your tomb thing. I'm just going to refund that right now. Because I'm needing to move people over anyways, and I don't have faith in the burial of the damned anyways. I don't feel comfortable taking points away if apparently I can't guarantee that you even get that tomb. It doesn't make sense. Now, secondarily, I was trying to do something else and I forgot what I was doing. It's gone forever and it'll never happen again. You will never see anything. All right. Resume. Wait, I think I got the name of it. Yeah. All right. Anyways, what were we even on? I don't know what we were talking about or doing before we got, I'll say, distracted. The original question way back when was, hey, would you ever think about doing Dungeons and Dragons, Wrath of the Righteous, or Kingmaker again? Answer, yes. There we go. A nice, concise answer that in no way, shape, or form will explode into a side quest of information. I'm so glad that we could all be here together to have come to this very easy and simple answer together so that nobody gets lost in the woods and nothing gets convoluted. We always strive for efficiency and information on this channel, and I'm glad that the rest of you in chat are helping me maintain this bold-faced lie. Have you considered throwing axes? This is true. All right. Where we are, because I've been distracted a bit. We've been distracted a bit, chat. We are mining down, and we have to try to make sure that our stones are going well. They're doing what they're doing. We've been getting beds. Now, I believe that, yeah, these beds all count, so people should start claiming them as other things empty out and free up. I'll have to wait. We've just done up a few more. I knew something was wrong in one of these. I believe right now we've moved out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times 4 is 36 dwarves. We only have about 200. Huzzah. No, actually, we have 120 pop, supposedly. But if we look at this list, we have 186 non-military assigned. We have 221. How do we have 221? That don't make no sense. It's all these things that are like not dwarves. I shouldn't have let them in. I think, is there like a setting for guess? I mean, there is, but it's like 10. Clearly, I did something wrong for it. Because we have way too many people here. Because we should have 140 is our pop system. 140. And we have a pop above that by a lot. Somewhere in here is a number for the maximum amount of guests you can have. I think that number is set wrong or something, and they have lied to us. Can you please explain in excruciating detail what you would do for your next Path of the Wrath of the Righteous playthrough? Well, we did Wizard and we did Lich. If I were to do a full playthrough, which I've stopped, John, stop it. He just got rid of his statue and won't let me zoom to where that statue was. So I don't know what he just toppled. Rogue. It'd probably be some form. No, not rogue. Lawful. There is a stock screen that's lagging. Of the different, I'm trying to remember what all the different mythic paths are. There's angel and demon. I find those to be kind of boring. I could be doing a cleric as the angel thing and just turbo heal everyone, but we already have that lawful evil healer, and he's amazing. He's the greatest person. There is the true lawful thing of the time guy. I'm forgetting what they're called right now. Okay, they're honeybees. I would like that, but then there's also there's like a rogue, like clown one, the trickster. There's also just a chaotic good one where you get to have a giant pet dragon, which I hear everyone loves. So I'm not sure. Like we did the one that I would just really like to do. Like I'm not that interested in the other decisions, but we'd get different stories at least. Whatever it is we'd be doing, we'd definitely have Val if we did it. What am I looking for? Statue. There are 3 statues not installed right now. It says it. Where are they? I don't know. What got uninstalled? Are any of them being hauled right now? I should have paid attention to the material of the statue he flipped over. Hold on, would it say under vandalism? John Doom did it. We could just zoom to John Doom. I'm guessing maybe he would know. There is no John Doom. How is there no John Doom? No. How is there no John Doom? We haven't kicked him out yet. Is he dead? There should be someone here by the name of John Doom, right? A-O-K. What has happened to John Doom? Did he die to his statue? Yeah, he died. Did you? Where? Where is John Doom? Hold on. This was John Doom the second, right? I still only see John Doom the first. What is John Doom? Is that like a fake name? Or did he just kill someone and lose his name afterwards? Oh, you killed someone. You're in the hospital on death's door. You disdain decorum. Cool. You know what also doesn't help me? That you're here. What statue did you topple, asshole? This one. The Bowsight statue. About to sneeze again. Forbid, unforbid. Furniture statue. This one. Stop toppling statues. No wonder he got beat up. He toppled the statue of the military. Oh yeah, someone lost their name in the military. You think that was John Doom? I forgot about that earlier. Well, I mean, right now everyone seems to have their name. I don't know. Someone did, in fact... was in fact missing their name earlier, but now everyone seems to have a name. No clue. All right. New idea, because I keep losing this. Click you, drag you over here. That would be easier for me to find. In any tavern or in a misty area, you wanted the statue of your hammerhead shark, which I do believe we have made now. This needs to get every artifact back because we lost them. Artifact. We don't have any artifact bags. I'm so sad. What is that bed? I want to put in the hospital. We have a lot of body parts. Boxes, artifact. Do we not have more? Well, we got plenty of crutches, I can say that. I think someone's playing with the figurine. We'll leave the figurine alone. The floodgates we'll have to install ourselves. I know where we can install the floodgates because it can't be destroyed. I know where we can install that. Because we have 2 of them too. We can control the water separately on both sides. That's how we'll do this. Any more artifacts lying around? Anything else you want to confess, game? Artifact statue somewhere. Okay, I should set that up. Jesus, how many different categories of life are there? All right, first of all, build. Statue. Hammerhead shark. Artifact statue. This is probably another statue. Okay, that is all done and good. Did I resume the water? I've now got to stop the water. I have made a terrible mistake. Oh no, the water pressure has had plenty of time to fix itself. I had a realization. I can put 2 artifact things here and a wall there. That'll stop people walking across this under normal circumstances. They could possibly climb over, but it won't be quite so easy. The pathway below could be closed off with a floodgate, and both the floodgates are artifacts that can't be destroyed by building destroyers, and that means if I need to cross the river, I can drain the river, but not stop the entire moat flow situation. You get? You following? Does it make sense? Good, because it doesn't make sense to me. I got to drain a lot of water now. We still haven't even grabbed everything up there. Luckily, there's so much wood. Fantastic. Who cleans? Get rid of this mud. Nothing should be forbidden. Are you still crafting over here? Bone crafts. What if I told you to do a totem? Is that under bone? I don't think so. It should be by itself. Totem. Bind book. I was going to say totem. Yep. Repeat. Petition. No. Fuck. Officer is fighting but by himself. I think that means he fell somewhere. Item is suddenly inaccessible, dangerous terrain. Okay, yeah, you guys are just talking about water. Calm down. You'll be good. Calm down long enough. You'll be fine. The first was a poet killed by the second. He was the annoying child playing in puke during the murder hospital debacle. No, I don't think that child Ren was in the military. You know he's up to no good just based on his name. John? How many artifact floodgates do you have? Enough. Are traps destroyed by water? No. There's no reason for a trap to be destroyed by water, so I'm gonna stick with no. I've never tested it before, but there shouldn't be a way. You can totally cage trap fish. Does it die in the cage? It's like, hey, look at this fish. It's mine now. Fine. Who is this? A contested fellowship wants more shit. Got ya. Okay, here's how I get the contested fellowship more shit. This statue I just ordered you to be built. Cancel that. Good, it was already suspended anyways. Contested fellowship. Who is that? Who will not leave me alone? Not you. You. You want more money. All right, I just stopped an artifact statue going somewhere else. I'm going to install it here for you. Here you go. You can be the great big temple that you've always wanted to be in life. Stop asking me. Please. Please stop asking me. Now, a bunch of these... Oh, they were suspended. I'm like, what is happening with these beds? They're just not getting done. All right, that is done. That is done. That is done. How many chests have I freed up? I don't want to pay attention to it. I just want to place them. Need more. How many cabinets? So far, so good on the cabinets. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do a rock cabinet. Pause. We are going to make this out of microcline. We're going to do 20 of them. I'm also going to do rock chest. Sorry. Coffer? Coffer. Make you a microcline. Do 20 of those. I just want to transfer the old ones over here, but we should have a surplus. That way it gets done in order, if that makes sense. Now this one got a roof. Are you bedrooms? All of these over here aren't bedrooms. Great. Let us make you bedrooms. Then and only then can we become part of the great destroyers. I keep forgetting that I'm too short. Okay, bedroom, multi, goob, done. Destroy, destroy. More door. Done. More bed. Done. Shrink this little size down. Delete. Ah. Delete. Accept. Just a little bit of nonsense, but if it'll work and get us what we need, then oh well. The real problem is I feel like we're going to have to move these later. It's really probably should have been done now, but we got to start getting everyone out here where they need to be. Get them used to the world. Make sure they don't have cave adaption. All right, those are all installed. And none of these work on... Do they work on... Nope, they don't work on canceling furniture. I wish they did. All right, cool. Cancel all of you. Free up some more beds for some more people. If nothing else, this is actually a bit of an upgrade. They're not in dirt anymore. So they should be at least a bit happy. If it's a glass cage, you'll retain water and keep the fish alive even. Holy shit, that's awesome. If you use glass cages and water, you can cage fish. That makes actual sense. That's how you get pond turtle pets. Pond turtles are vermin, so I would need glass animal traps. Same difference, though. All right, my little D's, time to get my TTRPG on. All right, John Doom, have a good evening. Stay safe, defeat your enemies, particularly if they say bad things about your character. Everyone knows that if an NPC says something bad about your character, it means that they've chosen death. And it's not your fault, so don't worry about it. You know, just don't feel like you owe them any explanation. They chose death. It's what they get. Definitely not murder hoboing ways or anything. Correct. Tabletop. Tabletop RPGs. Pen and paper, folks. Tabletop RPGs. I got a table. You got a table. There's a top somewhere between us. I put my paper down. I grab a pen. I write the number. I roll it and I go, nat 20. Suck it. And then, you know, I win. That old chestnut. Construct. Floor. Let me choose. Nope. Sandstone. Sandstone. And you might be surprised, but more sandstone. Look at this. This is actually like starting to kind of come together. We got to put in the little small one there, and there. But other than that, it looks kind of neat. Right now it just seems like a bunch of circles. We got to start turning it into like actual square shapes. So that would be what? Here. Connect it like that? That's how we did this? Yeah, I believe that's how we did this. You know, if I didn't do it wrong, that might work. And I know I got to be careful so we don't cause a cave, and I'm going to just do it like that right now so I don't cause I don't make a mistake about how I'm doing this. That one curls out. That one points out. That one can also come all the way around. This one can come all the way around. Here we go. Fill in a little extra space. Oh, did that entirely wrong. Can you get a third in you? I think this one could actually get a third too. Yeah, I can. Just to squeeze you out a few more rooms. It's not even the right word. It's not even close. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Squeegee. There we go. That's a bit better. Gotta make sure we don't have any cave-ins. So remove their corner pieces. Now that goes to him, that goes to him. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Times 4, 12, 24, 36, 48. 48 is a quarter, almost, of 200. Which means with that design, if we were to do it around the circle, we can get everyone's bedrooms along the outer edge. Boom. Uh-oh, that's a cave-in. That one's not, but we can't access the corner otherwise. We gotta do it like that, and like that. We should be good now. I don't think there's any corner hiding. All right. You can never assume this chat, and pretty much everybody does enjoy Booba. What? Why are you bringing Booba back? I got the chance for the first time in a long time to do a Buddy's custom system a while ago. It was stupid fun. Custom systems can be kind of fun. Sometimes they can be kind of a bit... What are you talking about, buddy? But yeah, no, they're usually pretty good. Especially considering going ahead if you crash the game. We haven't had a crash in like ever. Fuck, how far back did we just go? What crashed it? I don't understand. I wasn't doing anything. I was doing like a floor. Shit. No, no one said booba. No one said booba. No one uttered the word booba. Booba is not a word. I feel like I don't know how far back that save goes. All right. It's not that far back. Wait, no, it is, because I had a third one out. Fuck. Are you shitting me? Why? Why did you crash? I wasn't doing anything. We're back and things not making sense now. Yeah, I haven't even ordered out the extra fucking tombs. That's how far back we are. That's stupid. Okay. I'm going to put in a chat rule to tell everyone that I know you can put walls on floors. I'm doing a build that requires so much material. I'm needing to be a bit economical with the amount of material I'm using. I'll find a way to cram it in there. I know. I know. All right. Delete this. The thing I'm worried about is who died and who didn't die. I hate whenever the game crashes, particularly if it's a long crash. Not because of the amount of work I lost, but because if the game crashes like that and people have been dwarfed and undwarfed, it means everything's now wrong. That is what I don't like about that. Okay, that's already being removed. That's being removed. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Fantastic. I was about to do an autosave and flet like teaching you a lesson. Makes sense. Blocks command to tell people how many blocks you need. Do you really want me to make a command that you just spoke negatively of Booba? I wouldn't trust me. There's no Booba. Where are you guys seeing Booba? Where? Look at this map and tell me where you see a Booba. There is no Booba. If anything, this is a cube. This is the companion cube, perhaps. There is no Booba here. Where do you see a Booba? Nothing in this says Booba. Oh my God, not even that's been done yet. Are the trees still up? We're lagging because of the trees. Oh no. Yeah, they got blood and stuff in them. I think we just lost like 3 to 4 hours of work. I'm not salty. Why would I be salty? Everyone likes salt in their meal. It spices it up. Basically, the game just punished me for even talking about Warhammer 40K at all. That's what just happened. Everything we did during that conversation doesn't exist now. That's what just happened. The game just erased that conversation from history. Cool, I guess. This is why I get paranoid and do safety saves. I should have done more. Yep, I can do my floodgate thing. Nope, we didn't even drain the river yet. We're not that... I just told it to start draining. Like, literally just... I've only been live for a little over, like, I'm just under 5 hours. I think I just lost 3 to 4 hours of work. Not even joking. Like, the entire point of the stream up to this point just disappeared in a blink of an eye. Oh my God. Because the lag was like the first thing we fixed. Forbid everything in here right now. Stop pathfinding to this. I'm gonna get a lemonade. I'll be right back. All right, chat. I'm in a sour mood. What drink are we making today? I'm going to put up a poll, and you guys are going to vote. I've got citric acid, which is lemonade, and I've got malic acid, which is theoretically apple juice. Am I going to be drinking lemonade, apple juice, or am I putting them both in? This is what we're going to do. Commanded floor. Is it even saying it's the wrong command? Put the lemonade powder. You think I won't? / pull. What drink shall I drink? Citric acid. Water. Lemonade. Limon. I spelled it wrong. You shut up. Malic acid. Water. Apple. Both. 3 minutes. It's not telling me anything. I guess that means it's not working. What is command? Is command stream elements? Because stream elements still works, right? If that was the old command for Nightbot, I don't think Nightbot exists anymore. All right. It's a good thing I didn't clear out your statue request, and it's a decent thing that I refunded the points on the tomb, because it turned out that wasn't happening. Silly me. Joe Core's been found dead this time. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Anyone that is moody, I'm kicking you out. I'm not in the mood for this right now. Oh yeah, even the human's still here. Go away. Just go away. Don't want to deal with you. Be gone. I'm already after stream now going to have to go back and check to see who's alive and who's not. Meaning the list is already completely wrong. So John Doom, you're getting dwarf killed. I'm going to kick your dwarf out. He's leaving on his own. I don't want him here. He's caused too much problems over 5 hours that don't exist. Dwarf kill John Doom. Did that work? Oh my god, how far up beyond chat am I? It keeps scrolling up. Why are you scrolling up? I want to go down. Didn't work. Try that again. I forgot the @. Do I exist as a dwarf yet? All right, hold on. Possibly not. Expel him. He's leaving, right? Did I expel you, John Doom? Okay, I think John Doom has been expelled. He's not one of ours. Could I? I'm not going to, but could I order a dwarf to kill him? Yes, he does count as an enemy. Okay, he is not part of our fort anymore. Cool. Glass half empty. I agree with your viewpoint. Because this is a glass half empty sort of situation. Nope, you apparently got done up in time. Was a dwarfed in this version reality? Avatar GW. Yes, Avatar GW the second exists. For now. Better hope he's not moody. Wrathful King. We already went over this before. He's already been killed previously. So we're just going to re-kill him. Go away. Not my problem. Go back through. Pickles, 8508. I've got to leave you here as much as I don't want to. CJ, what is your issue? Be with family. Get fucking better. You're right. They're seeing a lot of dead bodies. The problem is the dead bodies are over there too. Like, that's not all just over here. But you're not necessarily wrong. Build, construction, wall. Both won. I'm surprised. Here you go. See, look, I'm going to build over this. See? I know I can do this. I am aware. There you go. Maybe now they'll stop seeing it. Where are you? Limestone. Construct wall. trying to make sure that the only people over here are the people that know what the hell they're getting into. Construct wall. There you go. No one looking at no dead bodies no more. Except for everyone who's about to build this. All right, so we got both. We have a glass of water. Milliard citric acid, pure, fine grain, anhydrous. So you can verify. Not making this crap up. No spilling because it makes a mess. Ta-da. There's your citric acid. I'll stir that in a second. All the moody doors quickly with a read-only. Moody doors? I don't know what you mean. There's a little bit less of this because it's Malik. I forgot to not put the spoon in the water, so we got to just pour this one. There you go on that. So no one, because I know a bunch of you are new and think I'm fucking around. This is how you should make lemonade, because otherwise it's mostly sugar and it's sweet, and who wants a sweet lemonade? You want it to be sour. I got stuck on which word I was on. You want that shit to be sour, not sweet. Doesn't make sense to me. I should have known you guys were gone for both. You're masochists. One, that went in faster than I thought. Two, it's so good. I didn't realize the water was that high. Is the tap water there that bad that you have to add acids? One kind of maybe. I don't trust it. Jewish, not sour. Jokor is dead. Wasn't Jokor already dead last time? I don't know if we were to kill Jokor. What if you just use a fucking lemon? First of all, because if I used a lemon, it wouldn't be lemonade. You are a lemon. If I used a lemon, it wouldn't be lemonade. It would be like lemony water. Like, it doesn't make sense. Sugar's the best part of lemon. No, you. Best part of lemonade is when you swallow and the back of your throat tells you you've done something very wrong. You need the sour. Sweet lemonades are like the weird way to drink lemonade. You got to have the sourness to wake you up in the morning and get you ready for the world. If I use lemons, then it wouldn't be lemonade. No. Because the point of a lemonade, right, is to be sour. If you look, you can get a drink. Limonada. Like, that wouldn't exist. Limonada wouldn't exist as like the purest, or their idea of the purest form of lemonade, if there wasn't a desire for a tart drink. Lemonade is just some weird sweet nonsense that makes you smell like lemons. No, you want tartness. That's what I'm thinking of, by the way, earlier, not sour, tart. Lemonade is not tart enough, or the idea of what you can buy at the store is not tart enough. Hell, if you're in America, anything you're buying from the store, there's something wrong with it, right? Like go to another country, eat their chocolate. Go to another country, eat their food, and then like for a week or two, and then come back. There's a difference in flavor. Something don't taste right in America. Same thing applies to lemonade. All right, it's just not right. It's like how the cheese is plastic. All right, the lemonade, it's just sugar. It's sugar with lemon flavoring. It's weird. You can buy freshly squeezed lemon juice over here. There's no way you can't say it's not sour. You want me to get that too? I'll get that too. Because the problem is no, it's not. Here, we got lemon juice we got lemon juice literally concentrate. You can't trust it. It ain't sour. See? Look at all the other stuff in there. That ain't sour. There's a seed. Seeds ain't sour. They're seeds. When life gives you sugar, make lemonade. The chocolate. That's the puke flavor. Isn't that like a genuine thing? I think I've heard that. See, I feel like this has actually made this drink less sour. It made the drink less sour. There's now like whatever is in that lemon concentrate, it just attacked the malic acid. By the way, if you didn't know, apples are actually more sour than lemons are. If you have different candies that are sour, more often than not, they're going to be using citric acid. Citric acid is your longer flavor sours. If you're doing something that has a higher sour, but it goes away really fast, that's usually malic acid. That's your warheads and stuff. Malic acid, apples. There is something to be said about wine acid. Wine acid is tartaric acid from grapes. People don't really use that a lot for sour production because the weird thing is if you do tartaric acid, it doesn't have an initial taste. Tartaric acid adds the sour aftertaste effect. So I also have tartaric acid, but again, I wasn't just going to sit here for the aftertaste. It just takes too long. It's whatever. I feel like what I just poured in has either overpowered or somehow removed the malic acid I put in, which was the initial kick of sour before the citric acid, carried over, picked up the light work afterwards to make sure it stayed sour. So yeah, by the way, to go off the thing, lemons are not, the pure lemon are not sour enough because lemons aren't that sour. The acid in lemons are not sour enough. You need apples to go with. Store-bought lemonade's pissed. That's why I'm using a real goddamn lemon. It's probably not made. Okay, you're complaining about seeds now. So you hear me out. Again, don't eat the fucking seeds. The puke flavor in the US's chocolate is real. I'm not denying it. Like I said, there is a weird difference in flavor between the United States stuff and overseas. Never mind. Some of that came back. I guess because I poured the other stuff and it took like a top layer, but now it's mixed. I was not prepared for the malic again. As I was saying, a lot of the chocolates that I like, I prefer from Japan. Little happy hippos and shit, that shit's good. I don't know if anyone's ever had those weird like Japanese happy hippos and the other things. They're fantastic. Where is limestone? All right, we're gonna have to focus a bit more on this second go around to make sure this gets done. Apples are more sour. They're just not as dense. I'm serious. Go look it up. A warhead, like your go-to super sour candy, uses malic acid. Problem is malic acid burns off really fast. You're like your Granny Smith. There's just not much in it. If you're concentrating it down, the apple's sour acid is more sour than the lemon's citric acid. It's just really reactive. Is that the right word? It goes away super fast. The apples tend to not have it. They've been bred out a lot of that stuff. The apples tend to not have it. So your average idea of an apple is going to be, no, it doesn't. But no, I'm 100% serious. Go look it up. that one's too far, but let me map that out. All right, we'll do those. Little at a time here and there. Get it done. Hold on. We got to cancel these two so we can do the middle one. I don't want pure unfiltered sour. I need an authentic lemon flavor. Well, then that's my point. You're not going for sour. That's my point. People drink, or people like, oh, get lemonade. Lemonade's that sour drink, but it's not. It's not that sour drink. All right. Install you across. All right, let that get installed. We've lost so much time. I was thinking perhaps tonight I could not go late. Perhaps tonight I could have gotten it done in the tight, compact schedule. But now I figured out I must stay forever. Yeah, it's wrong. Like I said, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying, Avatar. Okay. I need like a circle or something. We're going to have 2 circles. This is an apple. Apple. This is a lemon. Your sour apples have like that of malic acid. Your lemons have like that of citric acid. So the fruit tastes sour than the apple, but the apple's acid is sour. How are you saving now? That doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. If there's a save after, what happened to the other save? The apple's acid is sour than the lemon's acid, but the lemon has more of its sour. I could check. I'm wondering, are there real fruit or processed fruit? Apple, slow down, dude. You're using a lot of big words. Did you load the wrong save? You weren't paused. Doesn't matter paused or not. It shouldn't have gone into this. There's only one save that I should have loaded. Hold on. Quit without saving. Quit. Continue active save. 9. Oh, because it crashed, I literally went to the active save. Hold on. I see what you're saying. So there was a later autosave, but the latest save isn't necessarily the active save. Maybe. Do we get our, if we got our hours back, I'll be less angry. This is where we just were. Yeah, no, there just isn't really a later save. It's weird that this is the active save, but even with that, that don't make no sense. I don't know. Damn you for making me read so much about fruit, but you're still wrong. Yeah, Yeah, but we still had the... Oh, I see what you're saying. We are farther than I used to be, but we're just not as far. Like, we don't have the upper left. Easiest way to check would be... What? This still hasn't been dug up. Wait, why hasn't this been dug up? Because I didn't do that this time. Oh, wait, no. Has it? No, it hasn't. What the fuck? Now is the saving bad? I feel like it didn't save what I did last time. Didn't we do something to these? Order them dug, I thought, again? Because ain't nothing been dug again. Who's the one dude I keep kicking out? Is he still here? Yeah, we kicked out John Doom last time, didn't we? No. Kicking out John Doom would have been now currently the last auto seasonal save. So this is slightly later in time, but the things I just did, I've now thrown away if I don't continue that other save. I think. Okay, so John Doom is supposed to be gone. We never got a John Doom 3, correct? I'm going to just kick him out. Expel. Not my problem anymore, John Doom. 1. 2, the tavern. If we go to the tavern, click it, we'll notice that we don't have a tavern keeper. Because in either version, the tavern keeper was, we'll say, removed from service. So I'll put Pandasaurus Rex here because, I mean, just look at him. He looks like the man who would know his way around booze. Now this one is gone, but it's not been replaced. I don't think I did that last time. Okay. But need 46. But now this time we're going to find that that wall to the southeast is no longer there because that's from the last save. Okay. I don't know which save is further then. They each have pros and cons. We'll just stick with this one. This is the furthest timeline wise. We'll just stick with this one. Losing my mind otherwise. Nope, screw it. Quit without saving. So continue active save. Go back to the last auto save. Okay, so that is what happened. In terms of getting shit done, this one's kind of further now. So I guess we'll just stick here. There might be other minor things we didn't get done, but whatever. As long as we keep our frames, I don't care. Limestone block. And we now have to remove this. That was in this file, wasn't it? Oh, you're right. That was a different file. Yep, Pandasaurus Rex, you're the tavern keeper. Who all is too moody? Can't get rid of you, can't get rid of you. You're not causing problems yet. Urvad Burad, you are causing problems, but if I get rid of you, I'll lose Probu. And I just got rid of him. I was trying to click cancel, but cancel's on the wrong side. Okay, we got to dwarf kill Probu now. Probu lives, but she's leaving. She's no longer in the base. So, whoops. I'm going to take that one as my loss. Actually, no. Wait. Have we done anything? I guess reloaded immediately. I haven't done anything. Hold on. Quit without saving. It shouldn't have crashed. The crash has messed me up. Oh, wait, Tom. Doorless rooms do not affect the dwarves in any way. The door is just there so that the bedroom making algorithm knows where it is, which is just a completely unnecessary thing anyways. If you're doing it manually, I'm putting a door there for the algorithm to determine it, then I'm shrinking the rooms back down. So it's unnecessary for the dwarf's happiness. Grab you, set up Pandasaurus Rex again. Go back up here. Remove this. This used to just be kind of the thing that people would do anyways. Like there, you would see people designing rooms off of the diagonals where you would see someone doing, hold on. You would see before you could have people doing rooms. I'm doing it really badly. It'd probably be over here or something. But they would have rooms that'd be coming off at weird diagonals and stuff like that. If you did that, you didn't really need doors or anything. As long as like their room isn't in the middle of, I mean, even if it is in the middle of other things, I think that's a different issue though. I'm gonna sneeze. I about died. I needed to sneeze, but I also had a burp coming up from the lemonade. My body did not know what to do. It was very confused. So two things. One, while this is a useful tool, building walls on floors, I just don't like on one hand. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with it. Just I've done the other version of Dwarf Fortress for so long now, it just feels wrong. Secondarily, though, this circle is all artificial construct and requires so much material, I can't necessarily afford to spare excess materials. Especially considering right now I did this one just to be like, hey, look, I did it. But right now I'm taking all the excess sandstone I'm bringing over here and throwing it over there because I'm not mining like the map out anymore. Now this didn't get done in the new version. It did not get built. Very obnoxious. I could do this out of limestone because we have so much limestone laying around. We should probably set them up to just start working with limestone. But no, don't do that. We have tons of wood. Make them use the wood. We're going to. All right, we can't do... Oh, no, we do have sandpaper logs this time. I'll say we don't have many sandpaper logs, but we do. Sandpaper log. Drag you out. Clear that up. You, I've got to babysit this again, are the weird obnoxious thing. Nope. The only main thing you need to worry about is the green area that is their bedrooms. You can't have their floor area overlap another thing's floor area. The overlapping square will be like divided by 2 for its worth to the rooms. It doesn't apply to walls. Walls will do their full value to both things, though I think the dwarf can only see the picture from one side, but like that really doesn't matter. It's a nice room. Like that, they get that thought no matter what of the quality of the room based upon its worth. So that kind of takes priority. I can probably get rid of that and that now too. What? A caravan has arrived. Good. Take all my things, please. No, it has a purpose. Don't get me wrong. It just feels wrong. Game the most. Something about game the most just happened. Sunk into depression. Well, at least he's not beating people. Though I should probably kick him out. What is your... Yeah, be with family. That's why. You don't have family here. Did we already kill game the most? Dwarf kill at Game the most. Yep. All right. He might come back, so I won't change his number. What do you want from me? Or what do I want from you? I think I'm mostly good right now. I want you to leave me alone. I want you to buy whatever I sell you. I want steel bars. It's always a decent thing to ask for. There you go. I want steel bars. Cool. Are these things making bone crap again? Add new task. Bone. Excuse me. Crafts. Add new tasks. Bone. Crafts. Tell your justice to get him. Speaking of which, how's my justice doing? Oh, look, Listless Onion has so many convictions coming down again. Urvad Barad. I cannot kick out Urvad Barad because he takes his spouse with him. Urvad Barad. Urvad Barad. Listless Onion. Huh? Oh, that's the witness. I was like, that's a different name. How's it the same person? Everyone's seeing you guys do this. Oh, this is the guy we just kicked out. They're going to be cold cases now. They're going to be cold cases now. Wait. Maybe not. Have they left? Who did I kick out? Game the most. All right. Game the most is still on the map. So what if we scroll down to where he is and then convict him anyways? It won't be someone who's not on the map, so they won't get angry about it, right? Convict. 'Cause I'm fairly certain this was probably game the most. Maybe, who knows? At this point, I'm just trying to clear these things out of my way. Because others are going to be like, oh, my crime never got solved. Woe is me. There you go. Everything is solved. This visitor is ready to leave. You are free to leave at any time because you got a beating coming if you don't hurry up. They're bad Brad I can't get rid of. Claiborne. Like I said, a bunch of them aren't that... They're red, but they're not that miserable right now. We were super not miserable until we let in the elves and humans. I thought we already did this. Temple Complex and High Priest. That must have been the previous file. Build, construction, floor. Cover you up. We don't want to see all that fungus on our statue. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. I brought that up way long time ago and forgot about the damn crypto. Thank you. Are you messing with me, Avatar? I was going to ask her, probably, what's the point of deconstructing? He needs a lot of blocks filling the rest of the floor. Then my guess was somewhat right. I appreciate the confirmation. Saves the blocks used for the floor. Yes. So I have two things. One, it just feels kind of wrong to me. It just does. But two, in order to do a 102 diameter circle requires over 8,000 blocks. I can't completely afford to just be flippant with just blowing 2 or 3 blocks per square. So it is particularly because I'm running out of a lot of those things. There you go. That'll count. So like the blocks that I'm tearing up from the floor here are replacing these blocks up there. Even though I've got to cover this wall, get rid of that line. That's what we're doing with them. Because this required a rather large amount of sandstone, and I do not want to go back down there into the aquifer-laden hellscape looking for more sandstone. Well, I say looking, slowly mining out an ever wetter amount of sandstone. Especially because the less my dwarves are hauling that stone up, the more they're able to haul everything else around and things kind of get done. Now, How far back, I've just thought of this, how far back did our fix go? I say fix, did this hiccup take us? Yep. The fruit's in the air again, so there's no wandering. There's also a tree here for no reason. All right, grab you. Gather fruit. Here to here. Except, don't grab the top fruit. Try it again from here to here. Gather fruit. Here to here. Gather, not the top fruit. Go. Excuse me. Fruit safety. We're just going to save again. Undo my statue? No, I don't think so. Maybe. Could you buy sandstone blocks? So, no. First of all, I could probably order sandstone from the mountain home, but they're never going to send enough. They're a once a year thing, and I need 8,000 blocks. If you were trying to maximize how much you're getting from the mountain home, you would request sandstone stones, because every stone is processed into 4 blocks. So that would be what I would be requesting. But even then, it's not a question of supply. I've got sandstone here. It's a question of rate and how much dwarven effort you're losing. If I were to try to... I could try buying jet from them, for instance. And I could get some jet from them, but I'm going to get like 5 or 10 stones. It's like so very slow, not great. Trading for that sort of stuff is not fantastic. Steel and metal bars and stuff for weapons and other materials you don't have, like where even a little bit, like that could be a new armor, that could be a new shield, that helps. But trying to trade for like just raw infrastructure material, if that's the right word, it's not great. You're going to be waiting too long to get anything done. What I almost need to do is I need to get like every idiot here to leave. Like anything that's not a dwarf, bounce out. Whatever it is that makes the population in one screen say I have 200 and the other one say I have 120, that extra 80, we probably need to clear out, start from scratch so we can get our moods up. I don't know if it's because half of them don't have beds, what's going on, because this says 113. But if I go to this screen, this says I have 214. So that's not great. Why does it say that? Who knows? A thief has stolen a cherrywood cup. Good on you, I guess. Whoever that is. It's probably someone we kicked out. He's probably had a cherrywood cup on him when he left. Also, you said, did that get rid of my statue? It probably undid your statue of a hammerhead shark, but I didn't redeem the points yet anyways. So you're still good. Your statue is supposed to be down here. We've given them plenty of time to make it, and it doesn't exist. So yeah, we'll just remake the statue of the hammerhead shark. That one is no big. Add new task. Statue, detail, stone, microcline, detail, image, new image, creature, hammerhead shark, action, menacing pose, hammerhead shark, done. Let that be. Wood burner is withdrawn from society. I'll have to babysit him in a minute to see what's happening. How much sandstone do I have lying around? 18. That's 4, 8, 12, 16. If I do that, we'll have a cave-in. $10. How much weight they'd carry? Huh? I don't understand the statement. Hold on. Can we don't have anyone preventing us from trading our bins anymore, do we? We can actually trade shit, chat. We've had every noble die. No one can tell us you can't trade it anymore. We're about to make bank. Either that or get a rather large amount of garbage. Didn't I used to pay them to take away my trash? I want to go back to doing that. Can I do corpses? Refuse. I used to pay them to take away my trash, and now I don't even see a corpse in here. They've fixed the trash section of this. It makes me very sad. But what can I sell? What is it we do not need around here? Bucklers? You got bucklers? I don't like bucklers. You're not in a bin, so you can go. I don't know why you guys are not in a bin, but I'll take you all. Please take all of this off my map. I don't want them. Mechanisms, I'll keep. Meat, I'll keep. Log, legware. Everything that's damaged and unclaimed will be sold. It's kind of the same thing as taking out my trash. I think we got better helms. Yes, take away all of this garbage. It's damaged, and I no longer wish to wear. Wood gauntlet, definitely. That's just dumb. That's some elven nonsense. It's not going to protect anyone from anything. Anything that's damaged, unless it's like steel or something like that, we should just get rid of. Not my problem. Clear them off the map. Goblets. Why are you X? Oh, because of the word bow sight. Really? I'll leave the leather boot for now, but wood is garbage. Yeah, garbage. Now, is that noise from the audio, or is that noise something behind me? Is something trying to come in from the cold? Artifact? Artifact. Then... okay. Oh, yeah. Wood nonsense? Yeah, get rid of this. We don't need any of this. How much do these idiots have? No wonder we're bogged down by nonsense. This is all the damaged one. We still have like non-damaged elven crap lying around. Excuse me. All right, trade all that. Burrows don't remove... oh! Okay, wait. Hold on. I see what you're saying. Why do burrows not remove dead dwarves? We are 121. What? Why don't burrows remove dead dwarves? If I do this, will it remove them? Clear out. Why do you... oh. You can't tell me that burrows aren't bugged. You cannot tell me that burrows aren't bugged. You can't. You can't tell me that burrows aren't bugged if I can have 101 people assigned to this and them not exist. Holy crap. All right, we're gonna have a new burrow soon anyways. That appeases me a bit. That explains some things. Oh, also, okay, so crypto. If no one was aware, recently, crypto won a court case. It's so good. It's a court case that probably shouldn't have been won because it's like winning the battle but losing the war. I don't remember which one. I don't. There's so many different marketplaces for crypto and shit that have all found ways to magically lose your money. So someone in chat, feel free to correct me. I'm not even entirely sure how recent the thing is. I just know the news as I finally, receive it. But I'm going to be operating off of as if this is a recent court case. Again, feel free to correct me if it's not, but this is the earliest I've heard of it. The court case goes thusly. They lost all the money. The merchant place in question, the stock house, whatever the hell they called themselves, all the money go bye-bye. They clear bankruptcy, and everyone who had their crypto in it said, oh no, I want my money. You stole my money to go do other things, and then you lost it, and I want my money. So they sued the place to get their money back because the place lied to them and spent their money. Or they declared bankruptcy, and so everyone, and then after they declared bankruptcy, they sold all of their crypto things to make the money because technically the crypto was part of their the things they had. I can't remember. It's not stocks. I'm forgetting the word right now. Assets was technically part of their assets, so they sold it off so they can make the money to pay the thing that they were bankrupting. And the people are trying to sue them because, well, that's our money. You don't take our money. You give back money. So they go to court, and the big thing was from the crypto thingy was, okay, cool. Yeah, we're allowed to do that though. We can just take their crypto and sell it to make the money. That's a crazy statement. Why is that a statement that you are making? What is your reasoning that you're allowed to do this? Well, just like they've been bragging the whole time, not a bank. Because, they had it all over all of their products and all their documents and everything else. Not a bank. Like, that's the whole point of crypto. Not a bank, not centralized. Welcome to your dystopian hellscape. And long story short, they won. Judge agreed with them. They're like, yeah, you had something. You gave them the something. They're very specifically not a bank. They put everywhere that they're not a bank. And then at some point when they went bankrupt, they've sold your things that you gave them. And the way crypto is, you don't have to do that. You can keep it on your own in your own little crypto journal. I'm forgetting the term right now. So yeah, you gave it to them under the idea that they would use it to invest or something, supposedly. I don't think it was investment. I think it's a different firm, because this isn't the one where the guy kept bragging afterwards, "Me so dumb," whatever the fuck he kept saying in front of every news thing. But the actual merchant house thing, that was their big defense. They're like, yeah, we're not a bank, so we didn't owe them anything. And the judge agreed. The one selling point to crypto, that it's not bank and it's not centralized. They have no regulation. So goodbye. Case is over. Yeah. You got what you bought. So your stuff's gone. That was the big thing that I read recently. That was the thing I brought up earlier. I was like, okay, cool. So why does anyone do this again? Godin Mostib Neil, the wood burner, has created a perfect swirl. Kegid Thil Bad, Held Giles, a perfect swirl. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of square, brilliant cut swirls. Fantastic. At least dead dwarves and paved burrows. I work for the Attorney General of my state, and woo boy, I see a lot of crypto scam complaints. I mean, hey, like I said, assuming that this isn't just I'm slightly out of date on the information, some case I can maybe track it down and point it to you if I can figure out where the hell I got the information from. But if it is recent, and this, I don't know if it's a setting a precedent because I don't know everything about how any of that works. But yeah, they won. Technically, that case went the way they're like, yeah, no, we are not under regulation to do any of that, and we told everyone the whole time that we weren't a bank. And then the court went, no, yeah, you did tell them you weren't a bank. Yeah, your money's gone. This is what you wanted. What? I don't understand how this is supposed to be a selling feature. Anyone can screw you at any time. Isn't that great? No. I would like there to be less screwing, please. Declare bankruptcy does not equal spending their consumers' money on hookers and blow. Giving money to random strangers equals they're not a bank either. Yeah. Wallet. Yeah, thank you. That was the thing I was thinking of, wallet or ledger. But yeah, that's kind of what it came down to. Is they're like, yeah, you had a product. It's not cash. Like that, that's the thing. I think that was like a big part of it. Technically, it's not cash. It could be possibly spent as it, but it's not cash. It's not currency. It changes all the time. It's not technically a stock market. It didn't fall under any regulation, and they specifically told you not a bank. So they had no foot to stand on, and the marketplace or whatever it is, they won the court case. How is that like not a don't go here thing? Also, the thing is, if you give a company your money, it's no. That's kind of the thing, though, Mr. Man. It's not money. A crypto coin is not money any more than a plushie, a Beanie Baby is money. Like, you can't be like, oh, well, these Beanie Babies are maybe able to be traded. I stored all my Beanie Babies here. On a similar thing, by the way, it's the same idea as lock boxes, whatever the hell they're called, at the bank. That's not the FDIC insured thing. There's no protection from that. If someone comes in and steals your shit from one of those damn lockbox things, it's gone. You don't get that back. There's nothing for you to do to get that back. Like, it has to be money. It has to be like specific things. If it's not, oh well. So if you go to the bank, a safety deposit box. If you go to the bank and you store your shit in a safety deposit box, and then something happens and that shit gets stolen, that shit got stolen. What do you want from the bank? They're not giving you anything. The hell are you talking about? Have a good day, weirdo. It's the same idea. You told them to hold on to it, sure. Maybe you can try to do some weird thing to get it, but no, there was no guarantee of anything. They held on to it for you for as long as they could. It was fantastic holding on. They did. That shit's gone now. It will gain it first, and I'll bet your money is still, and it'll be your money until it's not anymore. I can care less for crypto. It's like Dr. Nick and Simpson. Oh, no, it said as a Dr. B. The B means I'm not liable. Doctorb. I'm not liable. Chuck E. Cheese coins. Attention, crypto nerds. Just trade Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic cards. It's actually safer and less stupid. It's not, and despite the temptation, I haven't touched it. Safety deposit box. Yes, you can purchase. Yeah, that's kind of what you need. Safe deposit box insurance. But, like, that's a whole separate thing entirely. They're not, like, even regular banks are not required. Doesn't matter. That's not what they're supposed to be, like, regulated for. They're regulated for the containment and control of money. Money. So all the places where people are like, oh, I put my crypto Dogecoin into the Dogecoin market thing or whatever. I gave them 23 coins and they said they'd owe me 23 coins or whatever. Same as the safety deposit box. Okay, you put 23 things in a fucking box and you told your friend Frank to hold it. Afterwards, you come back and Frank's like, yo, my house got robbed. Frank, court ain't gonna make Frank pay you back for the fucking 23 thingies. It's gone. Like, go figure out where that shit went. Like I said, they won the court case. I mean, yeah, that matches up about how I expected everything to go. It's just weird that, like, this is a thing. It was in some game company recently was complaining or something that NFTs are dead, or like, okay, NFTs aren't working in the gaming sphere, and it's all the people who don't have faith in it, and they just need to open their minds and whatever. I saw a link in, was it Umbrella Corps Discord? I didn't click the video yet, but because I saw a different video similar to it. But like Jesse Cox was even talking about it. Like apparently NFTs are not supposed to. There's only like one company that's still trying to make NFTs a thing in video gaming, and it's Squeenix. I don't know why Squeenix is trying real hard to make NFTs a thing, but they're trying real hard. I want to remove this. I want to remove all this so that I can have, you know, not a problem over here. I currently have $9.43 invested in crypto. Didn't Square Enix invest? Yeah. Square Enix is doubling down on NFT games. They're going to force NFTs in the gaming sphere whether we want it to or not. Yeah, everyone else is like, yeah, this is lost. Because everyone, like, it's gotten to the point where everyone just associates NFT with scam. So the companies are finally being like, oh, okay, we're not going to do that. That's just, if you use this word, you're just immediately not selling a game anymore. Cool. Okay, we quit. We're not doing that idea. Other than Squeenix. Like I said, someone somewhere apparently conversated about it, talked about it, and they were like, oh, you guys, it's all your fault. It's the gamer's fault. I don't know why you guys could have been more open-minded. We could have done such great things for the world. Really? Could we have done great things for the world, or could we have done great things for your wallet? I don't feel bad. NFTs are a scam. Stop it. Stop trying to scam me. Now, are you guys built with that wall yet? Okay, that wall's been built. I need to chop down trees, though. This layer happens to be sand pear wood, so I'm trying to finish it up with sand pear wood. Now, in the short term, I think I can start removing another layer from this. Oh, wait, no, that's right. I'm still stuck on this. This weird lip of doom I accidentally made. I don't know. I haven't heard about I haven't heard of El Salvador. I haven't heard anything about El Salvador recently. Blame the gamers. You didn't buy my shit. It's your fault. Scams are a scam. Stop renaming them. Dude, it's like one of the dudes who was doing like NFTs and shit. He was talking about it, and it just sounded like a scam. He literally just described a fucking Ponzi scheme, and that was even said to his face. And he's like, it just sounds like a Ponzi scheme. And his answer was, no, Ponzi schemes are an old generation thing. That's not a thing. Like, it's the wrong word. He didn't like actually defend the position that it's not a Ponzi scheme. He was just like, that's what old people do, and we're not old, so it can't be a Ponzi scheme. That was it. That was basically his position in life. Can't be a Ponzi scheme because we're not old. What? I didn't know there was an age limit to a fucking scam. Silly me. My bad. Such a bold statement. It's not a Ponzi scheme. Why not? Because that's what old people do, and we're not old. Oh, okay. Silly me. Please take all my money. Like, it's just stupid. Why would a billionaire need free food? I think about McDougal's McGold card for free McDonald's for life, and how many billionaires have them? Why would a billionaire need free food? McDougal's McGold card? I've never even heard of that. It's about the people going there to begin with. Oh, are you? I think Coca-Cola is saying that they actually purchased it. Coca-Cola is asking why the hell did they buy it? I want to go to McDonald's too. I think it was food theory, dude. Ah, okay. Have you guys built the wall? So far, so good. More sandpaper. I've given you plenty of time to cut down trees. We do gotta start working on some of these other woods. Next row's gonna, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Next row's gonna have to be a different sort of wood. Because we've gone ham on sandpaper for a really long time, and it's starting to bite us in the ass. Now, let's go back to the tavern. That well takes a while to load up, doesn't it? Let's go back to the tavern and put in the other statue.
Thank you so much.
Glass half empty. Thank you so much for following. I apologize if you've been here for a while and, you know, we all lost hours of our life to a crash. But hopefully in the future, we can continue being as stable as... I need to keep this base stable for like a month. I'm supposed to do thing about teaching people about water physics and shit, and I thought this would be the good base to do it, so I suggested this base. And then I saw the time. Or not then I saw the time, and then I put 2 and 2 together, and I was like, oh god, I hope it's stable. We can't risk crashing. Crashing no-go. Not give them a purchase because they probably did the math and figured it'd be worth it over time. Other than some super old ones, there are restrictions on them which make them fairly not worth. Yeah, they're like used to be really good deals. Like you'd have like unlimited flying and shit. I think there's still a few of them out there. What annoys me is whenever any of those things kind of go to court, like whenever they decide to be like, we're not doing that anymore. And then people will bring them to court and then the court will be like, yeah, they don't have to honor that. What? Like I don't know how my head keeps leaving the screen. We're getting to the point. Also, when I went out there to get the lemonade, I turned the light on. We're getting to the point where, like, somehow the courts are just letting everyone go back on lifetime warranties and shit. I think we brought it up last time, but some company got in trouble for this recently too. Filmora. I saw a thing about Filmora. There's a company called Filmora. I guess they're like Premiere or something. I've never heard of them other than this. I don't really know what they do, but I believe they're video editing software. Maybe. And apparently what they decided to do is when they first launched it to get to people to give them the big bucks, they would do a thing where you could buy a subscription, pay them, I'm making up numbers, $20 a month, $100 a year, or pay them like $400. And you paid them $400, you had a lifetime account. You just got everything, every update for free. You're good. Coolio. Then what they decided to do, I guess, recently is they decided to go, oh, okay, cool. Hey, everyone who has that lifetime thing, you can't use our product unless you give us money. So everyone started being like, no. Lifetime. And they went, ooh, yeah, the wording in a perpetual license or whatever it was, a perpetual subscription says the XY and says XYZ. You know, so perpetual subscriptions, sorry, you're still going to need to pay to do this because what we're doing is we're switching from product 11 to product 12, and that's an upgrade, not an update. So you're going to need to pay us money. But then they looked into it and they're like, no. This isn't a perpetual license. This is a lifetime file or whatever the hell. There's a slight difference. Like, this is a lifetime thing. It's not a perpetual subscription. Because it turned out like a few years after they started getting going, they stopped selling the lifetime thing and they started selling the perpetual thing with slightly different words. And then they were trying, and then after another year or two, they tried to apply the perpetual verbiage to everyone who had lifetime. And they're like, yeah, see, we said updates. And even though at that point we never described any difference between an update versus an upgrade, and now recently we decided to introduce a new term to it, clearly this doesn't apply to upgrades. So your lifetime thing is garbage because we decided to after the fact. I believe they got so much flack from all their subscribers and in the media and stuff that they went back to the people with lifetimes and they're like, okay, You have a lifetime thing. We're sorry. But it's your fault and you know it. You're the one that should have purchased the correct thing and you didn't do it. But because you made a mistake, we're going to be generous and we're going to give you a lifetime doodle thingy and we'll upgrade you. But, you know, don't thank us or anything. It's like, what? But, like, they're not even the only company to do something similar to this. Like, they keep doing this. As time goes on, everyone's just trying to find ways to back out of this crap. And it's like, are you shitting me? Come the fuck on. Ooh, sorry. You didn't think 35 years ago that update versus upgrade. You know, that's on you for not reading the small print. You can't invent in the future the absence of fine print in the past and try to use that as your excuse. But the problem is half the time they win. Half the time the courts agree with them. The court's like, yeah, it says upgrade, but they're calling this an upgrade now. So it's different words. What? Like, I could have sworn there's a principle in this sort of shit where, like, you have to go with the idea of the contract. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do that. Or if there's any ambiguity, it's on, like, you have to err in the favor of, like, the guy signing, not the company. But whatever, I guess. We're just slowly getting rid of everything. I repeated almost nothing. Fantastic. That was on Linus Tech Talks, and no, they didn't. They're doubling down. Oh, they didn't. I thought the thing I was watching said that they had backed down on that shit. Okay, I didn't see the guy I was watching wasn't Linus Tech Tops. Tech Tops wasn't Linus Tech Tips. I have to see his video on it. It was some other dude. The guy I was watching was some dude, and he was like, I was their first brand ambassador, and I want you guys to know that I'm sorry because I told you what a lifetime thing was, and now it's apparently a lie because they lied to me. That was the guy I watched. I don't know who he was. Never seen him before in my life. Whisperfire 26, I'm going to move on. Not in the mood to hear a grown man piss and moan about nothing. Are you making a comment about the thing, or are you making a comment about what I was saying? You probably already left. If you're making a comment about what I was saying, sorry that I wasn't your cup of tea, but hopefully you have a good evening. This is a continuation of a conversation that chat had asked me about earlier, so I figured I would discuss it. Apologize that our chat doesn't agree with you in conversational topics. Have a good week, though. These things are generally a North American thing. Fortunately, Europe tends to land on the side of the person, not the company. Yeah. It's not piss and moan, it's actually a thing, but okay. Interesting how version 1 to 12, it was never an upgrade, considering it was his first interaction. Yeah, like I said, I'm not everyone's cup of tea. I'm not even my own cup of tea. I don't like tea. I'm a coffee man. But yeah, I don't remember what number it was, because the gentleman who was talking about it, he was around number 9. Something was very important about like number 9 or number 11 or something like that. Somewhere's where they changed the verbiage. But tying this all the way back kind of into the initial thing that brought this up. Bitcoin, not Bitcoin, NFTs. Not NFTs, the actual coin base. The digital coin. They're not called Bitcoins. Is it Bitcoin? My brain's fried. The general term for them. There's no regulation on them. The selling point to them is that there's no regulation. So when it comes to trying to bring anyone to court about it, guess what? There's no regulation, so you don't have anything you can bring them to court with. the court's just going to side with him. The court doesn't side with the person in North America. Excuse me. Even if the contract and everything is in your favor, because they can just change it after the fact. So I don't know why anyone thinks that they're going to win in the court on Bitcoins. Because there's nothing in the paper to side with you on that. That was the whole point to begin with. That's why you supposedly liked it. It's an insane... Okay, no touch it because we're saving. It's an insane Wild West with economics place. Doesn't make sense. Crypto coins, that's the word. Tea not sour enough for you, probably. I mean, kind of. You're not wrong. I know it sounds weird, but there are certain tastes, there are certain flavors that I like sour. There are certain tastes and flavors that taste anti-sour to me. And I just don't like the taste of them. I always end up saying like it tastes base as an idea of opposite to sour because sour is an acid. I don't know if that's the right term. For the most part, tea is it. Like there are a few things and tea just, like tea kind of makes me gag. It just tastes anti whatever it is I like in like sour stuff tasting. It feels like it's sucking shit off my tongue. I like Coca-Cola and stuff. I don't like Coca-Cola, but I like sodas. But I cannot stand Soda Streams. Soda Streams taste, for lack of a better term, base to me. They taste opposite the sort of flavor that I associate with sour and crap. Okay, are we losing frames again? Now, is this because something's in a tree? Because I thought we had these for a minute, and now we're losing frames again. Oh wait, is it Z levels? Nope, it's not Z levels. As a matter of fact, up here, I kind of gained some, I think. It's not a graphical thing. Don't know. Depth of crypt. I like the Wild West is lawless, but I keep getting robbed. Huh. You think the peanut butter is base, not cringe? I'm fine with peanut butter. Tannins, maybe for you? Tannins? What is tannins? Oh. Glass half empty. Ignore the Coca-Cola Mr. Man thing. Ignore the Coca-Cola Mr. Man thing. There's even a special menu. Oh, careful. There's even a special menu on this with the express button of timing out Mr. Man. Don't I fucking what? Do not what? Do not what? Click safety? Wait, no, that's not the right one. Don't go into safety. Ooh. Don't click timeout and then click this lit button. Don't do it. No. Oh no. Wait, why did it do for 60? It's supposed to be 30 seconds. It did 30 seconds and then 60. What? Maybe did I double click it on accident? Does it like stack? I didn't mean to push it twice. That's kind of interesting though. Every time you do it, it's 30 more seconds. Oh, that could be like a child in timeout. Every time they don't face the corner or some shit. You're just like, all right, I added 30 seconds. Always confirm your kills. Double tap. Holy shit. That's good to know, though. He's going to come back in with some horrible thing. All right. Mr. Mod, can you unban him? It wasn't supposed to be for a full minute. I didn't think it was 30 seconds. I thought it was 10 seconds. I haven't pushed that button in a minute. I thought it was 10 seconds. Whoops. My bad. I'm not a tyrant, though. Don't let him tell you, chat, that I'm a tyrant. I am not a tyrant. So what happened was very strange. What are some of your complaints so far with premium? Okay, so here's the thing. Complaint would be a harsh word. I don't want to be like, these are my complaints with premium. I don't have complaints. I have things that I think need to be corrected, if that makes sense. There is a difference. There are some things that I think are like in an alpha state and they need to be smoothed out going ahead. Complaints, I feel like, would be a wrong thing. I did used to have a major complaint with the new labor system. I'll say that. I have, however, since the release of Dwarf Therapist, been able to experiment with the labor system to figure out how it's working. I probably need to sit there on my own off stream to do some more experiments. Say if I wanted to do a video on it, which I might be doing on Tuesday. Not shouting myself out or anything because, you know, oh, there is an item up here, you idiot. I knew something was weird. I now understand it better. And a lot of the things that were causing issues that I was like, I bet it's this or I bet it's that. Half of them were wrong. I was just not understanding what was going on. However, half of them were right. So the primary, if I were to sum up everything else, like even ignoring the labor system, if I were to try to sum up everything, I would say that the new UI, there was never patch notes. Like, Dwarf Fortress Premium was released as a brand new product, basically, in all ideas. But it is, in fact, an update to previous versions of Dwarf Fortress. So a lot of the complaints that people are having, or people being like, okay, I have a question about this, someone else being like, well, it didn't used to work like that, and then it got ruined. Like, you're seeing people in these forums complaining about like lowering of quality and other things. What's happened is that this is the first version of this game that Kitfox released. But there is the previous version non-Kitfox thing, right? Like there was this, like, not a changing of guard, but you kind of get the idea. So this version was not released with patch notes, like dedicated patch notes. So like last time I was streaming, I was experimenting with it. During the experiment, 1 hour after I had started streaming, Putnam, who has already done fantastic work in bringing the frames per second up, Putnam in some form corrected someone and then laid out how part of the code works. That's one part. And that part was explaining how the labor system works. But the problem is, the issue with it was no one had any clue. Like, you had this nice UI, and I feel like everyone who was working on this UI felt it was self-explanatory. And it wasn't. And some parts even to it, like orderlies is bugged. Miners is bugged. The lever system, I'll say, not a bug, but cannot be working as intended, or it's not going to be working how most players will be intending. And I think a lot of this, if it were to be put, like if you were to write it down in patch note, like this now does this, this now does this, I feel like the players would have been able to identify what was happening and be able to figure out how to play the game a lot smoother. Or like, I think if someone just wrote down whatever the change was to say miners, they would realize that there's an issue with deconstruction and mining. That's it. Like, that's the big thing, is I feel like at some point this should not have been released as a new game. It should have been released as an update to a game. Still charged at 30 and all that good jazz, don't get me wrong. But it needed to have been done from the beginning with like a full change log. Because up to this point, every other version we've had, when Tarn was just doing the status of the fort things, they've been listed with a, this is what I'm changing, sort of a, hey, let's sit down. And then afterwards, everyone would discover this is what he thought he was changing, but this is the bug he actually caused. In this case, a lot of those upcoming patch note sort of things were kind of done in the way of, we're changing this, and this runs like this, and this is smoother now. But there weren't really a direct patch note, if that makes sense. So now you kind of need guides. As weird as it sounds, you now need the wiki more so than ever to account for what's the wiki is now wrong about, if that makes sense. That's my big thing, is I just think there needed to have been a patch notes, like a proper full patch notes. That would be my only complaint, if we're to go with that. There are a couple things that I think need to be changed or smoothed out going ahead, but every major release of Dwarf Fortress has had those sorts of issues. The actual thing, though, is I think there should have been patch notes. Because the first couple of days, I think every major streamer who is familiar with Dwarf Fortress had some point in their stream where they were like, what the fuck is that? Or how do I do this? And everyone starting the game fresh is coming in late looking for answers. You know, like, okay, this is a person who's streaming it and has been streaming it. Me, Blind, Sal. I don't think Cupo switched over to the new version yet. Blue Zest at some point. You know, you get what I'm saying. And if you're going to see, if you have a question about the game and you're going to someone who's been doing it long term and you go into their stream and they're sitting there going, how the hell does that work? Like, I feel like that's making even those players be like, oh, okay, I have no clue what I'm doing. It doesn't really inspire the hope that the learning curve has been reduced. The learning curve has been severely reduced, but no one knew how to explain the first couple of days. No one knew how to explain where things were or track down the individual changes. Like the broad strokes everyone could easily have done. Like, okay, this is now here, that's there. That guy claimed a shop. But like the labor, like I said, I'm going to go back on this. This is like the one I've been focusing on. There are other weird minor things, but like this major labor overhaul, every time it's been addressed from people in the know, even when Putnam was doing it, you know, Putnam was responding to the gentleman. I think the person complaining was a gentleman. I don't know. The poster, I'll say, the OP. Because that man had made some crazy claims. Like the original person had done like conspiracy level claims. Like you have to type in custom professions and shit to make the green light, red light thing work, which was clearly an insane statement. So then Putnam had to come in and be like, I don't know where you're getting that from. I've seen the code. This is how the code works. And the crazy thing is, this is how the code works was like the patch note. Putnam's one forum right now should be screenshot and sent to everyone asking a question about what the labor system is. Like it's going on to the wiki kind of now, but like just even if someone were to put it in the wiki, this is how I think it works. We didn't have direct word from God that that's how it was supposed to be working, if that makes sense. So you get the information secondarily from word of God, but when it comes from word of God, it's in a, like, obviously this is how it works sort of situation. But like everyone is sitting there going, I don't know. So I don't have, like, my one complaint isn't an issue with the game so much as the information of the game. Blurble died. I think Blurble died last time too, so I'm not doing anything. No, so here's the thing, Big TJ Leak. It is. You want me to explain to you the new labor system? I explained. Oh, someone got rid of my farm. That's not good. Workshops. I'll explain the labor system to you. I explained it earlier, but I'll explain this thing over and over again so everyone's tracking what the labor system is. The labor system is detailed. It's not quite as detailed as the old direct system, but you can make it detailed. There's just 2 or 3 bugs going on with it that it's hard to parse out what is actually a bug because the majority of it's kind of hiding. Have to be a stonecutter 7 engraver to actually engrave anything is silly. Sure, Chief. This does confuse me. Masons. Okay, so we went over this earlier, but we'll go over this. We'll go over this again. If you guys were here and I went too fast the first time, you know, here's your second attempt at listening. And if you were here and you wrote everything down the first time, just take this as a refresher course. Okay. Hold on. If any of you have played the old versions, it'll be easier graphically if I also load up Dwarf Therapist. I'm not going to be doing anything with Dwarf Therapist. Dwarf Therapist right now is read only. There are a couple things that need to be fixed and tweaked, whatever. But we do have Dwarf Therapist. You can read the information. Here's how this works. We're going to do this graphically. All right? There are 2, and this is what confuses people. There are 2, I'll say supplementary, like almost competing control systems, okay? Everybody does this, only selected do this, nobody does this thing up top is changing an entire column. Mining won't let you click everybody does this, but for the sake of this example, let's pretend it does. If you click everybody does this, then the game goes to mining and turns mining on for everybody, straight down the column. If you select only selected does this, it only does it for the selected. If you say no one does this, it turns it off for everything in mining. Like, this is all step 1. Then it goes down to this is not the actual order of events. If anyone's read Putnam's thing, I'm saying this out of order, but for ease of understanding, I'm wording it this way. This is not the actual order of events, but this is how you can understand what's going on. Then it goes to woodcutters, does its column. Hunters does its column. Fisher dwarves does its column. Okay? Couple things. Fisher dwarves are just fishers, not fish cleaners. So if you set people to these too much, you're going to be losing out on other things. Plant gatherers is plant gathering, obviously. Stone cutters is stone cutting, which is now the job of masons. However, that's not been fully implemented. If you go track it down, there are masons still. Masonry is still a skill in this game. It just doesn't do anything anymore. If I track down masonry, sort by high skill, and then go to, say, him, you'll see Clever Twain is actually a pretty decent mason. And that's not just a glitch. If we track down Clever Twain, he is still a pretty decent mason. Just he'll be rusty in it, I believe, because no one can build up that skill anymore. So they made a new skill called stone cutting for some reason. And then they took all the jobs from masonry and put it on stone cutting. And they also put smoothing with it. I guess because they didn't want to call smoothing masonry, but the skill is still there. So that's not been fully, I'll say, de-implemented yet. Just a heads up. You will find someone with masonry. No, there is not a mason skill right now. Engraving is just engraving. Engraving used to do car fortification, smoothing, and engraving. Now, it's just engraving. Car fortification and smoothing are now under the job of your masons. For some reason, I don't know, but they are. Haulers is every hauler. Like, if you do hauler, it is turning on every single column of all the haulers. But here's the thing. Hauling stops at wood hauling. These 5 over here, even though we all kind of group them under hauling in our mind, because that's kind of the general area-ish they've always been, that's not hauling. Very important. Orderlies. This is one I do think has been implemented a bit incorrectly. If you were to look down in medical, orderlies are these. Orderlies are not recover wounded and feed patients prisoners as one might think. Orderlies is also dressing wounds and suturing. If I were to go to haulers, I want to see this real quick. Nobody does this. Orderlies, nobody does this. And then reread this. I had an issue earlier where something was overlapping. When I first tested this, I had everything by itself. Something is turning some of these on and something is turning some of these off. I wonder if it's because I turned everything off before. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Orderlies. Give me a quick second. I'll say they only do that. We'll go with this. Because part of my experiment was the last time I streamed this. Yes. So.
Thank you so much.
I'm having an overlapping job right now. I don't know what's. By the way, thank you for following. Tarapuka. I'm having an overlapping job right now that's causing this. I'll have to track this down. I don't know what's causing this. There's a way to turn them off. I don't think it's under orderlies directly, though. When I tested it yesterday, orderlies was all 4 of these skills. So actually, hold on. As a matter of fact, I'll just turn off this job for everybody. Everybody gets every job off. Give me a sec. Everybody gets every job off. Reread. There we go. So there is something causing that overlap. Go back to orderlies. Say only selected do this. Reread. Thank you. This is what I was saying earlier. Something was causing an overlap, so it looked like I was wrong. Orderlies is not recover wounded and feed patients and prisoners. Orderlies is recover wounded, feed patients and prisoners, dressing wounds, and suturing, which is weird because depending upon where you are in the nation or around the world, you might not associate all 4 of those jobs with orderlies, which is very important because recover wounded and feed patients and prisoners are a map-wide sort of thing. Dressing wounds and suturing are a very hospital thing. So your orderlies, if you have your orderlies set to, hold on, orderlies, where are you? orderlies. If you set your orderlies to everybody does this, suddenly every single person can grab a dwarf. That's good. That's the way we like it. Every person can feed them. That's good. That's the way they like it. Every person can suture and dress wounds, meaning some dwarf can be coming from the far side of the map to do it. So sometimes everyone's having an issue at the hospital. It's because they're waiting on someone to clean. And you're like, or yeah, dress the wounds. And you're sitting there like, what's going on? I've got every medical dwarf available. They're doing nothing. Why aren't they doing anything? Because it's not a medical dwarf that does that. Those dwarves you set up in medicine don't do these jobs. But suturing and dressing wounds comes between like every other job. So that's why your hospital doesn't make sense. Because this one has 4 columns for some reason. Let me put this back on. Only selected do this. Military. Only selected do this. Haulers. Everybody does this. Orderlies. Only selected do this right now. Actually, everybody does. I'll explain that one a little more in detail later. I'm clicking these back over. Plant gatherers should be everyone does this. Fisher dwarves. Only selected. Planters. Only selected. Hunters. Only selected. Woodcutters. Only selected. And miners. Only selected. So there is a slight issue there. I haven't gone into explaining really how it works yet. Now, here's what that means for step 1. Or for step 1. If you create the detail, you're assigning the ability to choose what sort of job you might want dwarves to focus on. Because from what I understand, there's a theory that this should be working differently, but I'm saying just about how jobs are turned on. I don't know anything about prioritization yet. If you turn this on and you say, hey, you are a stonecutter, but you say everybody does this, in terms of labor, every single dwarf has stone cutting turned on. There might be a prioritization thing as a second step, but in terms of turning a skill on, this does nothing. This is for this, which we're going to be getting to later. Now, if you don't have a work detail over here, all of those jobs are just auto-assigned to everybody does this. So we've only by default have orderlies and up, but every other job you can think of, just assume there's one big work detail called everybody. Called everything else. And everything else is set to everybody does this. The way I just did that didn't work because I didn't bother to check mark anything, but you get what I'm saying. Always assume that there's one more work detail that says everything else and everybody does this. Now, that is step 1 of how you should understand how this system works. Step 2, which is the exact opposite thing, is the red square, green square system. If you have something set to a green square or a red square, it'll then go through the column, the row of that dwarf and turn off every single labor that's not one of the labors you've assigned to that dwarf. This applies to everything. You give him mining, you give him hauling, and you give him orderly. Every single job will be turned off after every column was turned on. Every job will be turned off in that dwarf's row, except for the things that you've assigned to him. Which means if you get orderlies and set them to red, then they won't do anything other than those 4 things. If you do miners and set them to red, they'll only do mining. Hold on, this hasn't been reread since the new thing. This has an issue. So the miners do nothing else other than mining. Nothing else. There is no normal idea of an orderly. You don't have these two. I have no clue what is turning that on in my jobs right now. That doesn't apply, but most importantly, it doesn't allow for levers. So if all your dwarves are getting assigned via what they have set up, less and less dwarves are going to be flipping levers, because that is also one of these skills. So a lot of these things that you would just assume every dwarf has on by default, that's no longer true. You have to be setting it via something else. So this red-green square trumps everybody does this. If I set haulers, everybody does this. Guess what? Haulers is overwritten for this dwarf by this dwarf's red thing not saying hauler. if you take all this together, what this means is you can sit here and create a work detail like you would used to do custom professions. I want my woodworkers. I want my stone workers. I want my hunting related, because hunting is not related to hunting. Healthcare, there have been arguments on and off about what healthcare actually is. Ignore that for now. Farming related, you could turn on individual things. Create a work detail for every single one of them. Set every single one of them to only the selected do this. Then assign your dwarves to each of those details with red. You will be just as detailed as you were previously with the old school system and dwarf therapist. It is still there. You just have to do a lot of work to do it. There are 2 important things to be aware of. 1, you have to use some of these work details because you cannot create a miner, a woodcutter, a hunter, or a fisher dwarf. If it will not let you click everybody does this, you will, actually no, fishing you can, oddly enough. Mining, wood cutting, and hunting, you will not find them in your custom detail. Go all the way up, look around, there's no mining. Look around the tree thing, there's no wood cutting. Go and look under hunting, you'll find everything but hunting. You need to use these 3. You can customize all the rest you want. You need to use those 3. Very important. And the second most important thing is only miners equipped with picks deconstruct buildings right now. That one I think is a legit bug. That one nothing in anything involving this explains that. You can go under this and I think you can't find deconstruction. Like it's just not here. It's not there. So, that's why everyone else was getting it on, because I told the military they could do it. Yep, I'll leave that as done. I understand what's going on now. So that's an important thing. If you can't set the miner to everybody does this, which means you can't give everyone deconstruction. So you need a rather large amount of miners. You need a rather large amount of miners, or else you're going to have an issue. If you do the checkbox on multiple labor profiles, let's say Artham, he's a miner. I go to plant gathering. He's plant gathering now. I go to engraving. I've lost him. Fuck it. We'll go to haulers, track him down. He's got this. The red square is only for the dwarf. You're just choosing his row. You cannot choose per column which ones he has on or off. That's why I was saying, if you go and sit there and choose every single custom work detail the way you want and click them to red, you are in effect turning them on for whichever ones you put this symbol by. That's how you do it. You have to sit there and do one for each and every one that you like, the way you want. These are grouped, that's grouped. You can group them however you want. You don't have to do every individual skill. But if you want the miner to do mining and hauling and medical and stone cutting, you got to go through each one, turn it on, and then click them red. And then he will be doing the skills that you have told him to do. So to recap, everybody does this means it might as well not even exist as a skill. Just flat out. Might as well not exist as a skill. The green-red thing, red means dwarf therapist way of controlling things. Green things means auto labor's way of doing things. That's what you're choosing. That's really it. Only selected is the columns. Red-green is the row on the dwarf. If you have a red mode on, you're telling the game, this dwarf, I'm telling you what he has on. If they have a green square, you're telling the game, I don't care who does it. I don't care what this guy does. Just let him do something. Just whatever. So red square, dwarf therapist style. You're going to need a bit of micro to set it up. Green square, like auto labor style. Like, I don't care what he does. Let him do whatever. There's an entire another step to this involving workshops or whatever that's slightly goofy, but whatever. Important thing, I will say though, about the doctor, because everyone gets confused on the doctor. Here's what the doctor is. There are 3 doctor skills that were not addressed by the orderlies. Diagnosis, surgery, setting bones. Diagnostician does diagnostics. Surgeon does surgery. Bone doctor does setting bones. The doctor thing up top does all three. And I think it's bugged. Going purely off of anecdotal evidence, that's so good, but so bad. What? That is metal as fuck. I love it, but man, is that weak in damage. Moses. Moses the Craft Dwarf has created Sazir Taguz, a dwarf bone warhammer. He offers it to the Page of Raptors. Sazir Taguz, the Vice of Leaping. Jesus. Moses made a holy weapon made out of dwarf bone, and he said that leaping was a vice. That's epic. That's fucking epic. The Vice of Leaping. This is a dwarf bone warhammer. All craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of dwarf bone. So now, a little bit during that, I was just constantly going through. I'm going to real quick look at chat again to see if I missed anything in there. Now the world will never know, butthead. Oh, I still have it. It's just got a line through it. Some kind of documentation would be great. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's like my one big issue is we needed documentation. Yep. Like I said, this is my one thing is it just needed to be explained. I don't like the new labor system, kind of like it for the most part. Some things combine, other things had to assign a dwarf to stone cutters, have an engraver to actually engrave anything is silly. It does confuse me. Mason, so the crafting thing, so here's why crafting doesn't entirely make sense. Or why people are getting confused, what do you do crafting? If you don't create a work detail, everyone does crafting. Because remember, there's always the hidden work detail that says everything else. Everyone can do everything else. If you want to specify on crafting, actually, no, wait, they did change crafting. Hold on, where's crafting now? Didn't we work on this before? You're right. There it is, crafts. It's under its own thing down here now. If you want to split up your crafting people, you got to create a custom detail for stone crafting and then assign people to stone crafting. That's how you got, they moved it out of position. It's kind of like how they used to do it with D&D. You know the stats for D&D used to be in a different direction? We've already talked about D&D. I'm getting off track again. Anyways. Engravers only smooth stone. Nope. Engravers no longer smooth stone. Stone cutters smooth stone, and stone cutters carve fortifications. Engravers only literally engrave, which is a pain in the ass because it means you can't get them to level up their engraving skills by smoothing. So you're going to have a bunch of low quality pictures in the ground somewhere. Yes, stone cutters equals masonry plus smoothing. Correct. Don't give the masonry, no such thing. There's just no such thing.
Thank you so much.
Hekios has been found dead. Was he in a fight? Or did he die of old age? I think he just died of old age. All right, Hekios 888, you have died. Thank you for... I heard a follow. Hold on, I'm not at the bottom of chat. Hold on. I don't know who did what. I wasn't looking. I'm sorry. I've done bad things. G-Spec99, thank you so much for following. Should be masons and detailing. If that's I'm just telling you like it is. Engraving is smoothing stone, which is why it's confusing. Are you able to use therapists with premium? So, yes and no. Right now, there has been code put into the game that would allow therapists to work. There's already been code set aside to let auto labor and let therapists do the way it used to do. It is coming. That you just saw is a beta of it right now that you can download. However, the new flag and stuff, we'll say, to make the game work with dwarf therapists and stuff is a new bit of code. It's a new thing that the developers behind dwarf therapists and auto labor and stuff are going to have to work with. So right now, because it's not programmed to flip over that flag, Dwarf Fortress has control. There's a very nice I have control, you have control system in Dwarf Fortress right now. And because they're not flipping that lever, Dwarf Therapist right now is read-only. You can get all the information from the dwarves. You got a nice collection of all the health and shit again. Like, if that's what you use it for, data collection, it's there. Go download it. Have the time of your life. But if your primary use for Dwarf Therapist is to assign skills to dwarves, the programmers of it have not yet gotten to the point where they have Dwarf Therapist send to Dwarf Fortress to flip the switch over to give them control. Because as I understand it, I could be wrong, as I understand it, if you're switching the control over, then to make sure there's no conflict of interest, the program like Dwarf Fortress is not doing it anymore. Like it's no longer you can do it in game via that labor plugin or do it in Therapist. I think right now the way it's set up is if Therapist is running, then Therapist has got to like flip a switch in the game to be like, nope, I'm the conductor today, not you. Because right now what it does is Dwarf Therapist can send a write command. It can say, hey, I'm changing this labor. And then afterwards, Dwarf Fortress immediately goes, no, he's got a red square and he's mining. You said he's fishing? No, you're wrong. And it just overwrites it back immediately every time that happens. So it's like an auto update flag or something like that. It might be able to be like you could set it manually still, but like there's a weird way Dwarf, like I said, every time you do a check, by the way, that column and row thing I was talking about, every time you do a check, like boom, I just did it, boom, I did it again, boom, I did it again. Every time you do that, in order to set their jobs, the game goes through every single one of them and does like the rules that I just said, on, off, off, on, off, and it goes through that. So right now, Dwarf Therapist, like I said, can send a write command and say this skill is on for this dwarf, but then that triggers the update of Dwarf Fortress, and Dwarf Fortress is checking its UI, and Dwarf Fortress goes, no, and just overwrites it back anyways. So that's like the one big thing is it's not like they're aware of it. It's not like this was a surprise or anything. It was put in there specifically to let Dwarf Therapist do it. I think they're worried right now that on their first release, they want to make sure that they weren't going to like freak the game out by doing things and having it do reads and crap. So I anticipate it. I don't know how soon, but like it's literally, they just haven't gone ahead and put in their code to flip the switch. If you add pull levers as a custom labor, wait, hold on. I think that's what, it's like nurse and orderly combined. Might I ask what program is this? Dwarf Therapist. If you add pull levers as a custom labor and add people to it, will people do that even if they're locked only to labors they are assigned? Well, if you're adding people to it, then they are assigned. So in this case, what you're talking about is, as weird as this sounds, do a work detail, go all the way down and say lever operation. Go up, call it lever operation, and then turn this on for everyone. Lever operation. And then where are all those miners? I'm going to track down every miner because I don't know where any of them are. All right. Let time resume a bit. Go back. Oh, I did close it. I did get rid of the program, didn't I? Let it relaunch. Do a read. Open up the dwarves, bring mining to the top. They've all got it on. Because like I said, it doesn't matter what screen you're in when you click that red square. It doesn't even matter what job is assigned when the red square is. Because every time you click someone on or off something, it refreshes every dwarf's labor, not that dwarf. So every time I do this, it's verifying who's set to what, who's not set to what, who's doing something. So if you've assigned them lever operation and mining, like I said, red mode means Dwarf Therapist mode. They get what you tell them. Red mode means I'm telling you what to do. So if you want them to do it, you've got to set that up. So if you sit there and you make a work detail for woodworking, make another one for stoneworking, separating out stone cutting and engraving or something, make another one for, again, healthcare is on and off. Do, you know, like my old butchery tanning leather thing. You make that be one. You group them together. Like basically what you have to do is you have to do the old custom professions in Dwarf Therapist. Every custom profession you used to do, come back in here, make a work detail, assign your custom profession to that work detail, or break it up. If you want the work detail that does like, you know, my old, hold Hold on. It can't write anyway, so I don't think it'll matter. If I go to Artham and assign my old job of... What was one that was kind of complicated? We'll go with miners. What did I call miners? I had a name for miners, and I'm not remembering it right now because I want to do it really fast, so I'm not going to remember. Whatever. We'll do lumberjack. So lumberjack used to be wood cutting, brewing. I don't know why brewing's in lumberjack, and then all the hauling skills. Right now, what you could do is you could say lumberjack or whatever has wood cutting, which we already kind of got, so you can't actually do that, but just follow my logic here. In order to do this, you would turn on wood cutting. You would need a custom one to do diagnose and feed, or dressing and feed. You would have to do a custom one of dressing and feed, or you'd have it as part of lumberjack. Again, I don't know why brewing's here. I feel like that was a misclick from way back when. I just never noticed it. And then you would turn on hauling. Then when you turned on you switched it to red, you're saying, I've told you what to do. Ignore everything else. Everybody does this. Supersedes nothing. This is step one. This is like the base foundation of setting what is on and what is off. After that, only selected do this, nobody does this, and the red squares trump everything else, like in that order. So if you got someone set to red, you can go to Stonecutters and say everybody does this. Guess what you've done? You've said everybody does this, that I haven't told them that they only do a certain job. This trumps nothing. As a matter of fact, it so doesn't trump anything. Everybody does this, doesn't do anything. Straight up, if you go into the forum and you track down, it was from 2 days ago, what Putnam said. Putnam said, I'm working on the code, guys. Because remember, 3 days in, he already made the game smoother. Putnam, I keep thinking Puck. I've seen Puck so many times. I don't know why. Every time I hear the word Putnam, I think Puck, the stupid fairy thing. Putnam. She did fantastic work. 3 days in, she made the game faster. She sat there and said, hey, you guys are coming up with crazy conspiracy theories, and I don't know why. I've looked at the code. Here's the code. And step one, everything gets turned on. Every time you do this, every dwarf gets everything on. And then it kind of works by exclusion. If this thing says only select to do this, which it does, it goes down that column, and if they don't have a pick assigned, it turns it off. That's what it does. If you say nobody does this, then whatever that job is, it goes down that column and turns that shit off. That's what it does. Everybody does this, literally does nothing. All it says is, don't turn off for this. That's all it does. It does not proactively flip anything on for anyone. That step is done regardless of any of these three things. This creates a second step to turn people off of it if it's on. And nobody does this, turns off even more. The red thing is then last and says, before, because everybody does this, the red one then goes, all right, turn off everything else that isn't one of my symbols. So everything is a control by exclusion. Everything is on, and depending upon what of those two things that you have on or off is what it's removing from either the column or the row. Nothing is forcing it back on, ever, from what I understood. All right, I think my chat is a little bit behind. It is. Hold on. What if you do checkbox on labor profiles as answered that? Would have made sense to put something like Dwarf Therapist into the game. So yes and no, Hekios. Will I be super excited if Dwarf Therapist gets to a point where not only is it a different program, but it's part of the UI in-game? Yes, I will celebrate that day. It'll be a fantastic day. From the bottom of my heart, I prefer just the Dwarf Therapist spreadsheet. But if you're going to be selling a game to new players, you're going to need to reduce that initial barrier of entry. If players load into the game and they're like, oh, this looks like a fun game, it's got the pretty pictures, and the first thing that they're greeted with is, okay, which of these squares should be on or off? And this is an important thing, you're going to have a problem. remember, why is this not working? My keyboard didn't transfer. In the first 2 months, Kit Fox was thinking that they would sell about 170,000 copies of Dwarf Fortress. That was their estimate. That was what they figured after 2 months. Like they would get, okay, we'll get a couple of the old time players and we'll get some new players, word of mouth the second month. They were thinking in the first 2 months they would get about 170,000 sales. They like, I don't mean to sound rude, but I'll say it. They so underestimated how many people really play this game that in the first month they sold 500,000 copies. If you think, like, they didn't even say what they thought was, I'm typing Kid Fox. Who died? If you think of it that way, that they thought it was going to take 2 months to get to 175,000, like that they were going to need to get people to like kind of play it, like new players. They thought they would climb to 175 after 2 months, not even talking about what would happen in the first month. Then they had hopes, but like they didn't have high hopes. You know what I mean? That's kind of what happened. So if you go with it like that, they wanted to make sure that they had a good lower barrier to entry. So would I, like, when this stuff comes out, am I going to probably revert all the way back? Or, you know, if they get a slightly better control scheme, prefer that one? Yes. But the idea of like, I would prefer, like, oh, I really wanted them to just do Dwarf Therapist. Normally, if I have an issue with something, I would be like, I don't even know why they did this. I understand. Like, this is easy. It's an easy thought process. You know, some things needed to be done. They were trying to make sure they got their money back. And like I said, they just underestimated everything. Like, I don't know what they were basing their math off of. That, like, 170, like, it sounds like it's all real big numbers anyways, but 175,000 in 2 months versus 500,000 in 1 month is like a tripling minimum of an issue. Like, that they did not understand some math. Whoever came up with the estimates, their math was flawed. Their math was incredibly flawed if they didn't see that, not even if, because they didn't see that coming. So it was successful, and you're like, well, 175,000 still be successful, but in the grand scheme of things, after 2 months, like, they're hoping that that they could go up, if that makes sense. Now the problem is that you have a lot of players, like in their forums and stuff, basically saying kind of the conversations we're having. Did I kill him? I think I killed him. Conversations we're having, like, well, this system was better, or that system was better, or I don't like this and I like that. I have a suspicion that they'll slowly revert things kind of to the way they were, or put in the application for it. They already thought, they thought about it. They knew that there were going to be players that wanted the old way of doing it, because otherwise, why would you put anything in the code to make it easy for Dwarf Therapists specifically to work? If that makes sense. Like, it's not that like, oh, they went against the old control ways. They had to do what they had to do, and they knew that the modders that did the old school things were going to be coming. So that's your olive branch. That one switch in the code is the acknowledgement to the people who like the old way, and like that one, whatever, how much amount of code it is the idea of, we're changing this, and this is probably not going to gel completely well with people who've been playing our game for over a decade. Like that's your olive branch. Like they knew, but you can't blame them for the decision. It makes sense. You know, like I said, especially if the one thing you can blame them on is, again, whoever came up with the idea that you were going to do 175,000 in 2 months. Doesn't make sense. You can't blame them for the decision of being like, we got to make sure that, you know, this is good going ahead, that we'll be able to do this. Did I have this on the wall? Probably shouldn't have done that, but whatever. I had it on the wall. Fine. So it will come out. It's already nearly come out. It'll be good. Is there a maximum number of custom labors? I don't know. Hold on. I'm going to save before I crash this. Custom labor test. And the off chance that there is one, or it makes the game unstable, you want to make sure you save before you screw it up. It was easier and intuitive, but it was easier and intuitive for everyone who knew what the labors were. The control system right now with the default of everything on, you don't need to know what the fuck a labor is. You can tell the dwarves what to do. There's like how many different types of craft? They don't just do that. Like it's very much a training wheel system. Is the current system we have. It's a very much a training wheel system. The issue with using it right now is just everyone who's like trying to pedal real fucking fast and like they keep it's a weird training wheel and they keep kicking the training wheel in front of one of the pedals. It's a bad metaphor. I haven't done bicycles since I was a kid. But you get what I'm saying. Like it makes sense. It's just, you know, everyone who knows how to ride a bike just wants a bike. It's there. It'll be fixed. It's coming out. We're good. Oh, my frames went up. Can you engrave... Oh, wait. Hold on. I'm getting up. Oh, wait. Did I get a fell mood? Oh, wait. Yeah, because it was bones. I didn't even think about that. I haven't had a fell mood in ever. He probably killed someone for that. That's why Hekios died. He murdered Hekios. Wait, who created that artifact? Shit. I forgot to check. Oh, he's probably dead now. That's why I have so many unsolved murders. Yep, okay. That's a... Fuck, I feel kind of bad. That's a big moment, chat. I have streamed now for 6 years plus and played this game for it since like 2010, and I honest to God think that was my first fell mood, because I've never had dwarves be this angry for so long that they had a bad mood. I've only ever really gotten fey, possessed, withdrawn from society, and I think maybe one more. I don't think I've ever really had a murder one. I even commented on this about a month or so ago. Like, I've never had the murder one. People were talking, we had a murder, yay! This is our first murder, everyone. Yay! Can you engrave yeah, like I said, there's some weird oddities in there. Wouldn't it made sense to put something like dwarf therapist into the game? I think that's the one I addressed. They put in the olive branch. They knew that people were going to want that kind of control scheme. If you want suturing, you have... Yes. Yes. Suturing is orderlies. That's my one issue. I kept saying that the medical system doesn't work. And we'd have some people in chat be like, it works fine. You're an idiot. You're insane. You don't know what you're talking about. And then what happens? You look at it and you're like, no. It does act weird. Like, as long as you know what it's doing, you can work around it. But if there's nothing written anywhere telling you that that's how that works, you're never going to know. So, yeah. Orderlies is suturing as well. Is there a place to read exactly what each one of these work details does? So, kind of what I just told you. I'm probably this Tuesday flat out. I had a different idea for the video on Tuesday, which is tomorrow. What I'm probably going to do is the class I just gave you guys. Like, just flat out, just a big old video explaining it. But as of right now, no. Like, it's kind of like the patch notes thing from before. That was my actual issue, is you can look at your custom ones, but you can't look at these ones. So, very important. Because lumberjacks aren't busy all the time. That's what hauling is for. That's true. I was just guessing. It might have been. Who knows? If I look through all my custom jobs that I did over the years for that, half of them would be weird. Like, I probably would not even understand why I did half the things I did. I just realized we had 2 different corpse piles. All right. I want you to go away. I'm clicking the wrong button. All right, I'll bring that away. Oh yeah, did I not kill you, Hekios? Did I not dwarf kill Hekios? I'm alive. Yeah, okay. I lost that in there, Hekios. I'm sorry. I thought I did kill you. Did I not type it right? No. The last one I killed was, well, now I've clicked up too many times, so I don't know. Dwarf kill at Hekios. You're talking about an article where journalists made that prediction, not them. They just responded to him. No. I mean, yes, but no. The thing I'm talking about is where they said it. In the information of the dwarf fort that they put out a little bit ago, they... Actually, that was a news thing, wasn't it? But the news dude said that that's what they had said. I could have sworn that that's what they had said. I'll read it again. But they were the ones, like, it was linked. It was in my Discord, wasn't it? Didn't I get that from my Discord from their news of the fort? I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain that now you got me second guessing my own memory again. If that number, let me put it this way. If that number was wrong, I feel like if it was an article, it was an article that was promoted by them. Like they had mentioned it. I feel like that's where I got that from. I didn't just grab the article out of nowhere. So if the number is wrong, then I'm still going to go with that the number of estimates was right because it was put out in a news article that they promoted, if that makes sense. That's what I'm going to go with. Like they had a chance to correct it or something. If they put it out, if someone else made a wrong number, but they promoted it, they're on the ball for that information being out there. That's what I'm just going to go with. Hold on. I heard the dwarf command, but I don't see who got dwarfed. I must not be up to chat. There we go. Now up to date in chat. Oh, I killed Zakthos. Uh-oh. Zakthos, are you alive? Whoopsie. I mean, Zakthos is dead too, so it worked. That should be a quote. Dwarf kill. Zakthos. Kit Fox Lady said in Redicon. I could be wrong though. Dwarf 1 for Hekios. That number that it thinks we have right now is probably wrong anyways. Hekios. 888. The second enter. Hekios 888. The second enter. Was it this? Is that the one from... Hold on. No. That wasn't it at all. Maybe, but that wasn't it. Is successful and it's your fault. It was a PC Gamer article from 5 days ago. From the news article... We win, and it's your fault. Dwarf Fortress hits almost 500,000 sold in under a month. This news means that Dwarf Fortress is torn its pre-release sale estimates to shreds before the game Steam version came out. An economist enlisted by its publisher, Kitfox, tentatively predicted that it would sell around 160,000 copies over the course of its first 2 months on Steam. Now, while you can say that it was just an economist, this was an economist hired by Kitfox. Unless they had a different number, that is the one they are on. So if you take that to what I said earlier, then I'm saying that economist was fucking wrong. Like, whether or not you can be like, well, that's someone who's working directly with a project and they would have had more hope. Doesn't matter. They hired an economist to make the prediction. The economist did. That guy was a fucking moron. Go all the way back to my original thing of... If that's what an economist is predicting, even if you're hopeful, someone whose job it is to count these numbers out, even if you're hopeful, the counting boy says what the counting boy says, you're going to act a certain way. Geek22, I think you're alive right now. If it doesn't do anything, you're alive. I'm only checking because if you got dwarfed earlier, we had your dwarf get destroyed. We had a crash earlier. I will re-dwarf you. I know it didn't give you a number, but I'm not gonna. You're gonna be a siege engineer because I said so. I'm not gonna kill you because then you'd be on the second dwarf and you're still only on your first one. The first one never really died. It just unexisted. So G3EK22, the first. What the hell? G3EK22, the first. Wait, no. Yeah. G3EK22, the first. I responded as, yeah. It's gone for a while. Is my dwarf still farming? Vorplim, are you dead? Nope, you're good. You're reading interpretations of something. You're reading interpretations of the examination of the patient, which is a finely crafted giant black bear parchment scroll. It is decorated with giant cougar tooth and encircled with bands of round black opal cabochons. The rollers are made from rutile. Written on the item is a manual entitled The Interpretations of the Examination of the Patient, authored by Lihost Indolulano. It concerns the method of physical examination and diagnosing illnesses. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good. Someone from Kickstarter I linked with, when I shared the estimate on Twitter, multiple people expressed they felt it's quite low. I agree, and I'm likely to believe 200K is more likely than 120, primarily due to the way that Steam appears to promote successfully selling games and cause them to become increasingly more successful. So their estimation was still low. Yeah, even if you go with that, like The Economist said, whatever that number was, the 175, and someone else corrected, like, we feel 200. Like, that's, hold on. Weird is the wrong term, but again, that's more telling. Like, you're like, they're low. We're hopeful. We believe 200. That estimate was over 2 months. 200,000 in 2 months. Even if we take that number, that was over 2 months. 200,000 over 2 months is completely different to 500,000 in one. Like, that's a big difference. Why is Pickles oblivious? Yeah, whatever, he's going crazy. Didn't we have someone having a mood again? Something happened. I forgot what was already happening. Make bone crafts. Is anyone showing a strange mood? Nope. Okay. I guess not. Do we have water down here? We still have water down here. I want to put a floodgate here so I can do what I want, the artifact floodgates, but I guess we're just not going to today because whatever, screw me. Walls. Limestone. So I'm trying to remember. We had a major project for today, and I don't know if we got it done or not. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Our major project was kind of be digging down below. The problem is we lost like 4 hours. Like we got a bunch done. Like we still made progress, but I almost feel like whatever we had for the major project today is just a moot point because of the game crash. You know, kind of muddied the waters a bit. Use closest. Just put down some beds. You're not inside. You win this one, Batman. Are you inside? You are not yet inside. Okay. Hekios 888 redeemed. Read my dwarf's description. All right, Hekios. If you wish to exist, I will tell you how you exist. Hekios 888 the second. You are very strong and quite durable, but you're quite susceptible to disease. You have an amazing spatial sense and willpower, but you have meager creativity, poor analytical abilities, a very bad sense of empathy, and very little patience. Hekios 888 the second likes olivine, silver, turquoise, cherry wood, the color buff, cabochons, bucklers, bins, goblets, the sound of the embrace silkiness, and the sight of the berries of euphoria. When possible, prefer to consume ocelot, horse cheese, and plum wine, though you absolutely detest large roaches. What skills traits should I look for in a good sheriff? Weak. Why was SKD fish fighting? The planter has done it. Who's the planter? Seagoon. I'm willing to bet that he had a name, but we've now lost it. So there's a planter causing fights and killing people. He should go to jail. Dwarf kill at SKD fish. I'm not sure I have enough things set up to do this. Planter. Moses is doing good, even though he's a horrible murderer. I'm not seeing this planter. Did the planter die too? Or wait, were you the planter? Did I get this backwards? Was SKD the planter? Justice. Yeah, we don't know who did it. The murder of Hekios 888. We know who did the murder of Hekios 888. Hold on. We're going to investigate the murder of Hekios 888. The murderer of Hekios 888 was someone. Moses. Wrong button. Odin. Moses Odin. Hey, Moses, you want to tell us what you've been doing? I'm going to investigate Moses. Now, we still have our militia command. That's why we lost our guard. When did we lose our guard? Can't be enlisted or officer is going to cause an issue. It'll be this guy, some random bookbinder. Shit. Okay, he needs a dining room and a study. When I do that, he'll be fine. Okay. This goes to the guard. And his study is down here. Captain of the guard. And who are you? Coca Koala thought he found an open thing. Might as well just start eating in it, I guess. Whatever. Like I said, as weird as it sounds, you want them to have good social skills. If you're trying to min-max this, right? You just kind of want something that's up here-ish. You could track them down. Here's the issue, especially if you have nobles. They're going to be killing innocent people. When you create it, the important thing to do is to find his squad. Oh, I guess this is how some of them have been happening. You go to his squad. You go to equipment. You do a custom uniform for them. The custom uniform is that they don't have any weapons. Now, this is true that if you could find a light weapon, this would be preferable to having no weapons because people doing unarmed still going to be getting shit done. But in the short term, what you absolutely do not want them to have is like an iron hammer. Because if there's not enough room in the prison or if the crime is deemed severe enough, what they're going to do is beat the criminal. And beating the criminal usually goes with, hello, are you Mr. Criminal? Yes, I am Mr. Criminal. All right, I've got a warrant out for your beating. You have a warrant out for my beating? Yes, I will apply that warrant of your. I will apply the warrant of your beating right now in the middle of whatever you're doing. Now, looking around, I appear to have a scimitar, and I will put it in your heart. Would you please sign the paper that I have successfully beat you in response to the crime on the date 2 days ago? Why isn't he moving? He's dead. I don't understand. So, oh, Geek, you're already dead. Well, I guess we're wrong, Geek. You will be on your second one. That's awesome. I guess the game wanted to prove me wrong. Don't worry, you're not on your second one, so we'll just do this. Oh, he's not, is he? Or they're not, are they? We'll see about that. I gotta create tombs. In the short term, yeah, like straight up, hold on, actually. Short term. Admiral Wiley wanted his description. I missed it somehow. Hold on. I gotta fix something. You at rewards. I am going to be turning off the tomb reward. We've gotten a bunch of tombs in, but with the name system being as buggy as it is, it's causing issues. I can't guarantee you're going to your tomb. So I am turning that off for the time being because there's no point in redeeming it. I can't guarantee anyone goes to a tomb. There's a chance they will, but I can't micromanage every dead dwarf. All right, put those in. Yes, there was a fell mood. Oh yeah, maybe save. Yeah, hold on. Safety of saves. This would be about crashes before. Yeah, you want weak for the hammer, but the captain of the guard... am I misunderstanding the question? The captain of the guard does it too. I don't have a dedicated hammer dwarf. My captain of the guard's been going around beating people up too. I don't think I had a hammer dwarf. Your justice is off the captain of the guard. They've got too many people. They've got like 4 positions dedicated around justice. I keep getting them all confused. For this particular base, I've got a captain of the guard, no hammer dwarf, and he's still beating criminals. That's what I'm going to say. Whether or not that makes sense is neither here nor there. The man is beating criminals. He's putting people in jail, refusing to let them out, and then beating them. Yeah, lower levels of sheriff and hammer are one and the same. Do I have a sheriff? Yeah, I heard sheriff. I assumed militia commander. My dude's been doing both the work. Not captain of the guard. My captain of the guard, I haven't put in a hammer. He's been beating people. Knew he was murdered. Made a weapon. Yep, wait. The guy in... Oh my god, what is going on? Stop. Apparently you're beating people up, Land the Stupid. As well as some other person. I feel like you guys just got into a drunken fight and everyone started punching each other. The planter appears to have probably lost their name. This is the guy who was killing people earlier. Suddenly that we have people here, we have witnesses. Oh my god, witnesses for days. This planter's going to be going to jail. Oh, hold on. The murder of Hekios 8 has not been reported yet. Have any of these had anyone report them? I hate when they're unsolved. It annoys me. Alert. He's been found dead. Did I kill Geek? I feel like I killed Geek. Yes. So he made the... Oh, yeah. You didn't put the 2 and 2 together? Yeah, Hekios, this is your bones now. This is you. You became the vice of leaping. You leapt around too much, and you had to die. It's a dwarf bone warhammer. All craft worship is of the highest quality and is encircled with bands of dwarf bone. What more could you want? As a matter of fact, I think dwarf bone's pretty light. I'm going to change my main man here and give him your kick-ass weapon. Made of your bones. I don't even know where in this list it would be. I just realized that. Artifacts just aren't on top? Oh, wait, no, they are. Sazir Taguz, right? Is this you? Yep, there you go. Yeah, congratulations. You nerfed our hammer with your death. It's a sacrifice that someone had to make, and we're all glad that we decided jointly that it was you who would make that sacrifice. For the base, of course. As we all know, that's what you would want. For the base, of course. I don't think you were the one that made the artifact, Lan. That we don't know who did. We could investigate you. No, it was Moses who did it. We know who murdered him. Moses murdered Hekios to make a hammer out of his bones that talks about the vice of leaping. Because every good, faithful dwarf knows that we don't leap. Oh, because the other one's a manual save. I was like, why is it saving again? I just saved. Sorry, Geek. Right now, like, they're smooth. They're not bad graves. Like I said, I just can't do tombs right now. I've been doing manual tombs, but the statues lose the names because of the name glitch, and the tombs don't get used half the time because of the tomb glitch. So, what are you going to do? No, the artifact weapon will be displayed by all captain of the guards. Yeah, it was our first fell mood, Vorpalin. You could have watched my stream for the last 6 years. And because you missed that 5 minutes, you missed the first fell mood of my entire streaming career. Because I honestly, like 100%, don't think I've ever had a fell mood. It has never come to that. No. Like, I'm not 100% disagreeing with you, but we might not have any right now. But if you look at their sentences, a bunch of people get beat up. Like, they're just assigned beatings. This man's been assigned a beating for some reason. This man just wants to leave. He's been assigned a beating, but we still have 9. We have 9 things, and maybe one of them has been filled. Like, we have plenty of cages. Just if someone's crime's bad enough, like, I guess it's beating time. I don't know why. You would have given your left bones to prevent unnecessary accidental murders by beatings, which were neither accidental nor unnecessary. I mean, a hammer of other dwarf's bones is as close to Finian as it can get in here. Right about the time when a new dwarf mother holding her baby got into a fell mood, the result was a dwarf bone pick. Oh, no. Want a statue of me in souvenir near my death. Where did you die, Geek? I don't know where you died. I don't memorize these things. You died somewhere. It was very pleasant. It's a very pleasant death, perhaps, that you experienced. Very, very quiet. Went in your sleep. Unlike all those weirdos in your car who were screaming. I don't know why they were interrupting it. Like, so rude. You know, like, someone's sleeping. Maybe he's tired. Let him sleep. Whatever. Oh, we got rid of Bizold's furniture, but we didn't delete his bedroom. Bizold's been sleeping on the floor. My bad. Boop doo 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 boop 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 doo doo. Wait, he's a corpse? Yes, we have a couple of undead people that there's a glitch or something. I don't know what's going on. We've been putting people in cages and then just never letting them out. They weren't caught by cage trap. These people were brought in via justice. Their jobs have been finished. I believe so. He isn't put up for a beating now. But the other one, he just, like, they have no sentence. This one's got a beating. Wait, are they being held to be beaten? Wait, you guys might be right. I just always read beating and associated it with the people being beaten. But what if they're not actually being beaten? I never thought of that. Wait, no. We've seen the sheriff specifically say beat criminal before. We have seen that. So why are these guys back up for a beating? And why has this one not been let out? This guy's here. No, he's not here. Things make less sense. Okay, here's what we're going to do. New idea. We're going to go... Well, then how do you... Wait. If you assign a hammer, right? Like, I'm just going to grab Archie real quick. You can't assign a hammer the weapon unless he's also in the captain of the guard's squad. Yes? Now, it can't be both. So he's a minor. I'm going to fire him. We're going to go with Tiger Tails. Tiger Tails looks like they're ready to beat people's asses. I'm going to try to put Tiger Tails in here. Tiger Tails is ready for this life of law and order that he has chosen. Excuse me. You guys shouldn't have chosen both for my lemonade. You've now mixed acids. It's only ever going to cause gas. What have you done? What have you done? What hath chat wrought? Tell me, chat, what hath you wrought? All right, I'm going to delete your weapon, your shield, confirm. Go back to the main dude. He doesn't have the weapon assigned. I find that weird. Go back here, assign a new weapon, specific weapon, Sazir Tagoos. I didn't say confirm. I see why. Specific weapon, Sazir Tagoos, confirm. There we go. And now... perhaps he'll beat them and we can let the prisoners out? Tiger Tails. Maybe there is an extra needing for beating. He's going to store owned item. Don't know what that means. What item did you possibly pick up in the meantime that you now need to store? Piece of wood? Krogren has named a copper spear. All right, I'm going to ignore him for now. We got to go back down here. I'm still trying to make bedrooms and crap. Build chess. How do we not have more chests? I specifically made extra chests so that when we destroyed things, because I still didn't ever actually destroy the thing, did I? Okay. There are bedrooms that aren't being used, aren't there? No, there aren't bedrooms up here not being used. Because I never assigned them. Wait, no. I'm back to my original. No, that was in the thing that had crashed. Shit. I know what happened. Rock coffer. Choose cobaltite. Make 20. Not cobaltite. Microcline. Now, rock cabinet. Cobaltite. I believe I chose cobaltite. Not cobaltite. Microcline. Make 20. I ordered them and then forgot that the game crashed, and that was part of a completely different universe. Have a good evening, Hekios. Geek redeemed that he wants to be in the military. Now, here's the issue, Geek. We do have because the people that have been dying have been in the fucking military. Great. Geek, did you get redwarfed? Yeah, normally my dwarves are very happy. The problem is right now I've been in the middle of getting them outside and doing other things. Like at one point, about a stream or two ago, we had no unhappy dwarves. The problem is right now I've been like half ignoring their needs and just trying to be like, okay, we got to do this. We got to get them here. We got to get them there. We got to do this. So the transition from underground to above ground has been pissing them off something. You can assign in the special roles tab near where you see their room requirements. Oh! I feel like I knew that and then just didn't fucking remember. All right, no. You're right. Hold on. Let me go through all this. Tiger Tails. No. Back to squad. This squad, equip. Tiger Tails, no weapon. Confirm. Close out. Close that. Open you. Tiger Tails, remove. Back to squads. Close out. Let that go through. Go here. Hammerer, Tiger Tails, this. Track down that hammer. Sazur something or other. Sazir to goose. To carry or wear. I completely... You right. You right. You can assign in special rules up a sock. I've been seeking in Twitch for a good song that snaps something in my head. Searching for a good song that snaps something in your head. Got one sock. Looking for another. One sock. Looking for its brother. When I find that sock, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put it on my foot and stick it in my shoe. There you go. That's all I got. Or are you wanting me to tell you the name of a song? Were you impressed with my fantastic sudden vocal skills? I know. People have been known to swoon due to the sheer skill I've been able to pull out of nowhere and seduce people with. It's amazing. It's a gift from God, really. Not the middle one. The song that Doors will start playing in the tavern actually slaps. I have tried a couple times to like track when that happens. Apparently it only happens if they start singing or something, and only if you're like looking at the tavern when it happens. But all I see down here is fucking Freddy the Freedom Eagle flying. What are you? Can I name you? Your new name is Freddy the Freedom Eagle. Freddy the Freedom Eagle. It's just him buzzing around doing nothing. No one's dancing. That's the one. We need a tavern location you look at more often. Dance. Dance. Sing or whatever it is. Do it. Do it. Now they're listening to story. Yeah, because of the custom thing. I know. It's a secret. Wait, did it not even stick? I thought... Or is this a different eagle? I've gotten myself confused. Hold on. I thought the idea was that it was a hidden eagle. Oh, there he is. Yeah, we have a hidden eagle. I didn't know we had more than one eagle. Leave him alone. He's Freddy the Freedom Eagle. He has no need for your labels. Okay. Hellfire, I'm refunding that. Admiral, did I ever read your description? Statue requisition. Platinum by the drawbridge of my dwarf game chooses. Okay, Admiral, I can do it. Wait, made of platinum? Jesus. I'll try. All right, this is under furniture, platinum. You're so mean. Statue. Choose a detail related to a historical figure. I gotta figure out what your guy's name is. Shit, I always forget this part right now because it doesn't just say their name. Pause. Where's Admiral Wiley? Admiral Wiley, your name is Eton Kujulscribed. Sure. I feel like that's an insult. Kujulscribed. Historical figure. Eton Kujulscribed. Is of unknown parentage. Unpause. Someone should do that. Yep. Like, I can stare at it. Come on. Sing for me. Stop doing poetry, weirdos. Dance. How much of a dance room do you guys have anyways? A 12 by 11 dance hall. You have a massive... Why is it 12 by 11? I guess stairs don't count? Why 11? Statues up here. Dance. Dance for me. Do it. That doesn't look like dancing. Stop socializing on your own and square dance for me. Do it. So here's the issue though. Like, you have to stare at him for so long just to hear. It's like it's an Easter egg. And then they just separate again. Like, they get together, like, build your hopes up that they're going to do it. And then they're like, whatever. Whatever. Now, Geek22 said he wanted to be in the military, and I did not get him in. I don't think I got him in. Did I get you in down here, Geek? We've been losing a lot of dwarves. Geek22. Do-do-do-do. Are you dwarfed right now, Geek? Did you get re-dwarfed after you died? Geek, you gotta get re-dwarfed, my man. You gotta type in the dwarf command. Do you have any do you need a visiting bard? I keep allowing people in and then telling them to go away because they keep stealing shit. We had some bards. He never got re-dwarfed. You gotta do the dwarf me command. Rockwell, hold on. You should still be alive. Yeah. There's like 3 dwarves that names are out of state right now. Should I not have it frequent? Does background music screw it up? The more we discuss this, the more it does sound like an Easter egg. If you set your background music frequency to 121 and you're looking at them while full moon strikes and there's a visiting bard whose last name is Urist, then perhaps they will dance and sing to your merriment. Nah, Geek, the channel command thing again. Oh, it's saying you don't have dwarves. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Give me a sec. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Skipping that. 15, 16, 17, 18. Don't skip. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. We kept having people not die, and now I guess enough people had died. We got a big wave, and I wasn't paying attention. What did I say? 33? Migrants 33. Now the command will work. It did not actually know what the count of dwarves were. Having a big dance floor is actually bad. Why? They have to be in a closet on a full moon while a visiting bard is nearby. Why would a big dance floor be bad? There we go, Geek. 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. The Trapper. G3EK 22 the second. Down here, G3EK 22 the second. Now you are in, Geek. Now we can go in here, go to assigned position, figure out which one of those new dwarves was you. Why am I not seeing you? You should have shown up by now, surely. Nope, there you are. Now you're in the military. Now I can go over here, track down labor, military, all the way down, find Geek. Geek the Geekening. There he is. And now you are set to being on a military thing. You have been done. All right, the one bridge we're trying to see if it's going through. Admiral Wiley, I don't know if I did your description, but I didn't clear it out and it keeps staring at me. So I'm going to do your description again. And if I did earlier, well, then you get a free one just because I'm getting paranoid I didn't do yours. Admiral Wiley, you're very slow to tire. Your third finger on your left hand is broken. Your third finger on your left hand has been smashed open, and no one seems to care because why would they? You have good intuition and some patience, but you have poor focus. You like limestone, brass, yellow zircon, cacao wood, coca wood, giant chinchilla leather, the color orange, short swords, tables, earrings, animal traps, giant gray squirrels for their tails, the words of the roar of scarring, the sound of the tenebrous euphoria, and the sight of the incense of couples. When possible, you prefer to consume steel-held trout, cabbages, boxtail Malay beer, and peppers, though you absolutely detest slugs. There we go. I'm going to close that out. Your thing is working. Somewhere in the tower, preferably an often used hallway, a statue to the deceased, niche plank trample. Do you actually know their names? How did you got their name? Do that again. You're amazing. You're a fantastic person. Somewhere in the tower. All right, stoneworkers. Statue. Somewhere in a tower. Image. Statue of niche plank trampled. You did know their name. You're like the first person to tell me their actual dwarf's name. Thank you. Set that to a do now. Get that shit out of here. We'll get it done. Platinum statue by the drawbridge. Build. Furniture. Statue. Outsider inn. I'm going to do it on the inn. Want people coming in to know. Shouldn't have done that. Should not have done that. Oh, there was only one. I should have done that. Okay. Turn down background music. Shrink the dance floor. We will break the code. And Zerka, you were the one who said dwarf me. Okay. Name back. Zerka, you got a number 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 9. You're a child. Almost sounds like an insert. You're a freaking child, Zerko. There you go. You are in desperate need of a hospital. Sucks to be you. Very poor healthcare system. The name was in my dwarf's description. I paused it and read a bit. My dwarf saw this dwarf die. Ah. Makes sense. We have a hospital set up. There's no reason for people not to get... We made soap earlier. Where's all of our soap? Hold on. No. I made soap. Requires lye-containing item. Well, do it. Oh, cool. Pickles is oblivious. Woo! Stop being oblivious. Stamp it. Build. Oh, I shouldn't have gotten rid of both sides. I'm an idiot. I did not think that through. I've done a dumb. I did a big old dumb. Same with down here. I did a big old dumb twice. Not a great outlook. I gotta do a floor here first. And I gotta do a floor here as well. All right, where are you? Put you in. Put you in. All right, we'll get 2 more rooms out of this. My dwarf became more generous after seeing Nish die. There's no worse insult than being a child in Dwarf Fortress. One day you'll be useful. One day. So yeah, for instance, hold on. Here's how I want to do this. I'm going to rerun Dwarf Therapist real quick, because Dwarf Therapist, I think, can still calculate their rolls. It can't commit anything, but it can read who'd be good at a roll. So if I'm going to go to rolls, we still have an elf in our base. Going to go to the rolls, go to bone carving, max that out. The 2 best bone carvers would be Moses, go figure, and Dandy Barfinkel. Dandy Barfinkel's in the military, though, I believe. Yeah. So Moses, Odom, Salid. All right. I don't know why I actually had to do it. It wasn't roll, it was the other thing I was thinking of. The thing but behind it says their physical stats, they like it. If I go to worker, this one is only allowed to be used by Moses. Will only do assigned tasks. So this is the one part I also didn't really address, which is just weird. If you have a workshop, if you have a dwarf assigned to a workshop, it'll also do kind of the stuff we said earlier, except for it's like anything that the dwarf can do here, I believe. Only one master may be assigned to each workshop. That's fine. Makes sense to me. So now we'll just have Moses being the one that keeps doing this. And I set him to red. So he's only doing the stuff here, not anything else. I don't know where in the list Krasdorf workshop broken by weak brigand. Why? Where was weak brigand? Weak brigand is throwing a tantrum possessed by Hekios. Hekios is very angry. I don't think I've seen that before either. Hey, guess what? What? We're going on a ride. No, please. Don't make me do a crime. If I do a crime, they'll beat me. Oh, we're going to make you do a crime. 10 tombs. Please bury Hekios so he stops making other people do a crime. Because that's the weak brigand one. That's the bone carver. We'll just drag him down. Just keep convicting him till he stops being evil. Now, this is someone else. This is going to go to cold cases, so I can't solve this. Oh, wait. Moses confessed. We did get Moses. I'm going to convict him. Convicted Moses Odom. So now, what does it say that happens to Moses? Is he near the bottom or the top? I can never remember how the system works. Moses. I'll just sort by name if I have to. Name. Oh, he's not a nickname. Moses. No sentence pending for the murder. 1, 2, 3. Have a chance to update. Convicts. Name. All the way around. There we go. Moses. Ooh. Okay, so beat criminal is completely different from hammerer. I did not understand that. I thought beat criminal was the thing we were always talking about. Oh, no. Wait, does the other guy still say beat criminal? It still just says beating. What is the difference between beating and 50 hammer strikes? I'm glad we got him a light one. Is he going to do this? Who is our captain? Not captain of the guard. Who's a hammer? Tiger Tails. Tiger Tails, buddy. You want to go easy on him, right? Because that man's now legendary. I didn't think it was going to be 50. That's a lot of hammer strikes. Stop. It's hammer time. I think it'd be funny if he kills NFL winner is ignored by the laws. Everyone's too focused on the amazing dwarf bone doodad to care. I mean, maybe Tiger Tails won't go kill this man. He is the one that would be doing 50 hammer strikes, right? He is afraid after experiencing trauma. Dude, you're a hammer dwarf. Calm down. All right, Urvat is dead. That was bound to happen. I don't even care. That's the dude that kept beating everyone else. It looks like he got into a fight with the enlisted A404. The enlisted A404 said, guess what? I found your beating. He's still just storing items in stockpiles. So how do you make the nobles do their jobs? Shouldn't he be wanting to do this? Very confused. So, hold on. Let me look at this. Does it say how much it weighs? Technically, this is like an adamantine one. The adamantine one might weigh even less, but because it's dwarf bone hammer, it is less than 1 pound. So the real question is, how much less than 1 pound is a dwarf bone compared to an adamantine? Because an adamantine one's also just going to say less than 1 pound. All right, we got to ignore him for now. He's being too iffy. I got to go back to what I was doing. Bedrooms. And limestone. And limestone. Boom, 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 boom. This might be whether the beating is being done by a hammerer or captain of the guards. What's the second best material to make hammers with for the hammerer? Probably dwarf bone. The hammerer's job is to met out corporal punishment. So as weird as it sounds, what you're wanting is the absolute worst material for hammers. Hammers determine their damage based upon the weight of the material and their density. So whatever weighs the less is what it comes down to. It just says less than 1 pound. So I'm not sure what that comes out to. Obviously, the best one for a hammer would be adamantine, because I'm fairly certain that's the lightest material in the entire game. Off the top of my head, I would say featherwood's extremely light. Are you allowed to assign him a featherwood training hammer and have him do that? I think so, maybe. I don't know. Is that a thing? But a dwarf bone hammer also appears to be extremely light. So we might be good. Maybe. Maybe it's so light that he won't go do it. Why is he not doing it? That's what I don't understand. This leads me to believe something is wrong with him. He's just storing items in bins and not doing his job. If I go to convict, justice, it says it's a closed case. So did he get beaten and I not notice? It says no sentence pending. Yeah, he got beat up by the other guy. My hammer didn't do that. He got beat up by the captain of the guard. That's what I'm saying. There's something off about the fucking... I've always been told that what I understand the justice system to be is not the way the justice system works, and yet every time it never matches. Everyone's got a different answer for how the justice system works, and it never matches. Either way, he's alive. Has he been treated? He appears to have lost his left foot. What? What did you do? Was it 50 hammer treatments to his left foot? Needs sutures, needs dressing. So he's stuck right now needing sutures and dressing, which we now know, if we go to labor, is basically everybody does this. I'm going to switch this to only the selected do this, and their selected job is to just do this. So somebody, Land the Stupid, also got beat up for whatever he was doing instead of going to jail. What is your health like? You're in traction. Why? His left foot is fractured, his right ankle is fractured, and his left ear is gone. Okay. His left foot is mangled beyond recognition. Like, if they come in here and they treat it, he'll be fine. I think. You cannot make bone hammers normally, no. Oh, wait, is someone treating him? Who are you? I'm Isapota's diagnosing patient. You're the diagnostician, yes? Yep, okay, cool. Glad you decided to show up now. Oh, that's the baby they're carrying. I'm like, why does it look so ugly? So he diagnosed, so he's just done now. This guy's getting rest. He still needs more health. Here we go. Amina Fizz, the medical dwarf, who I set up under the other skill. Now, weird idea. Hold on. Who are my medical people? Wouldn't I want my medical people to be orderlies? Would that conflict? Now they can just do it themselves instead of waiting for someone else. All right, you are getting sutured. Let me go to health, wounds. Why were you moved? Are you being carried? What is going on here? You're still resting. Why are you moving? Am I following? Oh, I'm not following the right guy. Okay, he got sutured. Mango beyond recognition. Maybe he'll get the ability to stand back. Still needs dressing. Lightning Runner's been injured. Fantastic. He keeps being winded, which means he has a lung injury. His right lung is fractured. Cool. Cool. I just said no to the bard. All right, back to Moses, who is still severely injured because his foot has been destroyed. Does anyone want to treat this man's foot? Why is everyone getting suddenly injured? What is happening? Stop it. Who fought you? The planter. Who's the planter? Siguni Tonks. I thought he was dead. Didn't we kill this man already? This man has been convicted of so many crimes. How is it he has not been killed? Surely his crimes warrant the beating. Wish I could track down Siguni Tonks. I'm just going to sign him for everything. Be like, nope, you did it. Sagoon did it. We all saw it. I saw it. You saw it. Sagoon saw it. Everyone knows Etonks did this. He's such a bad person. Close that out. Convicts, Saguni Talk. What are you doing, buddy? No sentence pending, despite everything you've done in your life. Weird. Seriously injured. Are we not treating this man anymore? See, something bad has happened. I mixed those roles together and suddenly he stopped getting treated. He needs settings and he needs his things treated. All right, so I'm going to assume that what I just did screwed something up. I'm going to go back to orderlies and take it off of all the shared medical dwarves. Whatever that is, bad idea. Should never have done that. That's on me. Perhaps now he'll be treated. Storing item in stockpile. Storing item in location. Dressing a wound. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Someone came to dress this wound. It's still completely smashed open. Can we just address that? I'm not even sure which one needed to be dressed. He needs a mobilization. He needs a splint. Do we not have a splint? We have splints. Someone splint this man. You have split these jobs way too much. Anybody and everybody, splint this man. Now he needs a crutch. Now he needs to be diagnosed again. What? Now he's leaving. He didn't get treated. Did you... You gave him a crutch. You re-evaluated him. But how did you evaluate him? He had his foot set. That's good. by the bone doctor. Love it. The diagnostician reevaluated him. Then he needed a rope redressing, which he got. Then he got reevaluated because it's every damn step. Then he got... Actually, that might be the problem. Did the diagnostician always have to do this before? Then, like every single individual step? Then he got his crutch. So he's supposedly leaving. Is it gonna get better? Because, okay, this has all been sutured. This still says smashed open. That's what I find weird. But perhaps at some point he won't need it. Because it no longer says it's been mangled beyond description, right? It's just fractured. So he can get better now. He's gotten his punishment. He feels better about himself. Gratitude after being rescued. Humiliated after being beaten. Hopeless after injury. Gratitude after being rescued. Yep, he feels repentant, all right. Sagoon is still fighting. Stop fighting, Sagoon. All right, that platinum statue from earlier. This is an exceptional platinum statue of Eton Kujal scribed. The item is an exceptionally designed image of, oh, it is Admiral Wiley, of Admiral Wiley, the dwarf in platinum by Lorbam, someone else. Admiral Wiley is laboring. The work relates to the settling of the dwarf, Admiral Wiley, in BaldCanyons in the mid-spring of the year 272. All right, I'm gonna do that one on. Your statue, Oten, somewhere in the tower, preferably in an often used hallway or near the bedrooms. All right, I can put it right here in the middle. This is kind of one of the reasons why I did this design. Build furniture statue. Should be a place right in the middle that we can place it. Your statue is complete. And that leaves Bai Weiyi's Who Have I Killed? Bai Weiyi, you hath killed 2 elves, 3 dwarves, and 28 other creatures, such as 4 capybaras, 4 goblins, 2 buzzards, 10 elves, 2 dire cougars, 3 dire leopards, another 2 elves because they're different, and 1 lion. You are the commander that will lead us into the future of probably killing elves. Are we still at war with them, by the way? Yeah, we're still at war with the goblins and the elves. Why are you at war with us? We've killed so many of you guys. Legends mode right now. Like, people must sing tales of the things that we've done to those elves. What are my dwarven relations by Pandasaurus? Pandasaurus. Hold on. Pandasaurus, your husband is Blue Water 4875. You pray every day to Threthris Konosonol, and that's it. After all this time, you haven't even made an acquaintance with anyone else. No friends. You spend all your time doing work and then hanging out with your husband, I guess. Dance. Dance for me. Oh, I don't trust that goblin. Someone arrest this goblin right now. Cold case. Hold on. What the hell just happened? Cold case. Somebody do some? Come on, tell me it's this goblin. Look at his goblin face. You can't trust him. He's doing things. I'm on to you. Or this Lord Consort. Maybe it's you that I don't throw. Someone in here I don't trust. Someone in here is trying to steal crap. Why is this Alder cup forbidden? Also, how many cups are in here? We should have more probably. 20. Oh no, no wonder we have occasionally people drinking without crap. I forgot to, get more cups. 21. Oh no. Cup. Make a wooden cup. This cup is going to be made out of alder. It's 3 per. I need 120 minus 20. Need 100. 30 would make 90. Close enough. We'll just add on another 4. 34 alder cups. We need more cups because I forgot to give cups to the tavern. Whoops. Well, now that we figured that out, we don't have to worry about that ever again. I need to know what happened to me. I can't. It doesn't show up as a crime unless it's thought that you were murdered or someone saw you getting assaulted. So you might have been assaulted, and then before anyone could report it, you might have bled out. And the weird way the game works, it will go natural causes if you're just bleeding out by yourself. So there's nothing I can do. Sorry. Them's the way it works. I am going to investigate this Lord Consort. I don't trust him. He's up to no good. Build construction wall. Gonna put in the limestone blocks. And then we freed up quite a bit of sandstone again by now. We can cover the floor with them. Or cover the wall down below with them. To make this sink up. And not look like garbage. All right, we've been freeing up quite a lot. There's a bunch that we could have freed up here if I hadn't put the wall on the floor, but whatever. We might have to actually get more sandstone at some point. Everything down here, all right. I kind of forgot what I was doing down here. We walled all the way down. We didn't do this. This is the last bit we got to do for this floor, which means I should actually... Oh, wait. I keep forgetting. I'm like babysitting this weird ledge I made on accident. We're going, right? Okay, yeah, we're going. We need to channel down this entire edge. Because that entire edge is artificial. Doesn't need to exist. All right, build construction wall. Worst case scenario, I'll do walnut if I don't have the sand pair that I was using for this level, because we already got a dark area over there. Sand pair? Because we've been mining down trees. You know, we got to have more sand pair, right? We have 7. All right, dark walnut or whatever it is. Walnut. We have 631 walnuts. Time to start using these other tree types. And now, as soon as I click it, the walnut jumps down. I never know why it does that. Walnut. Walnut. Okay, this hill needs to go away. You don't need to exist. Seems the least effective common metal for Warhammers is copper. Also, adamantine has a density of 0.2, while silver by comparison is 10.49. What's the density of dwarven bone? I want to know if dwarven bone is lighter than adamantine. She's seen a lot of dead bodies recently. I'm trying to remove the dead body thing. The problem is we keep getting attacked by elves. We have so many piles of just dead, stupid elves. Oh, wait. You know what we can do? We can just squish the elves out of existence. I keep forgetting we've done this. We've already done a elf squishing trap. So let's just get... We've all seen them, you know? If everyone's already seen it, why don't we just get rid of it? Let's just do an unlock command on all these dead bodies. Hopefully none of them are dwarves. And do a little old dump command. Do a little old droppy, splatty, splatty. That's the normal way to go about it. Droppy, splatty, splatty. It's a common game the kids play. Wishes to reside. I'm going to have to say no. I don't have a permanent rental room for them yet, so I'm just going to ignore them. Build construction wall. Give me my wall that I want. Limestone. Limestone. Okay, what counts as bedrooms over here? That's kind of what I thought. I need to put down a bunch of fake doors. All right, you aren't done yet. Closest material. I've eaten up my doors? That don't make no sense. I don't believe that. No. Where did my doors go? Why would I have eaten up any of my doors? Doesn't make sense. Accept. Cancel the door. Didn't need you anyways. You were here merely so I could lie about where the edges of this domicile would be. As soon as they believed me, I no longer needed you. These beds will be here. But what if I said not that square, not that square? And then what if I said not that square, not that square? Oh, look, you don't need the damn doors. Doors are for people who need things. And we don't need them. All right. I don't know why I don't have the 8 doors so I can do this in one fell swoop, but if this is how I have to do it, then this is how I'll do it, because I'm not waiting to just build more damn doors. Especially when I'm not using doors. Bit iffy, but if it works, it works. All right, I'm going to need to count out the dwarves and start, like, just destroying bedrooms down below. We need to move them up so that I can have furniture to fill these rooms. I got to destroy their bedrooms so I can have bedrooms. If any of that makes sense. What just happened? Door is made. Okay, I'm doing this. Done. You. Stop it. Stop it. Okay. We've made 8 more bedrooms for the dwarves to reside in. We have 8 bedrooms. I can go destroy 8 lives. Who is living up here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All of you no longer need your bedrooms. You have been relocated to the outside, where I hear living is fantastic and definitely almost maybe just as safe as living down here. So, you know what? Don't sweat it. Don't you even worry about it. Not a problem. If you have any questions, proceed outside, and I'm sure there's a guy out there that'll tell you what to do. And if he says he doesn't know what the hell you're talking about, he's clearly lying, so just keep yelling at him until his manager or his superior officer shows up, and that officer proceeds to tell you the exact same thing that I've just told you. Just to go outside. The answers will never be coming. Speaking of answers, holy crap, Kit Fox! Welcome, everyone! Kit Fox was doing Dwarf Fortress earlier. How are you guys doing? Hello, we're here! Hello, welcome in. Kit Fox, may I take the moment to show off my fantastic build?
Thank you so much.
Thank you for following. Everyone come on in. Migrants, hide the booze. Everyone come on in. Yes. We have a fantastic little design to show you guys. I got to pull a lever, though. I got to start up a river because this just isn't working right now. We've got a fantastic design to be showing you. Now, we do have some dwarves to give out. You're going to have to type in the dwarf command because my script keeps track of whether or not your dwarf is alive. So as much as I would love to start naming dwarves after you, if you don't redeem it, I don't have it. The script doesn't know you're alive. Just a heads up. But what we are doing here... There we go. Dwarves are coming in.
Thank you so much.
All right, what do we get? Dwarf 16 for Sal. Sal is here. Sal, were you doing one of those things you were talking to me about? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Dwarven babies 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Fishery worker.
Thank you so much.
Uh-oh. Salford. Sal. The first. Later on, I'll be setting your custom professions to your names just to get around the name glitch. But right now there's a lot of you, and I suspect you're all about to get dwarfed. So I'm going to get you in without putting in the buffer to handle the name glitch right now. Eonic the First, you are a butcher. Thank you so much for getting dwarfed. Between Featherwood and Adamantine. Wait, hold on. Are you talking about bones? 130 dense candle that. You're saying between Featherwood and Adamantine. Are you talking about the dwarf bone artifact we made? I know that was our conversation earlier, but I've half lost where we were. Kit Fox Games, we're doing Dwarf Fortress. Welcome to Mountain Home. Hold on. There's so many guys in chat now. Monkey Magic.
Thank you so much.
Salford, were you the one doing the Kit Fox game stream? You might have answered. I might just not be caught up in chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Sarvesh, the blacksmith, is going to be Monkey Magic the First. After I get through these, chat, I know you guys were just in, Kit Fox Games, and there was everyone there. But if you have any questions about your base or mine, feel free to ask. I will most assuredly 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 answer your questions. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, Sparks Murphy. Congratulations. You are Moses, the dwarf who was my first ever on stream. I'm fairly certain in real life too. On stream of Fey Mood. Because normally my dwarves are super happy and I'm able to cover them a bit better. I'm actually going to double down on yours. I'm going to get yours down just because I'm worried you might actually kill someone else again. Sparks Murphy the First. But yeah, we had Moses killed Hekios 888 earlier in a fell mood. Made a dwarf bone hammer called the bad word, not virtue. I can look it up. Not virtue. It is the vice of leaping. Which I thought was kind of funny because it's a hammer. Now our hammersmith has it equipped and he's breaking people's feet because no one's allowed to be leaping when you've been hit with the vice of leaping. I was doing one of those things that we were talking about. Yes, okay. Free salt, everyone coming in. I'm sorry I'm unable to be tracking chat, game, and everyone following, but thank you all so much for following. So are we allowed to talk about that? I wasn't sure if that was like a long-term plan or whatever, so I wasn't sure if we were allowed to talk about it. I've been half mentioning it throughout stream, but like trying to avoid any details because I don't know what's going on. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got you in as Ledge Kindred. Ledge Kindred the First. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Sparks
much.
Murphy, you followed. Thank you. Adamantine density's 200. Featherwood's 100. Bone density's 500. Okay, so it's not quite as good as adamantine, but still it's fantastic for a hammer if you can have his door. Yes, talking about bones and weapons. I was doing the Kit Fox game stream. Hello, I think I've now gotten to chat. Fell mood. Everyone waving. Hello. Thank you for... Yes. Balrus Wallsack, I would put you in the military. I need you to get dwarf first, and I don't remember dwarfing you. I can't put you in the military if you don't have a dwarf, and as I said, I can't just dwarf you without you doing the little script, because the script is what I use to keep track of whether or not you're alive. So if you get dwarfed, I can put you in. I believe that was probably you. So I chose location with the Flux Slayer, have dug down 20 levels so, but I still have to hit Flux. Want to find it before hitting Caverns. Any advice for a new player to finding Flux? So Ajax, because there's a lot of things happening in chat. Balrus, number 1 for Vardo first. The issue with it saying that there is Flux Stone or really anything there, this is... Where's the first name? The issue with it saying that anything's there is they mean somewhere within your embark of 4x4. The first thing to do is, it might be a bit late to try to be paying attention to this, is to see if you are on a split between biomes. If you have one area that freezes, one area that doesn't, that's usually an easy way. If one area is really sandy and another area is not, that's kind of another way. Because what can happen is you can have surface flux, but it might only be a surface flux in part of your map. So right now, particularly if you're new, I'm not entirely sure how to easily tell where that biome split is. But what I would do is wherever, if you can track it down where it just seems like there's different metals going on, I would track it down to where the biome split is and check on both sides of that split. You don't have to go too far, but I would check in the first 10 layers on either side of a biome split if it exists. Now, you wouldn't happen to have found any at all, right? If you found some at all, I can probably break down how it's laid out on the map. Hold on. Balrus Wallsack, the first. because certain stones are either a layer stone, a vein stone, or I keep forgetting the word, but it's a circular stone. Like jet for me is or not jet for me, but jet is a stone that renders in kind of an oblong shape, or it's generated in kind of an oblong shape. Different sorts of stones would require different ways of finding them. That being said, you did say flux. A lot of flux stone are layer stones. So if you've not found any by a cavern, if you've been digging the upper right, go to the opposite side. Do lower left. If you haven't found that within like 10 to 15 ones, do upper left, do lower right. Go to the opposite side first, because usually if you're on a biome split, it's going to be somehow through the middle. You kind of get unlucky if you just found a biome in like one corner, which is why I'm saying go to the opposite corner, not just like kind of go to low left, but go about 10, 20 squares out from the opposite corner and dig down there. Just do up, downstairs and see if you can find a layer stone. Problem is, like I said, I don't know what your setup was, so I don't know where you are. It's possible your flux layer does not cover the entire layer of your bark. It'll usually be an upper sedimentary layer. That's what I'm talking about. It might not be in your entire thing because of a different biome. Dwarfing is done through channel points. Gotta follow, just find out what happens to my murder hammer. Let's dwarf it. 1 channel point to get dwarf. I tried to make it free, but that's a Twitch thing. Twitch wouldn't let me set one of those things to be free. So unfortunately, it does require 1 whole point, which means there's slight like delay unless you follow. But after you've watched for a couple minutes, you've got 150 dwarves, or however it works. Wait, no, sorry, hold on. That's the wrong one. You got about 150 dwarves, whatever the points is for 5 minutes of watching. I never remember what it is. My latest dwarf fortress, I embarked. I dug down 8 Z levels and hit caverns. Yo, you guys want to talk about caverns? Like, really, let's discuss something real quick. If you are an idiot like me, you'll build on a map that has an aquifer. The aquifer's highest level will be at Z level -2. Your aquifer will continue all the way down to Z level 30 something. Your aquifer will go all the way down to Z level 31, but you'll also be cursed because you'll hit the cavern at Z level. The cavern's highest level was right here. You'll hit the cavern at Z level -12, and the cavern will be so completely vertical, the bottom of the cavern won't be until level -80. So, aquifers are a pain. 30 levels of aquifer overlapping 70 layers of cavern. I haven't gotten to the bottom of it yet. If I don't find flux dolomite usually right off, I usually have to go somewhere between 2 to 3 cavern layers before I find marble or other flux. So there is also that. There is such a thing as a shallow generation and a lower generation. I forget where the split point is, but usually it is somewhere between or around the area between the first and second cavern layer. That being said, though, I think of the 4 or 5 types of flux, 3 of them are, I don't think they're ever deep. They're only going to be sedimentary. So before you go digging deep, the numbers are on your side to be checking the other side first. Like I said, try that first, see if you find it. If I don't find, thanks for advice. I tend to dig on section boundaries when exploring for stone or ore. I use spiral ramps instead of stairs. That can also work. Wood crafts, fetch more towels. Marble is deeper and is also a flux stone. If you have no flux stone near the top, you may only have marble. Yes. Okay. To what I was saying, if anyone has questions, of course, feel free to ask. And again, everyone who followed during that, thank you all so much for following. Heart of Goldfish. I see a door for me up top, but I didn't see the number. Oh my God, I see the number now. How did I miss that? Heart of Goldfish is number 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Heart of Goldfish, I've got you in right here as a siege operator. Heart of Goldfish the first. Quick explanation of the base, because I know everyone loves everyone's different base designs. What we are doing is we're trying to recreate like the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, the castle in the sky. Pick whatever you're wanting. We're going for waterworks and castles in the air. So to do that, what we did is the first thing is we interrupted the river. We did a full stop to the river because we wanted to be digging where the river naturally was. We stopped the river. We sent the river back to the map edge underground. We created a, I don't know what the term is, a drain. I mean, drain's a simple term, but we created like an unlimited pressure dump using the edge of the map systems. And we made it to where it could take unlimited pressure. So we diverted all the water back upon itself. Then we dug out a massive square and we started creating a circle in the middle. The outer diameter of the circle, including the moat, is 110. The inner diameter of walking dwarf space is 102, which is a bit big because it turned out our volume was over 8,000 blocks. So while this is part 14, I think, we've really only gotten like 1 or 2 layers of the castle done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for following line modifier. Now we have a whole base over here. We weren't just out in the middle doing nothing. So we have a whole base where we've been mining out the stone because I wanted the right kinds of stone. We are now going to be digging through these very same areas as we remove part of the map. So if you see me working around, it looks like I'm underground, considering my title is Castle in the Sky. This is like the old working areas and the mining tunnels to get the material to be making the castle in the sky. Now, right now, the castle is completely cut off vertically. This is where a thing is, but this has been completely mined through. There was one area that we left as unchanneled so that it is dark and underground because we wanted to have an above ground farm, a below ground farm, and a ranch. Luckily, we did hit the cavern layers at that early point, though it is kind of big, which means that we were able to start growing the cavern fungus on the ground so that we could start ranching our alpacas inside. Very useful. I might be building more areas later, but I wanted to, at the very least, state that our castle was, in fact, detached from everything. Now, just because of the way the physics are, we are still slightly attached in 2 places. We are attached where the river is coming in, and we are attached where the river is going out.
Thank you so much.
Vardaj, thank you for following. Later on, there's a good chance we're going to detach this exit because we're going to be taking the 4 direct diagonals in our circle and turning those into floodgates so that we can drop down the water on the 4 like little floating wizard tower structures. We will use one for mist generator. One will be used for a farm. One will be used for a controlled water pressure experiment to create a well for a hospital. And another one will be another mist generator for a temple. One tower will be the meeting areas like the taverns. The other corner will be the meeting area like the temples. If you're going to have multiple temples, you might as well stack them vertically and make them all use the same mist generator, right? So we'll probably at that point cut off the exit. We need this attached right now, though, because in order to do so, when we get around to building inside the moat, we're going to have to stop the water and let the water kind of drain out. So right now, we are kind of going extra above and beyond that 1 connection point. We are using 2, but it will be removed. We're not going to have the second connection point. We need the first one, though, because of water and the actual physics of Dwarf Fortress. But I mean, an entire castle like this supported off of 1 4-wide canal. I think you guys can just meet me halfway. That's pretty, like, we'll count that as flying. It's dwarven flying. It's dwarven flying because they're scared to let go of the ground. The size of my embark is just a standard one. I think this, whatever, it's, so 4x4. It's a 4x4 embark, which means the whole right side was used for the underground portion of the base for the dwarves to be living. And we've essentially removed 2/3 of the left side. So the castle itself is over the span of a 2x3, 2x2.5, 2x2, or 2x2.5 to a 2x3 embark that we're mining out, just directly mining out. And we're using that last row on the right, or we were using the last row on the right for the underground portion of the base. Because we've gotten a floor done. We really kind of wanted everything down here, but it turned out I made a gross overestimation of the amount of jet I'd be able to easily find. Again, jet is on a layer stone. It is one that shows up in oblongs. So we got a portion of this done. This is where a lot of our work area is. And this is where we're starting to now move the doors from underground into the castle. This is the design for the bedrooms I'm using. I'm piggybacking off of just old designs. You don't need the doors and other things going around. And we're going to be putting them in these weird circle on circle semi-square designs because you can fit about 50 dwarves in a corridor. You put that all the way around the circle. You can hold 200 dwarves in one Z level. That will be your central disc. This middle area here soon, when I get more dwarves in, is going to be detached a little bit. I'm going to remove a bunch of this in a circle to actually create the base of the castle. All of this is supposed to be the outer courtyard. The actual castle will probably be about this big here in the middle. That'll go up quite a few Z levels. And we were thinking possibly for catapults, possibly for other reasons, just a side view. If this is the outer edge of the castle, and then we have the castle coming up like this, we'd probably have it also have a little wall and a little outer courtyard, and then that would probably come up like this or something like that. And I drew this a little skinny, but pretend there's one more courtyard space like that. Or actually, no, we can just do it like this. Boom. Math. It works. And we're thinking that our actual castle in the middle would probably look something like this. We are going to also have this slightly duplicated down below. I probably wouldn't be doing the crenellations because that's to hold a dwarf in. But down below, we'd probably also bring it in a bit. And again, this isn't actually just a spire. This is going to be like a few couple of rooms, but we'll probably have it like that. And then what we'll do is a similar design. Oh, I'm at the edge of the map, so it's kind of hard to show there. Pretend this is up there, but we're just going to be doing it again. But these ones are going to be a bit more vertical because the idea is that the water will be dripping off of the corners into a... Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Into a repository. If we do like the little crenellation thing like this to hold the water in, just a little whoop, little thing to go through. And we have a design based upon, again, trying to draw it, but not very well, where if we do it like this, and then this is a support, this is a support, but you only have it not all the way around, the water can fall in and then pool up inside this area before going down the hole in the middle towards whatever we're using it for. And I have a working theory for how the hospital well should be because we're always pouring water into it. So it's a controlled way of how to do water pressure, of draining it in so it fills up a well on one side and overflows on another side. We might do that slightly differently. Enlisted A404 found dead. They keep getting in fights and it's kind of annoying me, quite frankly. We keep ending up... I had a thought before that man died. That man's death literally just made me forget everything else talking about. Drain on the thing, the well. Yes, we're probably going to need to create an actual, the top of it just to be a filled cistern, because we also need our hospital to be able to be flooded to just kill everyone in it in case we have lichens and we want to kill the lichens in the hospital. And then, you know, we just take their dead bodies out and turn it back into a regular well system. So that's going to have like a double switching way of drain the whole cistern or just do a control flow into a well system. That's what we're going to be working on. Now, enlisted A404 not found is dead. So give me a sec. This man must be dead. At 404. No, A404 not found. A404 not found. There we go. He died. Who was fighting 404 not found? Did that work? It did work. Okay. Who fought this man? Why is my military dead? The officer scratched him. Why did Hazen fight him? Is Hazen having a mood? Because he's not in my justice system, so he's gonna have to go to jail. I can't have my officers fighting. That is not great. All right, we're going to convict this man. He's been having a bunch of issues. He's kind of pissing me off. The fact that the other person isn't a crime tells me that the guy who died was probably having a bit of an issue. Once we started moving the doors from underground to out here into the castle structure, we kind of stopped babying them for a lot of things, which is what's made them angry. And this is quite frankly some of the angriest I've ever had the doors, which is why we had our first fell mood earlier. Because I don't think it was only 2 days ago I even made a comment about never getting fell moods. But I guess Dwarf Fortress heard me and was like, oh, okay, You think you're doing good and haven't had fell moods in a decade of playing? Okay, cool. Guess what that means? And decided to just kill the dwarf off. That's the only thing I can think of. Dwarf Fortress didn't want me to be winning. But that's fine. We will go. We got a nice hammer out of it. I mean, it's not like it's completely, you know, a lost cause. We did get a fantastic dwarf bone hammer out of it. Why did you not? Must be inside. Oh, yeah. I didn't put those roofs down yet. The roofs. Oh, okay. All the outer things need okay. We will have to build a little ramp. Let me get these ramps down, and then I will see if we have any new questions, chat. We will take a quick old little peek. We just need the limestone blocks to be being built. Let them go about their way. Deep horizontal, and you have no flux, and you only have marble as the size shape of your embark. Can you maybe try something a bit more ambitious next time? No. Yes. It's actually kind of there's three things that my stream is really, 4 things that my stream is known for, 5 things that my stream is known for. I like circles. I'm always somehow, even when I try not to, or chat's giving me a challenge to not do circles, somehow circles pop back up in my designs. I used to be able to military. I used to work with radars. It's just, circles are my life now. A human caravan has arrived. 2, I always come up with very grandiose designs and afterwards go, I forgot about volume or something. So they end up taking a lot, like the first 5 or 6 streams of every base is me building a base that everyone in chat should just know that's probably not the base we're going to use. That's where I put everyone while I go do the base. 3, if any of you are coming in and you've never seen me before, be aware if you are catching other streams that due to my time in the military and with a few bumps, occasionally I sound very angry or I appear to be overreacting to something happening on stream. The fact that I am still playing it means that I am enjoying it. I tend to skew angrier and or less happy than I'm actually feeling. Enough time in the military and conveying of happy emotions tends to go to the wayside, while the conveying of negative emotions tends to become very easy. Also, don't feel scared to disagree with me. I am not going to ban anyone if you disagree with me. Don't make fun of each other. Don't be like attacking each other or anything. But I am basically fair game. I will defend my premise if it comes up, but do not, like, I've got it in the tags. No spoil, but feel free to backseat. If you think what I'm doing is wrong, the worst case that'll happen is at some point I'll prove myself right, and then it might become an inside joke about throwing axes. Because people kept telling me I was making a character wrong in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. That's probably the worst that's going to happen. So I know there are some streamers who are like, nope, it's my way or the highway. I don't do that. I was basically a very, very good teacher in the military. I am used to all kinds of different thoughts and ways. And in fact, being proven wrong. You know, things change over time. I do not have the hubris. The hubris. And number 5, I get distracted a lot. If you put something in, Skywai E had a mood. Do not be afraid to tell me something multiple times. Just not back to back, but I won't consider it spamming. If, like, I don't do the thing where it's like, you should have known that I was ignoring you. I'll address that I'm not going to say something. I might even say something and then forget that we were doing it. So if that comes up, feel free to like, hey, did you forget I did this redeem or I asked you that question? I have memory issues now. I probably did. Do not fear. George JMT got dwarfed. All right, I got you, George JMT. Name. Let us get George JMT up on here. Where did you roll? You rolled number 11, George. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You got 11, right, George? George got 11. All right. Now that there's been a bit of a slowdown, I can actually... George JMT 23. The first. I spelled your name completely wrong. George JMT 23 the first. And I will set your name down here as well in case the game decides to delete your name when you get a kill. All right, we got you in. I disagree with not banning people for disagreeing. I disagree with not banning. Okay, got you. That being said, though, there's kind of a running joke if you're new here, not like a really long thing of Mr. Man TM getting banned for stupid things, things that probably he doesn't even deserve to get banned for. Just ignore that. I mean, you just kind of sound like a dwarf to me. You have done an emote, and the formatting in my little thing has made it not make sense to me. Grin. Okay. Smile face. Gotcha. Hold on. I've got... Wait, no. Hold on. Why is that not formatted correctly? This is the Twitch panel. Oh, it's probably a BTTV emote. It's probably a BT or something like that, and maybe the Twitch panel doesn't show it. Okay. I have a bunch of those active. Oh my God, I just thought of that. The longer you're subscribed to BTTV, the more Twitch emote, the more emote slots you get. We probably have a lot of emote slots, chat. I'm not going to do it now, but at some point in the future, chat, we're going to have to sit down and figure out what new emotes we need to bring on to the channel. Yeah, say what you like. No one will ban you. Fondle's ban hammer. I'm agreeing with all your disagreement just about it often, but have you considered using throwing axes? You're overthinking everything. We're here watching, so not ban hammer, bone hammer. Ooh, fanatical devotion to Armok. Yes. At some point, just full disclosure, down the road, Monday or Wednesday will be days where I do like an RPG or something. That's not in the short term, just a heads up so that no one thinks I've suddenly given up on Dwarf Fortress. But usually in the middle of the week, I have a non-Dwarf Fortress day. But Saturday is always Dwarf Fortress. And right now, Mondays and Wednesdays are too. But I don't know, maybe a month or two down the road, Wednesday or something, we'll go back to being like an RPG day or something like that. Just something else like actual random numbers, something I can modify the fates in. Just a heads up. But yeah, I always come back to Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is the one I'll definitely be doing every week. I don't ban him, I time him out. I'm voting for Modus emoji. I don't know what that means. What is Modus? The guy will RPG in his name does RPGs. Shocking. Also, well, technically, RPG is not in my name. It's RNG, which is what every RPG uses. Also, stuck in another screen, but I didn't hear mention of the fantastical College of Dwarfology. Oh, yes. So I have a thing, chat's going to remind me to shill. I have a playlist on YouTube called the College of Dwarfology. It's not an introductory tutorial series. What it is it's a series where I cover a particular topic in depth. Water physics, light physics, farms, how to take 6 dwarves and feed 150 dwarves with them and not have to worry about anyone not doing their jobs. They were done on pre-stream Dwarf Fortress. It was done on that. So right now, about every Tuesday, I'm going to be recording another video to restart up the College of Dwarfology, doing Dwarf Fortress, the Steam edition of Dwarf Fortress. I will be reapproaching a bunch of those old videos. Hold on, I've just had an artifact get stolen. This is why. Metalhead Fusion. This is why I don't like having non-dwarves in my base. Most to all of them are still applicable, just the UI to do it is differently. So those videos are there. There will be new ones coming out. I decided that tomorrow's topic is going to be the labor system. We've done the science, we've read the forums, we've used We've used Dwarf Therapist to confirm our findings, at least so far right now. So that's what I'll be doing tomorrow. If any of you are having any issues with the labor system, I will be going over it and things will be making sense. All right, hold on. 3. You are supposed to be down there. Okay. 3, like that. Is this causing a cave-in anywhere? No. Which means I can do that over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I can ignore this one down here, though they will have the space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and a half. 44. Something's missing. Oh, I know what's missing. The one right here. This guy's supposed to be here. The extra little half. I was like, this doesn't sound right to me. Hold on. Drag you across. You don't need to be there. Cancel you. Cancel you. So we can prep it for next time. Does any of that need to get babysat? The corner does. So cancel you. No, cancel this and cancel you. And that means you have one that needs to get babysat right there. Everything else so far is good. All right. And yes, chat, if any of you are coming in, I am aware of the new version of Dwarf Fortress that you can build walls on floor. Again, volume of like 8,000. I'm not going to keep going back and digging for more stone. Some of this material up here is made out of the wrong material. So I'm getting rid of the floor, replacing it with wall, and taking that stone and redistributing it back into the rest of the floor so that it can be one color. This is supposed to be sandstone, which was the aquifer stone on this map, and this one was supposed to be jet because, well, if they were down here and it was made out of limestone, it'd like, you know, jet limestone, it looked pretty good. These are actually supposed to be downstairs, but I had way more sandstone than I had jet, and I need to start getting my dwarves into this base. So, as obnoxious as it sounds, we're moving them from underground to these houses, and then later on, we'll probably be moving these houses down a floor because they're supposed to have, like, you know, safety, whereas dwarves walking around down here are technically still outside. They could be having issues. We are also at war with the elves. They've attacked us with multiple ambushes multiple times, and their ambushes are usually over 200 or so in size. And so far, our 30 dedicated dwarves for the military have been killing them. I am very proficient in the scheduling system of the military, and either because I was in the military or just because I like being able to call them up at any time, I do a standing military system. In other words, you'll notice down below, right now, admittedly, our military is kind of filled up. We do still have people for the captain of the guard, but it actually costs points to be in the military. That's because I don't just draw dwarves to go do the fighting. If you're suggesting to be in the military, your dwarf doesn't do any work. Your dwarf literally just spends all day prepping and training to do the military. I have it scheduled so that it only really needs about 7 at a time, but everyone's always on active duty. What this means is I've been attacked by 200 elves and dire creatures and shit multiple times, and routinely in a fight I'll lose 1 or 2 dwarves, if that much, and usually the one that dies is the one that just joined the military and isn't really that trained. We do have an issue right now, though, because of everyone getting moody. We've actually lost a few due to infighting. So there is actually probably a few more slots than I suggested, because it turns out a really, you know, trained dwarf is capable of killing another really trained dwarf. Squad 1 is fully armored, or not fully armored, but mostly completely set up with steel. Squad 2 is about half of them are done up, and the other half of Squad 2 and Squad 3 is just whatever metals that they can find. I do have enough to be making steel right now, but I'm not devoting the attention to be doing steel because trying to get all the dwarves out here. I'm trying to think of everything else that, you know, dwarves and streamers would be doing in different bases. I do dislike quantum stockpiles. However, I do not have a rule against directly using them. If something comes up or for whatever reason I do find myself using them, I will use them. I don't have a rule against it, but I do usually prefer to not use them. Right now, I have a couple of, well, I say actually I have the most amount of quantums I've ever used, because to keep track graphically of what I was doing, I used the quantum stockpiles to sort out all the metals and all the fuel so I could see what the hell was going on with them. I kind of have a few down below in the stone, similar thing. I needed to see if I had sandstone and jet for making of the floors. The other ones were just kind of to get them out of the way. Usually, if I am going to be using a quantum, it's for a situation kind of like this where I don't have much space and I'm trying to compact the dwarves into the area I need them to be. Holy crap. Admiral. Oh. By the way, I'm drinking.
Thank you so much.
Let's call it lemonade. I will at some point, like I don't have that off the table to be doing a Final Fantasy X and X 2 playthrough. you guys, if you weren't here for it, have missed previously when I did do other RPGs. I kind of did a comparing and contrasting Squaresoft versus Square Enix, where I did Final Fantasy 8, 9, 7 remake to show kind of the old influence and the new influence, and then just jump straight to Final Fantasy 13. You know, just to get that real good compare and contrast between kind of how Final Fantasy used to work and how Final Fantasy does work nowadays. And along that regard, I'm like I said, I tend to sound angrier than I really am, and I am very opinionated. If you disagree with my opinion, that's fine. There's actually a good chance I disagree with my opinion. I probably said my opinion wrong. Modus is a dwarf that created the mace. Oh, gotcha. No, not Modus, Moses. Yeah, that's why I thought it was funny. Moses, the dwarf, killed a dwarf and then made a dwarf bone hammer called the Vice of Leaping. Moses Vice thought it was funny. And then the leaping part of it being even funnier, that now it's being used by the hammer dwarf to go break dwarven kneecaps. Maybe an emoji of the bone hammer. Yeah, sure. Also, tie into my earlier statement, if I forget a lot of things, you'll routinely see me pulling up papers. I write everything down just so I can actually try to remember what the hell's going on. If I say I'm going to do something and then I don't do it, or I forget, I'm more often than I've forgotten to do it. I've already forgotten what this is supposed to be. Emoji of a bone hammer. Emoji of bone hammer. I'll try to track one down. Bone hammer. BTTV emotes. And then perhaps Terramokes. Terramokes is the artist who does the emotes that I'm switching to. There are a couple emotes that I have. Those are like the old ones. The ketchup, the mimic emotes, those are Terramokes. He's a fantastic person. He's starting to stream his art. Previously, he's done art for Valve. He's done things for... he's made hats and stuff for TF2. He's made skins or items or something for Dota. I didn't pay attention to those ones because I never really played Dota. Just gonna admit that one. But he's done a bunch of things for Dota and Valve. So he's kind of like our little artist. If we can, entice him to come out of his little cave. We don't have him in a cage. He's not locked in my cave. Why would I lock up someone in the back room? Don't worry. I don't beat him for my emotes. Okay, now you got dwarfed, but you also wanted to be in the military. Hold on. Kimmy, I think we killed you. Mr. Balrus Walsack said you had to get dwarfed to be in the military, and then you did get dwarfed. Position 4, Balrus Walsack. There you are. Put you in as that. Now hold on, pause. Let me track down the labor of military for Balrus Walsack. Where are you? Balrus. We should have seen you already. Unless somehow you actually got an older dwarf that's been here for a minute. Did I somehow miss... Hold on. Whoever got dwarfed. Where's Balrus? If you just got dwarfed, you had to have been in the later dwarves, right? Like Salford? Oh, there you are. You're literally at the bottom. I'm an idiot. There you go. And then also, because you were in the surge earlier, I don't believe we set your custom job. There you go. Enlisted. Balrus Walsack. There first. There we go. Got you in the military. Someone else just got dwarfed. Hello, everyone. Yes, words are hard. I'm still going to hold it against you. Now we need some artifact bone pants. You got 5 minutes with me, Bonesaw. How did the rest of the Fortin go? Everything's gone. We actually, I'm going to tell you the truth. Earlier, we lost about 3 hours of work. the game crashed like the day before it was going to save. It might have even crashed bringing up the save thing. This is like the second crash we've had this entire time streaming on the Steam version, but couldn't have come at a worse time. I doubt I can find a bone hammer there. You actually have enough floor space to do all 4 rooms on your 3-room circles. Oh, okay. Yep, I'll take a look at that. It was a pansy trying to figure out how to get a dwarf to equip the divine whip. Oh, nice. You got a divine whip? Yeah, he doesn't. He has people for that. Wait. Who is he? Who doesn't what? I'm confused now. They may or may not be dwarfs. Welcome to the mountain home. Priestess of Esta got dwarf number 9. That's what it was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Priestess of Esta. Priestess of Esta. The first. You're a child priestess of Esta the first. There we go. All right. Someone else wanted to be in the military. Dr. Cactopus. Dr. Cactopus, I don't think I remember you getting dwarfed. And as I was stating earlier, if you don't get dwarfed, I can't get you into the thing. Oh, wait, you did. Okay, you said you want to be in the military. Did I miss you getting dwarfed? Because what happens is, chat, if you try to do the dwarfing command, it's supposed to send you a whisper, but there's now so many of you that Twitch has decided that it doesn't want to allow that anymore, even though we got permission to do this like 6 years ago. Twitch has apparently decided, I'm not going to be grandfathered in, I guess. It's supposed to send you a whisper that you're already alive, but right now it doesn't seem to be allowed to send out the whispers unless you change your chat settings to allow whispers from strangers, or you decide you want to friend the bot. The bot account. The bot account is Mountain Home. What it will do right now, though, is if you try to dwarf yourself and it doesn't look like it's doing anything, it's doing something. If it looks like it's not doing anything, your dwarf is alive and you're good. If you don't have a dwarf, it'll do the dwarf sound. Those crashes, man, the worst. I got a divine whip, a translucent metal, but every time I assign someone to equip a translucent whip, they just wrestle without a weapon. So you're assigning them under the military squad, and then they won't equip it. Have you tried assigning it? You could double assign it, I think. If you go under nobles and you go to your militia commander, you can go here and assign an item for his position. So you could assign that as an item that your captain of the squad would use, or your militia commander. He might then use it as a weapon, perhaps. And if needed, you would then assign it also in the military squad normally. With a double assignment, perhaps he would actually use it. I don't know if what you're saying is they're bringing it but not using it, or they just won't pick it up. But I believe the noble assignment system would force him to pick it up, and then maybe because he happens to have it, he would be using it in combat. Particularly if you also assign it as a weapon. If it's a badge of office, they strap it to the back. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you I'm talking about doing the badge of office to make them put it on like it's in their inventory, and then maybe seeing if you assign it in the military, if they'll take it from there and then also wield it. Like, this would definitely require the 2 stages to maybe make it work. But other than that, because I don't know why they wouldn't, I haven't actually ever had divine metal, so I'm trying to think of maybe they just can't hold it like it's too large a weapon? But it's a whip. Whips don't become too large. You should be good. What is inaccessible? What are you talking about? What are these items? Okay, I don't know what you're doing down here, but they're banned. Don't pick them up. We'll pick them up when we want to. The fact that we've repowered the river and that pushed everything down to the edge, now people are saying, oh, I want to pick it up. You didn't want to pick it up before. Why are you claiming you want to pick it up now? All the results of the dead elves we've had to kill, because we didn't, by the way, in my defense, we did not start war with the elves. The elves are at war with our civilization, and for the longest time, we're actually leaving us alone. But now they've decided, no, it's go time. They haven't declared a siege. I don't even think, do elves even do sieges? Because they don't have a siege creature, do they? They keep doing ambushes. Like, they're doing 200 creature ambushes. It's really unnecessary. rock blocks. This is the first time in a long time we've actually had to make limestone rock blocks. We got 2,000 limestone. That's 8,000 blocks. That's a full Z level of getting stuff done. But for some reason, I didn't want that to be one of the colors because the walls were already limestone. You know what would have made more sense? If I did the floor out of limestone and then the walls out of jet. Like, that would actually make this line up if I just did that. That's a good idea, chat. We could get this floor done. We'd still have our highlights, and the floor would kind of look like it just blended in straight with this. All the other highlights would be limestone, though. But we have, like, we're not going to be using... No. We will be doing other constructions. We will be going through it eventually. Never mind. I'm torn between the idea. The problem is we do have jet below us. That's the thing that gets me, is that's a lot of effort to switch out all of the stones we have been using. It is a bit. All right, we're going to remove a chunk of this wall. Luckily, while there is a ton of aquifer directly below us, it's only like 3 or 4 Z levels deep when it's directly below us. So hopefully this is the only aquifer we have, because over to the right, there's tons of aquifer. Yeah, there's a bug where they don't equip foreign weapons, even if they could. I use a workshop mod, vanilla two-handed weapons to fix that. Or oversized, rather, not foreign. Hopefully you won't need the mod. Ooh, those are set to 1 still. Hopefully you wouldn't need the mod, because if you don't have the mod equipped before you made the world, then you don't have the mod equipped, and it ain't going to equip, at least right now. So hopefully you don't need that. That would be very bad. There's an option to equip specific weapon. I think he was saying... Cancel TV was saying that he does assign it. I don't think he was having an issue figuring out how to assign it. He's saying the guy just won't bring it. That leads me to believe, evil tree. That leads me to believe that he is, in fact, individually assigning it. When I mine the tree, there will be a hole, and I'll have to build a floor there to get to the floor behind it. Somehow I accidentally got antsy and made there be a lip over here. It's really obnoxious. All right, we're going to ignore that top part for now, because the top part can just be easily done later. And wherever I just got rid of the wall, mine that out. You chopped a ton of trees. Yeah, I did. They made a multi-stage. Yeah. Wait, in my defense, we didn't declare war with the elves. Why not? Well, I mean, one, because I'm already killing them. Like, I don't want it. Like, I don't want the elves to somehow turn this around and be like, oh, it's a war of aggression. I have not attacked them. I haven't even stolen from them. Like, they're at war with, like, the humans up here. If you look under news and rumors, now they're not going to show it. In previous years, the elves are attacking the humans. However, we are allied to the very same humans. So I think it's the humans that actually dragged us into the war. I could be wrong on that. Oh my God, is there another ghost? Hekios, I thought we made tombs. Shouldn't we have buried you by now? All right, some of them haven't been assigned yet. You don't have a body. Your bones were used to make the artifact. I'm not a smart man. Hold on. I figured it out. I'm like, why are we not burying him? Because we're wielding him. You can't bury Hekios if you're wielding Hekios. Duh. All right, those are 2 craft doors, but those are in the bone area, and I don't want other doors going in there and freaking out. We'll just make another craft door real quick. Construction, workshop, crafts. Because we've already made a slab. We just got to engrave the slab. I'm not really caring about the material, but this is just an emergency workshop. There we go. Not a good idea. No, it's a good idea. But the problem is, like, it would completely solve my problem, is just invert the 2 colors. In terms of that, it's a good idea. And I kind of like the idea of what this would be here, blending straight into that. My issue, though, is that I need Like, that solves the immediate problem, but creates a problem down the road. I don't want to kick the can down the road. The problem down the road is I got to do a bunch of castle structures. Those castle structures are going to need tons of limestone. So that's the issue. For the immediate problem, good idea. Causes a problem down the road. Don't want to let that happen. Also, he implicated this man who is left. Did he hand it off? I forgot the destruction of tongs. I forgot to babysit them. I forgot to babysit the guy stealing my stuff. The destruction of tongs. Hold on, something happened. I see it. I gotta see what they attempted to destroy and see if we got it back. Destruction of tongs. I didn't babysit it. Man, you idiot. Convict. Metalhead fusion. You shouldn't have done it. What did Metalhead fusion say he did? The Goblin, the Dancer. The Goblin Dancer. I knew it. I knew it. I told you, chat. I knew the Goblin Dancer was up to no good. Corrupted a subject in order to have an agent in BaldCanyons. Oh no, Price Rocks met with the subject, made flattering remarks. The plan worked. This dwarf just had to get a little bit of a flirt action from the Goblin Dancer, and he just gave her one of her artifacts. What was the destruction of tongs? If it was in the thing, it must have just been something I was showing. The destruction of tongs was a ring. And it was last seen with a goblin scholar. Oh, you can see where he's wearing it. How nice. Hold on. I'm going to rename him Damned Thief. And his custom job is Damned Thief. I don't think that'll work, but if he comes back and we see Damned Thief is showing up on the map, it's going to be like, we got him. Why? I thought I ordered this built earlier. Did I not order this built? No, I needed the stones. Duh. We didn't have the line. That was the, oh my god. We're good. At least till the undead humans steal it. You can bury him, and an elf said, why are we not burying him? Because we're wielding him. It'd be a nice feature the bone hammer could banish the ghost. Pick whoever you want. No, Admiral Wiley. No, pick whoever you want. Actually, hold on. Wait, I think there is a way I could do this. Let me... Isn't there a way to gift randomly from this window? There is a way to gift randomly. I know there is. But probably not from the screen I'm in. I have to open myself up in this screen, I think. Don't talk me. Don't talk me. Gift a sub. Under this screen, you can choose to gift randomly. Pay. There you go. They really don't give you, like, any greater percentages at higher numbers, do they? Okay. There you go. Let me mark that as complete. That was a fantastic use of your channel points. Who did that go to? Vicindir. You're in the military. Kimmy, I did miss you. I mentioned it, but then I forgot it again. Kimmy, I think you're dead. I remember something about Kimmy, and I don't remember what it was. Yes, Kimmy, I'm refunding your points because you're dead. I cannot read your skills. The dancer had lung damage. Yeah. Yeah, that one that I was paranoid over, I'm like, oh, I know this goblin's going to do something. I was joking, but the goblin did do something. Uh-oh. Something has destroyed our frames again. What did we do that destroyed our frames this time? So, it's usually a pathfinding thing. Like, there's elven guts in a tree or something. We haven't done anything to cause a pathfinding issue. Could it be Metalhead Fusion getting arrested? It is tanking our score. It's something recent. I ordered this done. I don't think this would be causing it, though. What have I designed? What has caused this issue? It's saved. Saving wouldn't have done it. Move you, remove you. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, these are forced. I didn't do the corner because I was worried about caving, but there's a wall there, so we're good. It's kind of a unnecessary worry, wasn't it? This one cannot be done. Yeah, this one was being done to 4s. All right, something kind of bad has happened. This body stockpile does not need to exist anymore. Remove you. This body stockpile will continue to exist. And we will order these other bodies to remove from our site. We'll just destroy everyone's bodies. And then see if we can figure out what is causing the pathfinding this time to go crazy. Skills are being good at staying still, stinking up the place, and being unsightly. Oh, did you remove the chains in the prison? I did remove the chains in the prison. I switched them just to cages. Because I didn't like the people in prison having moods and pathfinding to each other to kick each other's asses and get injured and to not get treated because they were in prison. So I did remove those. Okay. We did have earlier, because of the crash, we had 2 or 3 names that disappeared without being killed. So we know they're dead. I'll just kill them. Shit. What's their name? I just remember Kimmy 420. I don't know if that's actually working. Hold on. I'll do them manually just to ensure they're dead. Kimmy M420. I knew it. Oh, no. I create users when I type that command in wrong. There's now a Kimmy 420. I'm going to delete this Kimmy 420 because they don't exist. Well, that's good to know. If I type the name in wrong, it just flat out, it won't tell me it's wrong. It'll make the account so it's right. Great. That's not supposed to be the way that works. All right, I'll have to work on that to get it to... Whoop. Mouse sensitivity is off the chart again. I'll have to come back to that to actually put in the thing to make sure it's checking that there is a name. Have a good night, Geek22. I'm trying to think. Water. Something's in the water. Either that or it's this aquifer. I swear, as I dig through these dirts, we always end up getting weird lag spikes. Forbid all you. Okay, someone's trying to go for you. Yep. It's an item fell in the water again. Like, we're not climbing too high right now, but like that gave us back a bunch. Telling you, man. Them rivers be cursed. All right. There was a lip I'm trying to fix. They are not removing this tree. Why are you not removing this tree? This tree is so immediately needing to be removed. Don't know why you're not trying to remove this tree. All right. This will be stupid, but I'll build a floor around the tree so I can get the thing around it. It says they can't access. Oh, something has gone wrong down here. That's an up. That's a down. Ramp to there. To there. Go down here. Go down. Go here. Go up. What do you mean there's no... Ooh! Why did I do that? Okay, suddenly everything makes sense. I just need some wood. Bayberry will do. Okay. That's what happened. The cliff is already cut off. I'm worried about what the tree will do, and we've already done it. All right, when they build this, we'll be good. Hopefully long term, whatever that is, will be fixed. And you're loamy sand. Of course you are. That one's not. That's limestone. But of course you're loamy sand. Why wouldn't you be loamy sand? This is what we're here for, is the loamy sand. To just dribble water everywhere. Luckily after this, the rest of this isn't aquifer. At least this next layer isn't. So we just got to get through this layer. And you know what? We're just going to do that now. This is creating a ramp down there, but that ramp could easily just be over there anyways. So we're removing this ramp. Be gone. Oh, shouldn't be priority 1. That's a bit extreme for priority. There we go. Close you. Don't want to deal with that again. Let them have at it. Because it's the miners, right? Yeah, the miners are kind of busy. Yeah, I had that issue earlier. You're talking about right here, right? I had that issue earlier. This is the river I turned back on when you guys came in. So I will admit, like, it was all very close to. The water was down to like 1s and 2s. I may have seen the large influx of viewers and decided, you know what would look better? A fully working water moat instead of one that's just kind of dribbling and then throwing the switch in emergency to flood the moat up again to be like, look, we're doing great things. Kind of like Soviet Russia. Everything, not Soviet Russia, Soviet Union. Russia's the current name. Soviet Union's the old Union. All right. Could not find path. What does that mean? Did I block? Are you stuck on the wrong side of this? You should not be. All right, we haven't quite got back all of our frames, but we've not lost them all either. So there's still something causing an issue. We fixed it, but not really. Whatever that issue was. I kind of still like genuinely suspect that it's this moat or this aquifer. I swear, whenever I uncover large amounts of aquifer, even though it's light, we lose frames. It's not major, but if you couple it with another problem or two, it appears to be major. So I'm wondering if this is what's doing it. If I just end up covering all, because a lot of my frames end up coming back when I just cover the damn aquifers. There's not flowing water. Like, does aquifer trigger every square or something for a calculation? I didn't think that's how that worked, but I've also never dealt with this much aquifer before. Usually I just punch to an aquifer and I'm done. I don't try to remove the aquifer. Some might say that's a insane way to go about it. What probably also help with path finding. Right now, I've already set the edge because edges like this are not real great for the pathfinding algorithms. I'll probably have to build a wall along this later. That's what we'll have to do. I've set it up to try to prevent them from going into it, but I don't think it's going to work.
Thank you so much.
Cyborg Donut, thank you for following. Once again, the migrant wave ruined everything. Nah, it'll be fine. Yeah, we have 2 artifact floodgates. So this would be the best place to be putting them because even if they were, for whatever reason, exposed, they're not going to get destroyed. So, yeah, we want to build those bad boys over here. Our artifact floodgates are called Chop Sever, the Gallery of Homage, and Climax Dulled. I'm not saying there's a double entendre of having a floodgate designed to stop a major flow called Climax Dulled. I'm not saying that. I'm heavily implying it. All right. And maybe when this water's dying out, unlock that, see what that does to our frames. If it doesn't really bring anything up. I thought maybe it might do something. Like I said, as long as I want to bring it back up though. Above 30 is good, but I would really love it if we can get this bad boy back up to 60. There's something happening. The more I get them out here, I think the more this slowly gets fixed. Just these weird issues I keep having. It's always it's the fault of the underground. You can never trust it. This is actually going to be a slight pain later when I have to fix this. Or I should say destroy this and move it down a floor. Limestone block. Everything. Okay, that will go there. Okay, the rest of this can be done. There. There. Yeah, that should prevent cave-ins. How are their ceilings? That's the issue. From there to there. Do our little square and then remove the excess thing. And then repeat it 4 ways up here. As soon as I can find it. Go with that. The spirit compelled them. Somebody was inspired by their troubles with dwarfism. It's all good. Greatest lemonade known to man. Y'all wish you could drink my recipes. There we go. These are trying times. Now, question. If I go down here real quick, I'm not looking at anything. Zoom in a bit. Reduce the resolution. See if we can get a few extra frames per second. This is just purely real quick. This is... Gonna do this while up above too? Yep. This isn't a great solution, but if I... Like, every extra frame that we're generating out right now means that this can get done faster so I can get stuff out of the damn way. Build, construction, floor. Yeah, floor. I don't know why I abandoned that plan. Do I have sandstone blocks? 76. We can do this again. I think we're gonna have an issue because of that stockpile, but shouldn't be a problem. Priestess of Est, thank you so much for following. Oh.
Thank you so much.
We only have one now. All right, we'll have to wait. Thank you so much for showing your support and following the channel. I stream Saturdays, Mondays, and Wednesdays. And I work on getting the VODs on the YouTube on Tuesdays and trying to make videos for YouTube on Tuesdays. Be right back. All right, you be right back. All right, quick. While he's gone, everyone hide. We won't tell him where anyone went. I find that the graph, like, I thought it was at half. The graphical's almost matching the calculation. I thought it was every 2 calculations you got a graphical. What is going on here? What are you doing on this? That cannot be good. Do not just leave a log on a bridge. I want to get these honeycombs and stuff. Look at we got like royal jelly and shit from everyone. I got to get the bee industry set up just so I can start collecting that sweet, sweet royal jelly. All right, back down below. What is going on? They are still building. That's kind of going well. We're leaving clothing on the ground because why wouldn't we? I mean, that's just what you do. And oh, look at that. It left a hole exactly as I thought it would. Thank you, tree. Thank you, tree. You're my friend. I love tree. Tree is friend. Tree is good. Get rid of this ground. Get rid of everything that tree ever stood for. And we're saving. Don't touch. Don't want the game to crash. No touchy during save. I heard that. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no proof. Do you see any proof? Don't think so. Oh, something's gone wrong. Drinks is at 9. Someone stopped making drinks at some point. They're running to the well. Oh, is that what's happening to my frames? Are these idiots? I just had like 120 dwarves rush to the well, didn't it? Oh, that's not good. Why did the drink man stop? We like to use him. He made booze. Our plants are down too. Something has gone terribly wrong. Did I set something and forget I set something? I set all the farms to stop growing. Did I hate living? Hold on. Labor, kitchen. Bayberries, cherries is what I said for growing? No, for brewing. Seeds. What did I have 200 seeds of? Said don't brew. Don't cook, I should say. Don't cook the alfalfa seeds, pigtail, plump helmet, strawberry. Alfalfa or strawberry? Was I doing booze off of alfalfa? That don't seem right. All right, I'll tell you when we don't have the seeds for it. I'll click alfalfa since that's the one I said don't do anything with. I didn't think I was doing booze off of alfalfa. Blueberry makes more sense. If we got the seeds, we'll do the blueberry, but I don't. You know what? No. Here's what's happening. Stocks. It's gonna lag a little bit while I try to load the stock menu, but we'll check to see because if I have those seeds and they're maxed at 200, right? That's my thought. That is the plant that I was growing at some point. Let's go check the seeds. Bloated tubers sound about right. Plump helmet clearly makes sense. Longland grass even. Turnips! I was growing turnips. I knew alfalfa sounded weird. Why are you lying to me? Turnip plant. Turnip. Turnips. All right, you guys need to get back on the ball with this. I don't know why I did this. Did I like have too many? And I was like, this would be a good time to cut them down and then just forget I did it. So now we have nothing. And our booze maker is surrounded by rope reeds. You're not supposed to have rope reeds here. The rope reeds are supposed to be by this idiot. Are you not allowing rope reeds? This was your one job in life. Cotton plant, hemp plant, pigtail, Ramey, rope reed. Oh my God, I've been thinking we had good supply. I've been trying to stare at rope reed. You can't even brew rope reed. Oh God, no. You stockpile. Why? Why didn't I turn off the clothing over here? Oh my God, this is slow down the clothing, right? Because the guy has to keep coming all the way back over here now for it. Okay, rope, Ramey, pig. I remember cotton and hemp. No, they don't go there. I was like, we have plenty of pots. Why do we have so many pots? It's not great. I'm going to tell you the truth, guys. It's not great. It's not a good time. Did I or did I not set up a gather fruit thing? But screw gather fruit. Let's just do gather plant. Like any plant. Any plant at all. Because we got to brew something right now. Why is there a book at the edge of the map? The Village, fact or fiction? Okay. Second part of this, go to labor, brewing. Also, brewer died. Brewer got killed. We don't have a brewer. Oh, wait, no, we do. He is our only brewer. We should have another brewer, though. He's our manager, militia captain. Everyone who should be a brewer is in the military somehow. Admiral Whiteley, aren't you in the military? I'll grab Zombie Erks. Put him in the brewing category just to make sure we have two. I only had one brewer and I have two breweries. It's not a smart idea. One of them must have died and I just wasn't paying attention to it. I could not believe that I let that get that low. Brew drink from fruit. Repeat. Do now. Do now. No questions. Do now. You can brew rope reeds. It wasn't showing that I could. Oh, I know what happened. I didn't want to brew rope reeds. Kitchen. Rope reed. I turned it off. Brew drink from fruit for rope reed? No. Plant will be handling that one. We must have grabbed some extra fruit somewhere. No, they both say fruit. Whatever we grabbed must have been fruit. This is now plant. Yep. All right, we got to be careful not to go through every single rope reed because we are supposed to be doing clothing. Also, if we have that many excess rope reeds, oh my God, this entire thing's gone bonkers. If we have that many excess rope reeds, why am I only doing like 2 at a time? 3. I suppose at the beginning this made sense when I didn't have any, but if I'm making a massive surplus, then we should be processing these plants. Yep, we'll go with that. And that would imply that the farmer's workshop got destroyed, so it's not been processing the plants. Repeat, work order, make a new work order. Process plants. The condition of the processing plants is when you have at least 10. Actually, if we're processing that, we should set this to 15 and unrotten processable rope reeds. Only if we have greater than 10. We don't have greater than 15 processable rope reeds. Rope reed plants is different from rope reeds? Hold on. I want to delete all that. Put you back. Rope reed plants. 15. There we go. Oh, shit. Skull knot. How goes? They didn't used to have the rope reed plants, but that problem, I used to do strawberries all the time, and then I figured out that there was an issue happening with strawberries and strawberry plants. That's when I started figuring out, like, okay. So these are rope reed plants then? Not rope reeds. Weird. How goes it, Skull? Where are you from? How goes? Tell me the trials and tribulations of one Sir Skullnut. Dwarf Fortress, indeed. How goes your foot? Have you survived the pernicious invasions of the elves? Why did you suspend construction of a wall? What? No, I need you to resume construction of the wall. Suspending construction means bad times. Nope. Uh-oh, something bad's happening. We're losing all our frames again. This is not good. I'd have thought drying this out would have given me back my frames. All right, what if I go back to re-forbidding this? Something somewhere is stuck. Last time, okay, that's gotta be one of these. Dangerous terrain. Okay, water source vanished. Dangerous terrain. Dangerous terrain. Are they, wait, hold on. Is that what's going on? Maybe they're constantly pathfinding over the terrain as they're channeling it? This was never a problem before, but if we're getting constant dangerous terrain alerts, wouldn't that make sense? Because they're just channeling. How is this constantly saying dangerous terrain unless someone's pathfinding over it and it disappears? Jeez, it's down to 8 frames. Maybe that is what's happening. It's gotta be, right? Like before we went low, I said perhaps it's because of the aquifer, and now we've revealed more squares because of the goofy way in which they've dug. So we've revealed even more squares of aquifer, so that is eating at the frames? That's my theory. If I'm right, then as they remove these squares, my frames should go back up. Like each new one, they're recalculating, and each one is more aquifer, so they're recalculating it. Like this wasn't an issue before, I don't think. But that's like the only thing I can think of that's causing this issue. All right, that's fine. You can't brew anymore. Hold on. What if I pause? I'm going to pause to let it recoup whatever it's trying to calculate. At some point, whatever it's trying to calculate will end and it'll jump to 100. Now, because it's already pre-calculated that, when I resume, it'll have a bit of a buffer as it goes back down. Because whatever it calculated has been calculated. It wasn't great. The amount of time I lost pausing it did not make up for the amount of time I got back from the, I'll say, frame surge. Seeking infant. We'll stop it. Plants are 27, drinks are 24. Give me more. Also, this massive amount of water calculation cannot be helping right now. Just throw that out there that I'm aware that that's probably also not a good idea. Like I said, this should cause a problem, but it shouldn't cause that much of a problem. That's a lot of problem. But we are getting them back. Which leads me to believe that I'm right, that it's an aquifer-based thing. As he removed that row and there was less and less, the frames went up to 22. They were at 8. Now, as he removes this, was it really because they split it? That seems like too... Useful's the wrong word. That seems like it's too... It fits the story. Like, it seems like it's too easy an answer. And then as that man dug through the middle, it dropped down to 20. Something ain't right about them aquifers. Oh, he's doing this too. Okay, hold on. Let's assume that what I'm saying is right. Let us make that assumption real quick. We should only ever do this in small gaps, because doing it in large gaps is going to wreck us. So in the short term, I'm going to cancel this and all that so that they work on the edge first. And see how this doing it in chunks helps us. Did this get suspended? Nope, just no one's done it. Excuse me. 3 invasions in year 4. Now my fort trying to learn to build a sniper tower. That's nice. Got dangerous terrain pathing thing too. Let me know when you figure it out. They'll avoid water. Oh, no. Yeah, we get what's reportedly doing the dangerous terrain, but if you're channeling out large swaths, you should be seeing that happen a lot. Also, stop trying to drink water from the river. We're getting drinks. The drinks are coming. You don't need a drink from the river. Because there's an issue. Maybe they're checking every water when it pops out. Because right now, the number one thing that'll destroy your frames, like there used to be a bunch of things, but right now I'm thinking the number one thing that'll destroy your frames is pathfinding cancellations, like them needing to change what they were doing. See? And then he got rid of that last bit and we're back up to 30s. Like, we're positively climbing. Something about digging through aquifers destroys your frames. All right. We got to, retest that theory now. We got back up into the 40s and 60s. There is water forming there. That is causing problems. Channel all this out. They're being active. Now, when they start channeling, yeah, look. As that man runs down the side, my frames are literally falling apart. That's so weird. I don't think that's how that ever worked. Granted, I've never channeled through so much aquifer, but I don't think I didn't think doing that would destroy. What is going on down here, by the way? I didn't think doing that would destroy what was going on. A caravan has arrived. Caravan, you've arrived a lot of times, and it never works in my favor. Wait, it just said, fuck, someone just said something about an agreement. What agreement? Stoneworker has withdrawn from society. Was that the agreement? Was the agreement that he would leave me alone? That's so weird. Because, like, it shouldn't be. Like, I would understand if this constantly updating flow, but an aquifer shouldn't be doing that, right? Maybe a heavy, but this isn't even a heavy. This is a light. Skawai E has died. He failed the thing earlier. Dwarf kill at Skawai E. I already did a dwarven skill check. You did. Glass, where are you? Glass half empty. You will find, if you were to look around, that you go to a lot of classes, you see. You're dabbling butcher, tanner, weaver, herbalist, bone carver, wound dresser, and kind of a stone cutter. All the critical skills necessary to kill someone in cold blood and separate out their body parts and hide them underground and weave the bone meal in amongst the plants so that they grow taller and no one knows what you're doing. Actually, that might be it. Oh, no. I'm sorry. You have the social skills of convincing someone to follow you into the woods so that you can weave their bones in amongst the herbs. Why are you so rusty? What do you do? You should have a lot of things to not be rusty, and I find it weird that you're rusty in so many skills. He has claimed a workshop. Okay, that's not bad. They're unloading their goods. I need to take this opportunity real quick to get things off my map. Hold on. I tried to get rid of this nonsense previously, and we just kind of just didn't let it happen. So we got to get it done this time. Not those bins, not the cabinets. I want the actual damaged stuff. Goblets. Handware. We didn't trade it last time, though, so they didn't take it, right? So I find it weird that we don't have any clothing this time that is damaged. Oh, I did not mean to back out. Okay, then. If that's what they're going with, that's what they're going with. Anything that has a distance of really short needs to be brought over to the trade. Mostly so I can see if I can just get rid of the damn things. I think I've set it up to where there should not be any artifacts that close. If we trade a few away at this point, so be it. We kind of almost have too many damn artifacts. They keep getting stolen because I can't babysit them all. Like 5,800 is a lot. You sure you don't have an artifact in you? No. How do we have 5,800? Is our broker just that good? Is this man a god tier broker? 2,800. Nothing in here is worth more than 100. How has this been worth 2,800? Whatever. Okay. Sure. You say so, buddy. I don't know why I'm questioning your numerical skills. Clearly, you are the end-all be-all of knowing how much stuff is worth. All right, bring the items, 49. Get all the bins in so I can get rid of them. It still has to calculate the chance that water is produced on every square adjacent to the water. But you would, like, water flow doesn't hit you that much. Like, that's hitting, yeah, now my frames are kind of back. That's hitting heavy. Like, I'm wondering if every revealed square is making it check every other aquifer. Like it's comboing together or something. It's not that it's hitting the frames, it's that it hits it that fast. We saw square by square as he channeled one out when he did that little zipper. It went 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. Every single square costs an entire frame per second. You know how many calculations it takes to slow a processor down that fast? Every square is adding that many thousands more calculations. That don't add up. That don't add up. That don't make no sense. And now we're gonna do it again. And it's like once they start getting going too, like look. Like the ultimate number is still the same, right? Like if you're taking one on the outside, you haven't revealed, like if they go through the middle, maybe you could say that's one thing. But like you're just revealing the same amount of squares that you had revealed before. You haven't, like you've gotten rid of 2 to add 1. Technically, this guy's zippering, this guy's screwing me, but this guy's zippering was actually removing 2 squares. Like he removed 2 outer squares and, oh no, actually he removed 2 outer squares and revealed 2 inner squares. Like the amount of calculations should be the same. Something about the mining of the aquifer is eating the frames. Well, it's a good thing we don't have like 30 layers of aquifers. Am I right, chat? That'd be kind of bad. That'd be really kind of bad if you had that many. What if it's an issue of it checking for wet stone? Like, what if it's not that it's an aquifer, but you know when you're digging, normally you wouldn't have an issue because you would dig, you would reveal wet stone, and it would be like, hey, there's wet stone, and it would auto-cancel it, right? But it has to check the revealed stone. But now it's not doing that, so it's like it's canceling a cancellation with every square. Like I said, I don't think it's actually an issue of calculating the water. The actual amount, the same amount of faces, the same amount of squares are visible the whole time. But if you're revealing a new square multiple times, each new square might be revealing a plethora of wet squares. So what could produce the water is it's not even going up linearly. It should be maintaining position. But possibly you're removing 1 square and revealing 2 or 3 squares every time to calculate whether or not it's wet. So I'm wondering if the issue is the wet calculator, if that makes sense. I'm spitballing here, by the way, chat. I'm just trying to think of what would be doing this. And if the wet calculator or something is a major like halt to what's going on. Because like I said, normally your dwarves would just leave, so it might go unnoticed. But if you're channeling, they wouldn't be leaving. You're able to keep slamming that wet thing over and over and over again. Because we would get some slowdown when we were mining, chat, but like not this bad. There's got to be a difference between mining an aquifer and channeling an aquifer. The only thing I can think of is that you stop when mining, you don't stop when channeling, because the designation's on a different level. Again, spitballing. I hate that one up there. We gotta cause a cave-in because of whatever this is. Because you can't channel down in this. It just says it's a tree, but you can't chop it down. So how do you kill it? You just gotta cause a cave-in. This is bullshit. Someone's gonna get hurt, but that's a stupid little baby tree. I don't care about it. This still has not been done. They're acting like they can't get to it. All right, back down here where we're mining. I'm trying to think of all the previous things, if this is a new thing or a long-term thing. Like, have I ever sat there and just... No, I did, but not this big. I have channeled through lots of aquifers. They were up downstairs, though. So I was just doing downstairs. I wasn't actually channeling. But you would channel during the double slit method, but that's like 2 or 4 at a time. But that doesn't do much. It's not mass channeling. There's no way that this is my first time channeling this much to an aquifer. I would say that if... I would say that I would only have to be thinking of every base I've done since light aquifers. Because you wouldn't do this with heavy, like, at all. But I seem to remember a base where we did do this with a heavy. I'm not sure. Yeah, and it's still climbing up. It's weird. Yep, we knew that was going to happen. I had to cause that. Are you injured? All right, you've gotten your hair torn a little bit and a little bit of damage to your ear. That kind of blows, but you immediately got an infection. Was that infection there a second ago? I didn't have the chance to cure you. No, we've had that before. They wouldn't do it then either. Also, we had to ramp up. We could reach that tree. We had an issue similar to that before where what we had was a one wide ditch, but the rest of it was still there. And that had a similar issue. Where what had happened was it just wouldn't let you touch the tree. I even built a floor over the tree, which if you could build a floor there, then there's no tree, right? Because I built the floor. But when you got rid of the floor afterwards, that weird little circle popped back up again. And it was like, no, there's a tree here. Okay. So I don't trust the tiny little circle trees anymore. I don't know what that is, but it ain't responding right. Does it still hold up with your soap? Probably. Last time we built soap from tallow. Do now. How are my drinks? My drinks aren't great, but they are going back up. And the farms are replanting. Yes. Grow my little seeds. The rope reeds are getting transferred to the right area and being processed. Good. I'm ignoring that. I'm ignoring that. Pointless, pointless, pointless. Buzzard interruptions are the least of my problems. I don't even know why I'm ordering them to do that right now. We have other issues happening. Other processor intensive issues. While they're doing that, now I'm going to go to the bedrooms. Are there any of you not assigned? There's a couple of you not assigned. With fully kitted out bedrooms. Slightly important to do those. How much limestone do we have lying around? We're back up to 213. We're doing good. Work with me. I'll have to pause the game so I can get my frames back and my control back. Now, I didn't do this one's ceiling, nor did I do this one's ceiling, which is a bit of an issue. Gotta remove that now. I'm surprised I didn't do that one earlier. Down here, you have been set up. This one has not been completely set up. You all have roofs. You have been roofed. So we can get more in here. At some point, we're going to have to do a mass exodus and just kick a bunch of people out from internal rooms. Damn it. When did the last one go in? We got that. Chests are up, down. Okay. Cabinets are left, right. Can't do that one. This one's busy. Busy. Why did that lower right one never get done? Okay, those are getting in. So that's the new count, right? Is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, half, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, halves, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Other half, 12 and a half. 12 times 4, 48. Half of that is 2, is 50. That is our 50 rooms to a segment. This design kind of works and also has like an internal motif where you have another curve forming with the curves. I like it. That one's doing decent. Diplomacy. What do you mean, let's discuss your situation? I haven't even done the trade yet. Broker requested. Yeah, thank you. What do I want from you? Right now, drinks. Boy, do I want drinks. We're not going to want them next year, but I want the drinks now. Actually, no, because you bring them in barrels. You know what? I don't even want your drinks. I'd rather die of sobriety than deal with your stupid barrels. I want steel. I don't, but whatever. As long as it makes them happy. Booze. Yeah, but I'm not asking what they're going to have this year. I'm asking for next year. By this point next year, whatever the issue is, will be sorted. It says broker can access depot, but that he's not. Serenity 24 doesn't need to do this anymore. Why does Serenity 24 not need to do their job? If I set you to do nothing, well, it's not that you're doing anything anyways. I gotta do a test to see if he set them to do nothing if they will still broker. Because it's not one of those jobs, right? It's a social skill. So you could have like a noble's job, which is they do nothing. Set that to on and then they literally do nothing until such time as they have to broker. Maybe. Starry-eyed demon girl's trying to hunt the buzzard. Thank you. Everyone else is getting interrupted by the buzzard. The problem is everyone's trying to live outside right now. That buzzard's causing a real pain in my ass. If they can get into their room, they wouldn't be interrupted by the buzzard. This is why the rooms needed to actually be down a floor. But you make do with what you got and you hope you don't get attacked by buzzards. Or you hope your dwarves don't mind buzzards and sit there and complain for no reason. 48 sandstone blocks. I can work with that. Build construction floor. 48 minus 29, 19 remaining. I don't know what that is. That's 27. Twenty-six, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19. There we go. We're starting to make it look correct. All right. Most of the ceilings have been installed. The bedrooms are still getting set up. How many fake doors do I have? Do I need to build more doors? 1, 2, 3, 4. I do. All right. Let's just order like wooden doors. I want enough fake doors that I can just order 1 or 2 of these at once. So I need 8, 16. We have 4. I'll need 12 doors. We'll go up by 2 just in case something happens. Well, we'll get 14 doors. Should be good. I was a trader back in the day, that's why I'm rusty. Now I just lure people out into the woods. Come here. It is time. Time for what? Don't question. Time. All right, I put this out here to engrave a slab, didn't I? Am I wrong? And it's on a craft dwarf that engraves the slab. Did they not call it engrave a slab? It's like make a... It's the other thing of this. It used to be Alt-S. What do they call it? Oh, wait. Do I have to click stone first? Where do you make the damn slabs? Am I being dumb? Work order. Is that just done at a regular stone dudes now? Because you made the slab at the stoneworker, but you engraved it at a crafts. But there's no, like the old crafting, the engraving things moved, right? So does that mean you just mason this shit? Engraved memorial slab. Yeah. Holy crap. Gotcha. Okay. Where's that ghost? Which one of you is the ghost that haunts my soul? Entombed, not memorialized, no slabs, not memorialized, no slabs. What do you mean no slabs, not memorialized? We have lots of dead people. Why are you all saying not memorialized? They fill them all. No. Okay, so there's a ghost that I want Hekios's ghost to go away. Let's click on this. Add new task. But Hekios is not his other name. So I would have to know what his name is to make him shut up and leave me alone. Fantastic. Luzat Dodok. Luzat Dodok. Engraved memorial slab. Luzat Dodok. Ghost. No slab. Ghost should be priority. Do that. All right. We've told them to do that as fast as they can. We have more to channel. We are almost done with this never-ending hellscape. We do still have a few more to be getting rid of in terms of water production. Did this one ever get built? What is going on? Cancel. I don't know what's going on with that. I think it ordered it like from that wood right by it. Floor. I'm going to make you out of bronze. There you go. Can't possibly be the wood near you if I order it out of bronze. They should be able to access this. I don't see why they wouldn't. Because we could access that and it's all connected. Unless... Is there a stupid tree or something blocking the pathfinding? Well, no, because it let me order it. Hold on. Can I go here? If I can go there, then we ain't got a problem. Like, you can't say that no one's going here and then someone go right next to it. What is wrong with them building this floor? Why is this floor in particular not allowed? Go away. Go away. This buzzard, I swear. Buzzards. I should have known. Is my guy here yet? Oh my god. Oh, you know! I just tried to click the button. Get back here! Oh my god! Are you kidding me? I just clicked the button. You don't just get to piss off. If I'm looking at the screen, you wait. I can't believe he left right as I'm like, hey, do it. I don't even see the traders right now. All right, Vorpalim. Actually, what time is it? Oh my god, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I should really stop doing really late streams. I like the Dwarf Fortress so much. I should have ended 4 hours ago. Okay, we'll do the trade, maybe. Get back here, please. Because I'm going to forget what's happening next time, and then they're going to leave. We've got to get the trade so I can get the crap off the map. Please come back to trade. Wherever you are, Serenity 024. Why are you conducting a meeting again? You were trying to trade. Screw the meeting. You've done your meeting. This could have been an email. What meeting do you possibly need to have right now? Why are you socializing? Broker requested at depot. Get back to the depot. Emerging from streaming. What year is it? Come back. Please come back. Put me in, coach. You selected the closest piece of wood for floor. Yeah, that's what I figured I was doing. Okay, is this you? Okay, he's here. Trade. Everything. I want to give you everything that I've ever gotten. That is apparently 150,000 dwarf bucks worth of shit. Here's your steel. This is what I was saying earlier. I asked them a bunch for steel. If I don't trade them everything I got, they still have 3,500 pounds worth. So even if you ask them for extra stuff, they're not bringing you much. I don't know why. They just don't like you or something. They're like, whatever, piss off. I don't have a fishery going right now. The plants, this will help. We'll grab all the plump helmets. I suspect that plump helmets are the only plants because everything else counts as leaves and fruit or garden vegetables. Plants is plump helmets. Yeah, grab all their plump helmets. Screw the leaves and fruit. Screw the leaves and fruit. Is this berries? I'll take berries. I don't want caper. I'll take your cheese. That's all you brought? That's all you brought. That seems weird to me. That's all you brought. Is the mountain home dying? I'm about to give you 100. I'm. Give me the meat. Give me the fit. Give me everything. You only brought 6,000 dwarf bucks worth of items. Did I piss you off? I should be getting the trade merchant cart treatment, not this. Okay, well, this will tell you to bring shit next time. Here's a profit. There you go. All right, back down below where we're dealing with more water. Luckily, this isn't even aquifer anymore. All right. This is like the one last thing I think I got to deal with. This wall of pain and suffering. Then we should, for the most part, be good. Order this wall to be smooth so it looks nice. Wait. Oh, no. We had all this crap, too. All right, back up top. You're not even made out of metal this time. Why are you or you're not even that nearby wood. Why are you inactive? They're just like not going out of their way to do this. Or I should say they're going out of their way to not do this. Okay, new idea. Construction floor. I'll just work around you. I don't know what the problem is. We'll just go around. Walnut logs. Go. Are you all inactive? Like they're acting like they can't come up here, but they can. Something ain't right about whatever's over here. It's very suspicious that they won't do that. Cancels drink, dangerous terrain. Where was there dangerous terrain? What are you talking about? Nothing around here is dangerous. Making that up. Graknork has been found dead. Why? What killed a Graknork? He wasn't even fighting recently. It's not first. He must have died to wounds trying to go back to the hospital from an earlier fight, which would tell me that there's a disorderly conduct against Graknork. That one's not Graknork. That's not even him either. The thief never came back. Okay, do not understand what happened to Graknork, but he's dead now. Is what because we lost our Baroness? Oh, the reduction of trade. That's a good point, actually. Graknork. All right. We've got that set aside. I need to think right now. Because I've gone late. I should not start any new projects right now. What are the critical ones I need to finish? That wet floor to the right, down below. The slab. I'm thinking that's it. Those are my two must-do now projects. Did Graknork fail a mood? Maybe I missed a mood. All right. I believe we've built the slab now. Build furniture? Slab. Says we don't have a slab. Slab's being hauled somewhere. We can wait on slab. It's just a ghost that's killing everyone. Living is for the weak. Walnut. Walnut. What I'm probably going to need to do is just get rid of this hill and replace the hill with stuff that, you know, doesn't leak. Water. Where's the two? Oh my God. Get out of the way. Walnut. Opposite other platinum statue near bridge 2, platinum statue of Graknork, who died of unknown causes. Okay, hold on. Here, new task. No. Furniture, platinum. Statue. There you are. Statue. Details. Historical figure. It's not called Graknork. What is Graknork called? Digil Ruthosh. Digil Ruthosh. Digil Ruthosh. Digil Ruthosh? This guy. Avu's galley distant. Do that now. Okay, no, one of them finally is active. But it's nowhere near anything. So something's weird with like that square or something. Out of all this, only one of them got active? Really? What is going on? That's so weird. Only one got active. Oh, it does have the old command. I just noticed that little pop-up thing. I forgot that I had that tell people what to do. Who's doing this? Why are they taking so long? There he is. Build for me. Build my future. Something is wrong with this location. Look, because now only the next one's active. All of these should be able to be simultaneously active. Something weird over here. All right, whatever. If I have to build around a mystery ghost plot, I'll do it. All right. This wall still needing to get done. Maybe it's just no one's constructing. What are you all doing? Worshipping, storing items, storing items, storing items, storing items. What item is there to store? Booze? Plants? I guess we did just trade for a lot of food. Okay. Weird idea. Hear me out. Labor. Haulers. Everybody does hauling, kind of. Lever operation. This was an old school thing to turn the miners into lever operators. We're going to create a new one called food hauling. Food hauling. We're going to call this Free My Haulers. And I'm going to grab a bunch of you new ones. Not really paying attention to them right now. We'll take off Captain of the Guard. Not paying attention right now to who's doing what. We're going to say everybody does this, only selected do this. Now, haulers, I believe, is turning them on. So if I go to haulers... Actually, this is a good point. This is a good thing to test. Does this get turned back on? Can a later one reestablish when another one's forbidding? We'll see in a second how that works. If a sudden people go to constructing, it might have freed them up. I'm not seeing hope of this. But at least I got my frames. Yeah, it was all the aquifer. That's so weird. Now, this doesn't have... There's one wet square, but it says wet above. It's not actually that. What I need to do... Why are you... Oh, because I marked where it was. I didn't need to do that. The miners can get this, though. Someone should make a mod to remove all the aquifers. Every time. You know what would be a good idea? We should get rid of the aquifers. Yeah. Yeah, we should get rid of the aquifers. All right, this is an oblong, so doing that should be enough to find all the jet. And this shouldn't lower us at all because no aquifer. But we are losing frames when they mine. Why is that? Why do we lose so many frames when mining? Channeling specifically. That's weird. That's weird. And I don't think it did this much when we were digging. Like, that's a chunky amount of frames you lose. Because none... Okay, so it's not a water thing. It's not even an aquifer thing. It's just channeling. Channeling somehow destroys your frames. Okay. This is at 10:07. Can never have peace, chat. You can never have peace. The forgotten beast, Ivak Uradunga Slismusdmi, has come. A great one-eyed theropod. It has 3 long hanging tentacles, tails, and it has a gaunt appearance. Man, am I tired. It has a gaunt appearance. Its charcoal feathers are long and broad. Beware its poisonous sting. Now I'm going to pause. Where are you? Okay. We haven't been able to do this. We have not been able to do this, chat. Some of you have stuck around. Welcome. I present to you the return of the Forgotten Beast Fight Club. Is it predict for the gambling? / predict? Oh, I'm not even the right thing. Hold on. Here we go. / prediction. Start prediction. We have in one corner. I want everyone to be aware of what's going on. I'm going to put up a thing for 2 to 3 minutes. You're going to bet your channel points on it to see who wins. It's the last one standing. It does not matter if 5 seconds later, one of the Forgotten Beast things kills the guy. The first one to die is the one who loses. Unless no fight actually happens. Like if one wanders off and gets itself killed without the fight happening. That one's thrown away. In one corner, we have Angzak, the Forgotten Beast. Where's your description? Where do you find a description during this? Health description? Angzak, the Forgotten Beast, a gigantic hadrosaurid with external ribs. It has 2 long curly tails and it is slavering. Its goldenrod scales are jagged and set far apart. Beware its noxious secretions. No visible wounds. This is our first one for this map, finally. Angzak, the sweaty hadrosaurid? Sweaty hadrosaurid. I'll go with he's sweaty hadrosaurid because it says secretions. I don't know what that means. In the other corner, we have Ivak Undragunda Slizumude, which means Ivak Die Manges the Putrid Merc. I guess he's gotten kills. A great one-eyed theropod. It has 3 long hanging tails and has a gaunt appearance. Its charcoal feathers are long and broad. Beware its poisonous sting. Ivak, the stinging theropod. Theropod. Yeah. All right, I'm setting the submission period to 2 minutes, chat. Starting in stream delay 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I did a countdown so that everyone's about at the same time. How did you come in with a name? Don't they have to do something before they get a legit name? Like, you came in and you were like, you had been somewhere. Where have you been? I thought Forgotten Beasts were just generated for your map. This guy's attacked 2-3 bases? I didn't know it actually worked that way. I thought Forgotten Beasts were randomly generated the instant they came on your map. Oh, by the way, the prediction. I'm sorry, I got distracted. So far, we have, holy crap. So far, we have 1,500 points for Angzak, the Sweaty Hadrosaurid, and 33,360 points for Ivak, the Stinging Theropod. Correction, 6,500 points for Angzak. Every point you bet on Angzak, if he wins, will get you back 6 points. Every 33 points you bet on Ivak will get you back 8 points because Angzak is up to 8,000 points now. 8,000 points to 33,360. Everyone looks like they're betting on the Forgotten Beast who has a history. But we now have 9,000 points on the underdog. The dog who stared at a spider this entire time and refused to, be aggressive. Though he is defensive, he does have some weird secretions. So how come most of the ones you get haven't killed anything? 14,000 points to 33,000 points. We're getting 20s here's and there. It looks like we're closing out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Poll is closed. Remember, as soon as an attack is started by either of them towards the other one, the fight is officially on. First one to die is a loser. All right, I believe the combat has started. And so far, all they've done is just kind of slash at each other. Now, unfortunately, we do not have the ability via DF hack to see if one of them has been infected and or to see what the infection does. We're just going to have to keep an eye on it. But it looks like so far it's just a couple of dodges. They're really going at it. I'm not seeing... Oh, we already have bleeding from Angzak, meaning that Ivac did get a wound in. And if I remember from his description, that's because he has a stinger. Bleeding versus... I'm clicking on the wrong thing somehow. Ivac is not showing anything, but Angzak is already healed against his sting. He did have... Oh my god, that was a very lucky hit. I was going to say he's covered in secretion, so the other one might actually be getting inflicted by it. It looks like he's bleeding from a wound that we can't tell. Here we go. His left foot is cut open. His left foot is dripping. The other one's blood. He did get the blood on him, and he has secretions. His right lower leg is bruised. No, wait, no, he's the putrid. His own blood. His left upper arm is bruised. Meanwhile, Angzak is showing a lot of damage. I'm guessing Angzak just wasn't built for martial combat. Basically, everything is cut open. Everything is bruised. He's even broken a bunch of his true ribs. He's dented a rib. How do you dent a rib without breaking it? That seems iffy. Oh my god, that was a big hit. Angzak's teeth is going everywhere. It turns out if you're a three-legged theropod, you've got some muscle behind you. Angzak has been trying to rely on his secretions, but I don't think the secretions are carrying through to him. He's got heavy bleeding. The other gentleman still has just regular bleeding. This thing doesn't tell you about anyone being injured or sick, which is kind of a pain because that's right. Angzak has finally given in to his wounds. The victor of this Forgotten Beast Fight Club was Ivac Uradunga Slis Muzdeme. The victor choose outcome is Ivac the Stinging Theropod. Are you sure Ivac the Stinging Theropod won? Yes, he is the one who is alive. Complete prediction. Points have been distributed. Now, I'm going to wait to see if we need to do the next one because there is another Forgotten Beast right here. The other gentleman did not want to weigh in on this fight, and this spider has been fighting your occasional bird, and the spider has been losing. Technically, we can do the Forgotten Beast Fight Club, but if he's not moving, then I won't even bother. Because for some reason, there's just something about this arrangement of cliffs that prevents... Nope, never mind, I take it back. We might have a Forgotten Beast Fight Club. He is going for... Oh, and they're on the same level. Never mind. Forgotten Beast Fight Club is on. Can the spider get it done? Can the spider pull it through? The ultimate underdog story. Ivac the Stinging Theropod has decided to make this a 2-on-1. His bloodthirst knows no bounds. The spider is already seriously injured and is weak. And he apparently has lost a bit of his ability to stand. Don't let any of this fool you. He's a real strong contender. We have Gosmer, Soaksink the Ashen, a great hairy tarantula with long curving horn and in its slavering. Its eyes glow mahogany, its violet hair is very curly. Beware its poisonous bite. It does already have its right fourth leg is mangled beyond recognition. Its cephalothorax, its torso is broken, and its right third leg is broken. Gosmer, I don't even know what to call him. The broken spider? Poisonous bite. It's a spider. So yeah, I'm just going to say broken spider. 2 minutes again, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, stream delay. Put your points where you'll put them, chat. Holy shit. How is there 6,000 points for the spider, but only 600 for the other guy? Oh, never mind. 270,000 points on Ivac. I believe someone's kind of confident that Ivac is going to win this one. Max bet. You're gonna have egg on your face, Admiral, if somehow this spider gets a lucky bite in and the other gentleman just dies instantly to the poison or some shit. They're gonna think if that happens, you're gonna think I like set the fight up like a mafia or some nonsense. The odds, we have an all in at the table. The odds are too good. I mean, you're not wrong. We have 11,000 points to 288,000 points. Every 11 points you bet, you'll get back 288 if the spider actually wins. Never tell me the odds. I'm going to be accused of like rigging it. If the spider wins, I'm so going to be accused of rigging it. Whoa. 14,000 to 288. Looks like we got about 20 seconds left before it's closed out. I swear that gets more sour over the evening. All right, we're closing in on the 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I counted all of that evenly. That is how people count things, just like I did. And I believe that's an attack. The fight is on, and I think the spider. Oh, okay. The spider did a leap. I thought the spider splatted. I thought he just punched it, and the spider disappeared. But I will say the spider already has blood on the ground, which is not a good start to a fight, if I do say so myself. But he did manage to attack the other forgotten beast and inject his sting into him. So that can't be great. All right, he is already heavily bleeding, and the other guy is also now heavily bleeding. I might have to do this point by point if they're both heavily bleeding. Heavy bleeding, recovers slowly, tough. Ability to stand, lost. Oh, look, and their pictures overlapped on each other. He can't stand. He can't stand. Somehow they're both on the ground. Ivac, the sleuzed maze, left foot is cut open. His left foot is running with the other man's blood. His left foot is bruised. His center tail is cut open. His lower body is bruised. His left upper arm is bruised. His right lower leg is bruised. The other creature, all of that, he is broken. Now, I'm hitting period to make it go forward one at a time because I suspect that even if one dies, the other one might die soon after. Both creatures at the same time have become shaken to their very core. They are terrified. They both fear for their life. Lots of attacks going through. We're still at heavy bleeding, seriously injured. They both cannot stand. They're both just lying on the ground, flailing. I didn't see the spider from his symbol. I thought he died. Heavy bleeding, ability to stand, lost. When it makes him disappear, it makes me think he's dead. But that's just the way the graphic is. Okay. Oh my God. I have to go frame by frame because any of them. Oh, Ivac has started healing. Ivac's got that regen. He's no longer in heavy bleeding. He's got that clot factor. I don't give a fuck if he made a master bone ring. Shut up. Heavy bleeding versus bleeding. You still can't stand, though. That's a big issue. Because if you're on the ground, I suspect the spider's going to have a better chance at this. Because the spider, I mean, he's already low to the ground. He's not like a bipedal creature or a tripedal creature. He's bent over creature. But his bleeding has recovered because he has recovered slowly. I think that's actually supposed to be a debuff, but it seems to work. Seriously injured versus seriously injured. We've now gotten to the point of that versus that. I'm waiting to see if one of these on the right drops. He's no longer bleeding. Whatever happened to Ivac, he's recovered from it. He's no longer suffering from a debuff like that. He still isn't standing, so it's like a lucky shot for the spider to get one in. I suspect if I real quick check the combat log that by the end we're just going to see a whole bunch of people kicking around and doing things. Yeah, they're not able to get in a main attack. They can't. One of them can't get his stinger into the other, and the other one can't get his mouth into the first one. They have definitely injected into each other, though. But I'm guessing the spider is having a harder time healing. Because this man is tough, whereas the spider is weak. Tough versus weak is going to put things in your favor a little bit. Oh, wait. Did they both die? I thought it would disappear. Where's the other dude? We'll have to check the combat log for this if I can't find him. Nope. He stands supreme. The spider got squished and Ivak Oradungda Slizmuzdme has gotten away. He cannot walk anymore. He needs a crutch. This is a tripedal creature who needs a crutch. That was close. Some of you guys, no, it wasn't a tie. Apparently the other guy went back to his little victory podium. He did his fight and he went back. His left foot is cut open. His left foot is bruised. His center tail is cut open. His left upper arm is bruised. His left lower arm is bruised. His right lower leg is bruised. And his lower body is bruised. Why can't he walk? None of that sounds like he must have an internal injury. He has to have a spinal injury or something that we can't see on the outside. Yeah, he requires a crutch. He can't stand anymore. Like, he had to crawl away from that one. That spider gave him a fucking hit that he wasn't expecting. But the spider is dead. So he has won a twofer. Some of you guys that had money on Ivik, you know that you guys are like, oh no, at the end there. Some of you were worried. Ivak Oradunga is the victor. Ivak, the stinging theropod. Are you sure the stinging theropod is won? He is one that is still standing. I'm completing the prediction. There we go. Rip Custard Spider. Someone get him to the hospital. Well, that was actually a pretty good thing. We got that finished. You know what? What we have left can be finished next time. I think that is a kick-ass thing to end on. We got our Forgotten Beast Fight Club. We do need sound effects. We gotta not sound. I mean, we need sounds. We gotta get back to now. Glass Half Empty. I'll be streaming again on Wednesday, and I think it takes a couple days for channel requests to go through to clear out. So I'm gonna leave your thing there. Dr. Cactopus, you never got dwarf, so I'm refunding your points. What are my dwarven skills? I'm going to refund Glass Half Empty because I'm not going to read it and if I'm not sure you're there. But I will leave the statue one there because I've already ordered a statue to be built. So I'm going to leave that there so I can know to, install it next time. That is what we are going to be going on. We are going to be bringing this to ending. That was a fantastic end. Like I said, it's a little better when you can hear the combat. We need those. We need to be able to choose our combat sound effects. But we got what we got. What do we have going on? We have, who is Varg Skeletor? I'm showing a massive dude in Dwarf Fortress called Varg Skeletor. I don't think I've ever heard of that person. But if they're doing Dwarf Fortress, okay. I'm going to set up the raid for their channel. I believe it's gone. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. The ending credits should have been going. This is a really long video, so I'm gonna have to do what I haven't done in a long time, and that's gonna be, I gotta cut the video, I suspect. Actually, no, maybe it's 10 and a half. It's gonna be a big one tonight. I'm gonna tell the computer to do that. It's gonna take it a while. But we did pretty good. We lost 4 hours in there. We got the extra, we got 4 extra hours in to make up for it, but that was kind of that blew. Our major thing today was to dig down directly below us. We had to clean it up, but we did dig it down. We've gone through at least the first aquifer. So from here after, it should be a lot smoother, a lot easier, except for just channeling appears to be causing lag, which I find to be weird. We'll be picking this up again on Wednesday. every VOD other than this video has been uploaded, and I'm setting them to go public about every other day. As we've already pointed out, I have 2 channels. If you wish to follow me on those, catch me on the VOD or the primary channel. Tomorrow, I will be attempting to record a video explaining what I did to you guys today about the labor system. Everyone have a good night, a great week, a great weekend, a great start to your week. I will see you on Hump Day. Stay safe.